that one.
Oh,
Where's
because
it?
it's at the same time as this, maybe?
No, hold on.
Weird.
No! I gotta get my
I
vibe
tried to
back.
do it.
What's up? I appreciate y'all hopping in. All right, I gotta maybe
What's up, guys? Happy
amend it.
Friday.
Let's go.
Happy Friday.
What's up? Gerald, welcome in. Iway, what's up? Appreciate you hopping in. JR, welcome in. Y'all tap the screen, share out the live with a couple people. Tavo, welcome in, baby. How you feeling, man?
What's up, Tavo?
Let's see. Why is it not?
Happy Friday, Joseph. Yeah, that's so weird. I've never seen that little.
All this, okay, all that works. So it's just a kind of vibe.
Yep, the one and only.
Joseph, welcome in. Happy Friday to you. Welcome in, y'all. Appreciate y'all being here. Let me get some music in the background, and then I'll update our Hot of Vibe sound. I don't know what's going on there. That's annoying. Well, we'll
Is
get things...
your Twitch username said like Union? Can you remind us who you are?
People
I've been driving in a van with a broken AC for 4 hours. I can't wait to be back.
Oof.
Oof. Yeah, that's a tough one, Joseph. You're really earning that weekend there.
That is brutal.
Guys, I know it feels like the world is burning down, but it's not, okay? The news and all that, just... You know what? Our generation's pretty resilient at this point, aren't we?
Yeah, it removed my sound. Okay.
How rude.
How rude.
We're just here to remind you, in the Vibe Tribe, it's a safe space. We're going to keep moving forward. We're going to keep it positive. It's all good. Oh, yeah, you said it right, but I forgot. I never said who I was. It's Z from TikTok.
Oh, what's up, Z?
Nice.
Z,
Okay,
welcome
perfect.
over. I know
no
we always get confused between the two sometimes to make sure we know who we're talking about.
For sure.
Roommate, welcome in. Appreciate you hopping. Okay, let me see. Quick look here.
Other than all the negative news,
there we go.
How's everyone doing? I hope overall you're having a good week and a good Friday.
There we go.
It's gonna be a good weekend.
All right, we're back. We got our vibe sounds, so we're good to go. Y'all, if you do want to send in your music, go to my link tree, click on Track Talk Submissions and follow all the steps there. If you want to join the main platform, we are on the purple app, so head over there. You can see the line, the minimums, the order, and the chat from all of the different platforms that we're live on. So if you do want to get the full experience, then definitely hop on over to that purple app. You can find all of that at the link in my bio. And of course, if you are on that said app, you can hit !submit if you want to read a little bit more about what we're doing and send in your music.
At least the TikTok extension was filed, right? We're going to be referred to as the cockroach generation in the future because we had to survive like 8 apocalypses.
Facts,
no, for real.
Seriously. Valenciaga, welcome in. How are you feeling today? Y'all, welcome in. John, thanks for hopping in.
At this point, it's kind of just like, whatever, bro. We just keep going.
I feel like numb, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
I just feel like...
We're just tired, but
even
it's like
we were, even last night we were talking about it because there was, thank you for the heart, me, I appreciate it. They were going to ban
Val,
TikTok.
You're the best.
They were going to ban TikTok today, and we were like, dude, if they do, whatever. Like,
yeah, they filed another 75-day extension.
Yeah, and so they did another, I'm just like, dude,
They're
I can't.
apparently trying to work out some kind of deal. Who knows?
Ride the wave, man. Yeah, it's supposed to be banned like tonight, but they signed another extension, 75 days, till someone else buys it, or whatever.
We need the TikTok chat over here.
Got you. Centered, thank you. I appreciate you. Okay, hopefully this update's quick.
They're not. They're totally talking out their ass, and they're afraid to admit that they were wrong and got me beat. Yeah, I don't know. At this point, we're kind of just like, I don't even know if I care, bro. It's just...
I know, I don't have the energy to care. I've just got, life to deal with on top of all of this stuff, man. Let's all pitch in and buy it, right? I'm like, man.
I know, right? That'd be a crazy mission.
Z, I got you, man. Thank you so much for the submission, man. I appreciate you. We're going to start filling up the board here, y'all. We got Z in the building. Got you with the 15. Thank you so much, man.
Let's go. I feel like I've heard Z before, but it's been a while, right?
You might have
not on this side of things.
Yeah, it might have been.
I was probably just in the chat.
Definitely. All right,
so I'm excited, Z.
TikTok is back. Okay, got you back on there. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. You as well, Val. I hope you're doing okay as well. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. And
yeah, you too.
Fonz,
are you working today,
here.
Val? I hope it's going well.
Okay.
Nice, Z. Well, I'm excited. I feel like if I ever did get to hear, because I feel like your name is familiar to me, so I feel like it was on the other side of things where I didn't get to go over your branding, your marketing, and the visual side of things, so I'm excited.
It was like TPGZ, right? On another Yeah, TGPZ. TGPZ. What's up, Terry? Welcome in. Jambo.
That's a pretty good memory
welcome
there.
in. Yeah, if you would like to send in your music, go to my link tree, click on Track Talk Submission, and follow the steps there. Read through all the details. You can check everything there. If you are on our main platform, which is the purple app, you can use your imagination. The purple app, you can hit !submit, and everything that you need to submit will pop up right there. Just read through the details, follow the steps, check the line before, all that good stuff, and you'll be ready to go. We're going to start filling up the board here now. Music generally starts once we hit 5,000 likes and 20 shares on the talk. And then we'll kickstart everything. So make sure you're tapping the screen and sharing out your and sharing out the live.
Oh, I gotta plug this in.
Yeah, and you know the way that we always look at it, Joseph, is that you might as well use every billboard that you have, right? Like if there's a bunch of social media platforms on there, you might as well use them. Like it's like if TikTok is going to be gone in a day, you know, I don't know. You still might as well. You still might as well
All we
use
can do is
whatever
move forward.
Exposure platforms
Yeah.
are at your disposal, and you know, try to use them to your advantage. I love that. I love that, Z.
Yeah, we've always kind of erred on the side of it actually not fully ever getting banned, just because it would be even more detrimental to our economy. Obviously, it can't handle that, so it would be really stupid if they ever actually did do that.
And that's Joe Allen,
but
right?
you never know. They're doing a lot of stupid stuff, so we'll see.
Got you, Joe. So I'm going to tack that onto what I had saved for you, too. What's up, Eli? Appreciate you hopping in.
Yeah, good to see you, Eli.
Let me see. There, Joe. Got you with 15.
I just
so you got
experiment with
25.
different genres, releasing where I feel more comfortable vocally. Yeah, that's smart.
I love that.
Yeah, that's what we do. Kind of just create whatever we feel in the moment.
All right, so I got you with that push, Joe.
Oh, thank you, Eli. This is actually a temporary setup.
Yeah.
This is our little living room that we're about to move out of, so. But thanks, that's really sweet.
Yeah, you can, you know.
Hopefully I'll be able to
Still
get
random
some
stuff in here.
plants set up in our actual studio space. I think that's what makes the vibe right, you know?
What's up, Rush?
A lot of people like the plants, and I do too. I've been
Let's
very busy.
go.
Sorry for going AWOL, but good news. I got an internship at a studio. Hey, congratulations. That's
Amazing,
amazing.
amazing. Beautiful.
And
Soak
never
it all up.
apologize for being busy. We completely understand. Yeah, so it'll be in like 2 weeks.
Yeah. 2 to 2.5 weeks.
Yeah,
Wild. It's wild over here,
Throw
y'all.
it in the chat over here in the safe space.
Yeah,
Val.
Purple app is ready to go.
Purple app is where it's at.
It should be. I'm not. If you said something over there, it's not popping up. So let me just relaunch it and just make sure. Give me a sec.
But the YouTube, everything else is working on YouTube, right? The videos coming through.
I love it, Eli. Congrats, man. Working like crazy. Adeha, thank you so much for hopping in.
Congratulations, Eli. That's really cool. Lots of hard work in multiple different areas. It's awesome.
Okay. Yeah, I see your chat. I do have you updated on the board. Yeah. Got you at 25. Yeah, I got you. It's not currently popping up. Hopefully it does. Because I can see it here.
Yeah, because I don't want to relaunch the whole.
No, I'm not gonna worry about that.
But maybe just that right there.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Hopefully. Sometimes it takes a minute.
Yeah.
It's like laggy.
CT, welcome in. Appreciate you hopping in. Y'all keep sharing out the live. Keep liking.
Torvik used to be a personal trainer, so.
Yeah, for like 13 years.
Yeah, we are really into health and really pay attention to what we consume and stuff. We're like, it's the one thing we feel like we can control. We can all live overwhelmed and grind to no end, right? But if we don't have our health, we have nothing. So it's really, we do prioritize it. We do our best.
Joe, drop something in the chat. Just in everything, right? Joe, drop something in the chat on YouTube just to see if it comes through now. I did refresh it and make sure that I added that stream source. Let me know if it once you do that, and I'll look for it. Case and welcome in. I appreciate you hopping in. Thank you for being here. And then there it is. Okay,
There we go.
got
Okay,
you.
perfect.
Dynamic Vision, go to my link tree, click on Track Talk Submission, and read through and follow those steps. You'll be ready to go. Our main platform is the purple app, so if you want to see the line, which I encourage you to do, see the line, check the order, all that good stuff, check the minimums currently, then you can head on over there or to YouTube, and you'll see all of the details there.
Yeah,
of
and
course,
just to let you guys know, it is a thorough breakdown, so it's not just a listen of your song. It's not like other review spaces, really. We go deep, so it's 20 to 30. I'll say 20,
you,
but you know, we tend to go like 30, 40
we tend
sometimes.
to like
but
to
we're really
chat.
going to try to keep it at 20 minutes today. 20-minute in-depth consultations on your music. And Torvik goes way in depth over there. Then I'll take over the visuals, talk about your branding. We'll go over some marketing stuff. So yeah, we go deep here. Perfect. Yay. Thanks, Joseph. Yeah, it's working.
Let's go. I'm excited for you,
I
Eli.
love that
Thanks
so
for
much,
hopping
Eli.
in, man.
Yeah. Thank you so much for hopping in and giving us a quick update. I hope that you will continue to do well, and I'm excited to hear your new projects when they do come.
I'll take either Joe. Nice last year. I'll take either Joe. But yeah, I do have YouTube back up and running on there, so should be ready to go. All right, y'all. We're almost there. Let's get those likes up to 5K on TikTok. Let's get the algorithm moving over there.
Also, I think Joseph has, or is it Joseph? Wubsy has credit. I was
Wubsy
like,
has
one of
20,
our
I think,
mods,
yeah.
one of our regulars has credit. Okay. Mods, if you ever want a little boost in your credit, you know we got you. Y'all are so helpful and we love you so much. Oh, and Raya.
Let me see. What's up, Rebecca? Appreciate you hopping in. Y'all keep
Joseph,
liking and
that's
sharing out the
brutal.
live.
If that happened down here, you'd die.
Oof, yeah.
Wait,
it's like,
you're in Georgia, right? If I'm remembering correctly, that's pretty hot too, to be honest. That's still the South, technically.
Yeah, it still gets pretty brutal.
Oof, but if that happened, if that happened in San Antonio,
No.
I would die.
No,
I would
it's like,
literally die. I pass out in the summer as it is, so I don't need help with that.
It's not all right. Hey,
Oh,
nice to meet you as
ciao.
well.
Yeah,
Is it
that's
Manuel?
amazing.
Thank you so much for hopping in. Thank you for being here. Would love to visit Rome.
Yeah, definitely. One day we will go to Rome, and we will visit you.
There might be a new weight loss plan. I feel like I've lost 5 pounds. Yeah, you're in a sauna, just make sure you got ventilation.
Literally, just
right?
make sure you hydrate with some electrolytes after this.
Make sure you can breathe.
We
but-
really do like the element, those element packets.
Yeah. Hell yeah. I don't know what if there's any glitches with them announcing the
Oh, that's so sweet. Shout out to you and Margarita.
the thing
Wait,
on.
let's see. Margarita. Maybe? Margarita.
What's up, Cameo? Welcome in, man. Cameo, I think I got. Let me know if you have some time. I think I have some credit for you, Cameo. Let me know if you're gonna be here for a minute. We're just getting started, just kicking things off. So y'all tap that screen, share out the live with a couple people.
LMNT packets. Look them up. They're a little pricey, but they're really good.
What's up,
and
man?
sometimes you can
Alright.
get away with doing like a split packet, like
Let me
half
get you
and
up
half.
here, man. Where you at? Got you, yes sir. All right, let me get
Oh,
you straight up
thank
there.
you. Yay. I tried. It's because I know a little bit of Spanish, so it helps.
Cameo 13. Boom, got you. Got you. Appreciate you hopping back in, man. Just getting started, y'all. Is it D Willie? Let me know. I want to make sure I'm saying your name correctly. But go to my link tree, click on Track Talk Submission, and read through and follow all the steps. You'll be ready to go. If you are on the purple app, which is our main platform, then hit ! Submit. You'll see all the details right there. I encourage you to follow us over there, sub over there. That's where you're gonna get better quality audio, all that good stuff. You have something on your shirt. Am I looking down and then you're gonna hit me somehow through the screen, or is there actually something? Or is there actually something on my shirt?
No, it's Joseph, so he's trolling.
Just Joseph just being a troll.
Anytime it's Joseph, I know.
I was like, man, you got me. It's so funny.
I love that.
No,
Joseph always keeps it extra entertaining.
keeps us on our toes.
I love it.
Keeps us on our toes. All right.
Whenever I need a
Got
burp, I'm
that.
like, oh no, get away from the mic. It'd be so gross. New ways to use the something on your shirt thing? Or new ways to use the highlight? Because we literally still have not added more channel points.
Well, and they just
At some point, we will.
It's a glitch with stream elements too. That's what's the frustrating thing is I've looked into it. I've tried to get everything to like show up, and there's like I don't know. So they might need like an update or something like that with stream elements because some of them just don't pop up, or some randomly do, and it's like super annoying.
I don't know, but honestly, I can say confidently that I have not given it too much thought because so much other stuff has been taking my attention. So, at some point, maybe we'll prioritize stuff like that. Feel like it'd be a good idea. Check out sound alerts; they're a lot more reliable for channel redeemables and notifications that show up on stream.
They are supposed to be sound alerts, but maybe I just need to dig
No, I
into
think
it
it's a
more or
different
something.
like software, right?
Oh, okay.
That's what it seems
I
like.
feel like I have like 7 different things just for and only sound alert. Okay, I got you. Yeah, I'll just get another plugin for it and make sure it all works. Because I have like Nightbot's going, I've got Street Elements going, I've got all of this stuff, and I feel like I'm always running into some issue with one of them or something. Like I don't even know if the subscriber thing is like accurate because it doesn't tell me and doesn't really update it. Knives, welcome in, Knives. Appreciate you being here. Go to my link tree, click on Track Talk Submission, and follow and read through all the steps there.
I requested to join on TikTok.
Okay, let's see if it'll do its thing.
Compared to Pro Tools, you have nothing for extensions. Yeah, Pro Tools. Well, that's kind of why. It's like
There
this
we go.
computer's like running so much shit on it
Yeah.
that we're
Well,
like, ooh.
One of the other problems too is it's the computer's also powering the screen. So like my window service in the Mac is just doing too much. It's just doing so many things at once. And I need to just get it just a separate screen that powers itself.
Yeah, Knives, that's everything that we do here. So
Absolutely.
if you would like to check out more info on what we do here, what we're about, all that kind of stuff, and how it works, how much it is, all of that info can be found at the link tree in Torvik's profile. You'll see a link that says Track Talk Submission. But yeah, we go really in depth. We will literally listen to your song a couple times through. We'll take like 20 minutes going over your stuff. So, and it's not just music, it's also your brand and how to get better at marketing, stuff like that.
Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it.
Oh, awesome, Joe. I love that so much. I'll check it out today.
Killer, man. Amazing.
When we
amazing,
go over
amazing.
Your stuff.
Flow Motion, welcome in.
That's
welcome
amazing,
in.
Joe. You did that so fast.
If you would like to read more details about what we do, Flow Motion, then go to my link tree and click on Track Talk Submission. You can read through the structure of the live and everything there. We're going to get started here in just a minute. If you would like to submit, like I said, you can go to my link tree and click on Track Talk Submission or hit ! Submit if you are in the purple app, which is where I suggest y'all go if you have the ability to. That will offer you a little bit more control and a better experience. But we're going to get started as soon as we get to 5,000 likes and 20 shares. So make sure you're tapping the screen and sharing out the live. We'll get things moving here in a bit.
Z, thank you so much. You're the best.
That's the dream. That's the dream.
Joseph, this live would be nothing without you now. You have to be here, bro.
Seriously, man.
Yeah, we just love having you.
It's lonely. It's lonely.
Also, Joe Allen, that is definitely the dream and the goal, right? We talk about it all the time. We found a way, these different ways, right? We're doing these consultations. We're obviously doing all the services through Obsidian Key. But we still talk about how it'd be a dream for us to be able to like work heavily on our own stuff, you know? Right now, we don't really get to take much time for that, so it's tough. Torvik's better at it than I am, but...
When I make stuff by myself, I do one input though, so I just have to start making things by myself. I'm sure it's hard too though, because since you're constantly on other stuff. 100%. I mean, it's like, and to me, honestly, it's not even that it's a chore. It's just like literally not having the time or like mental capacity for it.
Exactly, yeah.
Appreciate you, Joe. It's because like I still constantly. I
Thank
mean,
you so much, Joe. You're the best.
I've got voice
We love
notes
you
full of
guys.
ideas and little 30-second like beats and melodies and stuff that I'm making all the time. But it's just to be able to actually see them through into like a finished record at the quality that I want them to be, and them not feel like rushed and feel like I'm just like trying to pump something out. That's the hard part. It's what you're talking about is more so for with me listening to other music. People are like, "What's have you heard the new whatever album?" I'm like, most likely not. Like, I really don't listen to
Or yeah,
much
people will
music.
also reach out like, hey, can you just please check this really quick and stuff? And it's like it's not really quick at the end of the day if we did that for everyone that is
Yeah,
reaching out
right,
outside of the live. So we're
right.
like, it's not that we're not trying to be generous, Of course, we would always like to be generous with our time and our resources, but it's so tough. Like we just
Yeah.
can't. We're too burned out.
I'm gonna like save my ears too. Like if I'm gonna be like even on a live stream doing like 4, 5, 6 hours, something like that on a live stream, and then still be like producing for 5, 6 hours or mixing for a client for another 5, 6 hours or something like
What?
that.
Rich House? What?
Because I think,
What are you talking about?
what are you talking about?
I hear what you're saying. Like, y'all should totally check out what I do.
Yeah.
It's so funny.
Rich House Reviews. Oh, I know Rich House Reviews.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Rich is a troll.
Oh, okay. I was like, what the fuck?
Rich is a troll.
I
I was
thought
like,
it
wait,
was
I was
gonna
like,
be
wait,
a
I know
whole
that. I
thing.
know that name.
I thought it was gonna be like a whole deal where it was like somebody who didn't know how it worked, and we're like, no, we
No,
got
it's
your
like,
credit. Don't worry.
bro, I got rosacea and I'm Norwegian. That's how it goes around here. What's up, Dish? Good to see you, bro. Jay, wait, what's up, man?
That's funny.
All right, y'all. It's tough. Life of a creative managing. Oh, welcome over to Twitch too, man. Managing time between work, personal life, girlfriend, family, music is not easy, but we do 100% Cameo. 100%. Hey, appreciate you from Mississippi. Welcome in, man.
100%.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, especially like we get it, man. Like for the vast majority of people that are attempting to do music, it's one of 15 different things that you're doing, right? It's like for most people, it's not your entire world. You're working a job or a couple jobs, you got a family, you got friends,
Awesome, Joseph. Sounds good.
got a whole life, outside of what you're trying to do creatively. And that's a challenge, right? I mean, that's not an easy thing to do, man. So I respect anybody who chooses to take time and money and resource and energy and point it towards something creative, because that's not an easy thing to do. It's not an easy thing to do at all. Jay, go to my link tree, click on Track Talk Submission. You can see all the details there. Just read through the steps. Make sure you follow everything there and you'll be good to go. And we're going to get started here in a minute. We just got to get to 5,000 likes and 20 shares. Rock, paper, scissors, best
2 out of 3. Let's go.
Are you doing shoot or just 1, 2, 3?
No.
All right. 1, 2, 3.
You have to let me do it.
Okay, fine.
Okay, put your scissors back out then. Okay.
God damn! Damn, where's my It was very sad.
No.
This
Okay.
thing's been through.
I need to glue that shit back in.
Well, it has to only glue to the little
Yeah,
rubber
for sure.
gasket on the outside. Libby want it. Easy
Slight work.
baby. It's just a good tax. Hey, you're not wrong, man. You're not wrong. I'm like, oh yeah, I need all this stuff, and then it's like, sometimes just trying to reduce that taxable income a little bit. But it's still, it's still a good outlet.
Taxes are tough, bro. Self-employed taxes, I'm like, whoo.
Taxes are beer. Can't say that much on TikTok since there still happen to be live over here on this. It's a beer.
It's really low though. 6 people.
I know. Well, it was like 2 a second ago. They're just definitely in a weird
They're
spot.
definitely going through something.
Definitely going through some weird things. All right, y'all. Let's just try to get it to 2K. Come on, somebody. Give me the 2K. 2K likes and 20 shares. I'll lower it for y'all.
Okay, I'll help.
Oh yeah.
What's up, Cameo? Thanks for being here.
right, Joe. Let's get it there. Let's get it there real quick. Z, Joe, everyone's hopping over for it. Yeah.
Aw, Joe, thank you so
it,
much.
yeah, Z
You guys are so sweet.
and Joe are like, okay, let's do this. Let's make it happen.
Thank you, Z.
The ghost town. The ghost town over here. Let me get you pulled up real quick to Cameo. Let me get you pulled up. I should still have yours from the 7th here. All on Me. Is that the most current record from you? I know it was a little while ago. Perfect. With you.
And then Cameo, just let me know. I can't remember if we've gone over anything as far as your branding and marketing stuff goes, so just let me know what you'd like us to go over as far as your visuals go. Like, we can definitely go over your Spotify, YouTube, Instagram, Linktree, any album covers you got, any outfits you need feedback on for your event coming up. It can literally be anything, you guys.
All right. It's about time. It's about time. It's about time.
Awesome. Okay, sounds
good. Perfect. 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 And then let me get some of these updated names here too. And let me go and get you downloaded here. Let me see if it'll let me do this real quick. Because I'm offline. Hold on. I'm not offline. See if it'll let me download it real quick. For us to never see this through. There we go.
We'll fly like paper planes in the sky. Ooh,
all right, let's go.
I'm excited. That's on the cool already.
Let's go. We got patents.
We got
Raphael, thanks so much for hopping in. Nick, welcome in. And then Nick, I think I just got you. Is that you who just sent it in? I want to make sure I get the right name up on the board. But if you want to submit, go to my link tree and click on Track Talk Submission. Just follow all the steps there, read through all the details. Got you, Nick. Let me get you up there with yours real quick. Boom. Keep the board updated. Perfect. Got you. Appreciate you so much. All right. Let's get into it. It's time. It's time. This is Cameo 13. Cameo is one of the OGs. To be honest, my main dream is being a songwriter much more than being the artist. I'm kind of in a similar spot, Cameo. I love songwriting. I'm so passionate about songwriting. And the production side too. I love the production side too, but even more than the analytical engineering side and stuff.
What's up, JV? Good to see you.
Love songwriting. So I feel that deeply. This is All on Me, Cameo 13. Let's get into it. Go ahead. Obviously, I've heard plenty of your music before, but update me briefly on your role in this track as far as mix, production. Obviously, I know your vocal. Bridges, welcome in. Thanks so much for being here.
Oh, my freaking Instagram's tripping. Look,
I got so many things glitching on me right now.
Look. And then I go to this.
What the hell?
It keeps popping up, bro.
God, everything has been super super messy.
Pissing me off.
I miss. Yeah, you focus on one thing and then sometimes the other thing falters.
That's all right. We're all working on improvement, right?
So this is you all the way through, Cameo. Production, mix, master, all the way through?
Awesome.
Let's get it. I'm excited. And
they basically won't let me choose not to use my data for ads.
Come on, dude.
It's like you have a say in the ads you see, but then whenever I put manage choice and pick the other option that says no, don't make my ads more relevant by using this information, it keeps popping up.
Brutal.
So it's basically like, no, we're gonna steal your data.
All right, let's get a Cameo. I'm excited to dig into this. Also, just really quickly, let me know where you're at release-wise. Like, it says a master, so let me know. Is this in distribution, ready to go, or are you still building it out, waiting for a release in the summer or something like that? Just give me some context. This is All on Me, Cameo 13, man. I appreciate your patience, too. I know it's been a minute. Let's get into it. It's out already. Oh, hold on. Well, then, what are we doing? We got to stream it then. Might as well give you some streams, bro. Cameo 13. All on Me.
This is gonna be a problem.
When did it come out? Hell yeah. We gotta get you the stream.
Even if I hit allow, it's not letting me pull it up. Like,
you could check for a app update on there. Maybe it's super annoying. I tried updating my phone this morning for the first time in like 6 years. And it's like, I feel like everything's going haywire. All right, this is All on Me by Cameo 13. It is out on all platforms. So please go stream the song, go add it to your playlist, go run up the numbers, and make sure that you
Let's go, I'm
follow
pumped.
Cameo 13 on all platforms. I'm assuming this just came out pretty recently then. Let's get it.
It'll show the date usually if you go to the song. We just exited out of it.
Doesn't work on this platform.
The days go by, I won't hesitate to pick up the phone. Probably sick and tired of your last man trying to get you back into my zone. Yeah, time to sit down, be quiet for real. I've been on your mama's on time and still can't leave me alone. Why? Pour me another round, vision get blurry. As soon as you get into my crib, I'ma need some privacy, gon' hit that door. Love the way you walk it, hear your presence, I know. You ain't wanna see no one else. Do not disturb, it's turned on. I love the way you walk it, hear your presence, I know. You ain't wanna see no one else.
Yeah, nice job,
Do not
Cameo.
disturb, it's turned on. Cause you gon' be all on me, all on me, all on it. Cause you gon' be all on me, all on me, all on it.
Yeah.
Cause you gon' be all on me, all
Did you use the Neumann or the 7B on this one?
Cause you gon' be all on me, all on me, all on it.
Such a cool voice, man.
Don't act like you switched on me, baby. Cause you know I need more of ya. It's been a while since you hit me up, baby. I know you've been thinking about me lately. Bad face with no makeup on, you know I like that. Yeah. Might have to take my time on your body so you don't forget that. You know you're the baddest, I'm missing it, no. So I'ma send the Uber so you can pull up to my home. I love the way you walk it, hear your presence, I know. You ain't wanna see no one else. Do not disturb, it's turned on. I love the way you walk it, hear your presence,
I can hear that,
I know. You ain't wanna see no one else. Do not disturb, it's turned on. Cause you gon' be all on me, all on me, all on it.
Do you have like CLA vocals on or something like that, or a plugin similar to that? What's up, Slim?
Cause you gon' be all on me, all on me, all on it. Cause you gon' be all on me, all on me, all on it.
Tight. Yeah, killer. Super cool record, man. Really smooth. Yeah, like that chorus right there. Beautiful, man. Let's get into it, man. Y'all show some love to Cameo 13.
That was really nice.
Really good, like R&B song structure. Great distinction from your hook to your verses. Really, and honestly, like a pretty good balance to your. You're doing all of this yourself, man. Produced, performed, mixed, mastered, all that stuff.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
I could hear
100%. 100%, man. But honestly, really good record. Feels very cohesive and a great structure from start to finish. So let's run straight back into it, man. Sounds killer. Let's talk about a couple little details. But dude, you're crushing it, man. You have such a cool voice. I'm just excited for you to like kind of finally get like the exposure and flowers that you deserve when it comes to. I mean, you've been at this music for a minute, man. So I'm excited for you to get what you need out of it. You're super talented, bro. And I do like your writing a lot too, man. It fits in this vein really well. And I mean this in the best way. It's very commercial, very modern. I feel like you do this style very well. I could see you like writing for like you talked about, like a Bryson or even like a P&D, like a little like darker R&B and stuff like that. I could definitely see you writing in that vein 100%, man. You definitely have this the talent for it. And the vocal chops to actually demo. I think that's where people get mixed up too, is they're like, I want to write for people, but they don't even know how to facilitate a song that someone who's maybe more talented as a vocalist can even execute. And so I think this is a good vein for you because you do have a great voice. So I do think you could execute writing in this vein pretty cohesively without too many issues. This is All On Me by Cameo 13. The song is released, so if you like it, please go stream it. Go add it to your playlist. Go like it. All that good stuff. Let's get into it. Let's run it from the top.
Goodness gracious, finally got in.
Gosh.
Don't they now know I'm trying to check cameo out? Let's go, you got a beacons.
The days go by, won't hesitate to pick up the phone.
Yep.
Probably sick and tired of your last man trying to get you
100%.
back into my zone. Yeah. Time to sit down, be quiet for real. I've been on your mama's on time and still can't leave me alone. Why? Pour me another round, vision get blurry. As soon as you get into my crib, I'ma need some privacy, gon' hit that door.
Really clean vocal comps too, so you can hear your from a mixing standpoint, you can like hear the splice that it's like a really seamless vocal structure, but nothing feels like choppy and like really off center when it comes to the way that you're actually executing those comps and fading them. They're really, really clean. So your overlaps sound fantastic. Just a really good job executing on the vocal itself. I have something I'm listening for, but honestly, man, it's a pretty good balance on the mix. In this style, I feel like you're doing a great job of your filtering and building out like those chorus layers. There's something I'm listening for in the background vocals and then one more in the lead. But honestly, man, you're the fact that you did all this yourself, man, you've been crushing it for a minute, man. Super proud of the work that you put in.
To my crib, I'ma need some privacy, gon' hit that door. Love the way you walk it, hear your presence, I know. You ain't wanna see no one else.
Yeah.
Do not disturb, it's turned on. I love the way you walk it, hear your presence, I know. You ain't wanna see no one else. Do not disturb, it's turned on. Cause you gon' be all on me, all on me, all on it.
So there's okay, so the only thing that I'll mention on the background vocals, there is a part of me that wants to, like, this production is super warm and wide and open and very, at least the perception is that it's simple, even if there's some complexity to it. The perception is very simple and warm and wide. Your vocal sometimes just feels a little narrow in contrast to that, and you do have some other vocals that sit outside of that, but it would be nice to open up some of those layers right there just a little bit, just a little bit. Page still frozen. I'm out. Energy, I'm not sure what your...
It's not frozen on my end, so it must be on there.
Yeah, it's probably just your Wi-Fi. But yeah, come back anytime. I'll back it up just a little bit here. I would love when you hear the... on that like high walk down that you do on the hook. It would be nice. I do hear the other vocal layers in there, but just kind of looking to the future to have those positioned outside. Yeah, a little more layering just to me, because you're like mono lead is so powerful. It's what's up, Prince? Welcome in. Appreciate all the likes as well. You have great power out of your lead vocal, phenomenal melodies, great consistency, great repetition, and sometimes it can feel like a little lonely in the mix. So I think what would be nice, just kind of looking into a future record, and I have heard this from you before, would be to choose your accent moments and kind of your climax moments in the song and give them a little bit more energy, a little more width, and a little bit more openness on those. So on that, all on me, all on me, all on me, on that little walk down right there, having like some really, really nice structured layers right there. High harmony on that bridge going down. 100%. Yeah, just stacking that with like the third harmony left and right. And then even with some like pedal tones of just this is kind of like building out some like pads almost on the outside would be really nice. Especially on like those main hook elements. Thank you for the tiny Diny. I appreciate you.
Cause you gon' be all on me, all on me, all on me.
Again, I hear that. I hear like that background vocal there. It's just like positioning that to the outside and then kind of opening up the mix a little bit. But your execution of your vocals, I think, is fantastic. Honestly, really, really good. One of the only things that I heard, like as far as like the mix goes itself, is it can feel smaller when I kind of want it to float a little bit, you know, maybe be a little bit more open.
Cause you gon' be all on me, all on me.
Mix on the production is nice though. It's tight, punchy, well saturated.
Cause you gon' be all on me, all on me, all on it. Cause you gon' be all on me, all on me, all on it.
Great voice, man. Thank you for the follow.
Don't act
Appreciate
like
you.
you switched on me, baby. Cause you know I need more of ya. It's been a while since you hit me.
And then honestly, this is the only other thing that I'll say. This is strictly stylistic and cameo. You kind of know me at this point. Anytime I'm mentioning something stylistically, I always want to preface it. Like, feel free to like ignore what I'm saying because you obviously have a specific vision for your song, and my goal is not to change that or put something in your mind that's not the authentic vision of the song, but maybe something that could lead to what you had as a vision being more impactful. I actually really like the chorusing on your vocal. I like the kind of like the ensemble kind of effect that gives you that almost stack even just on your lead vocal. I actually really like that effect. That is very popular with like Chris Brown, Tori, Bryce, and stuff like that. So I think you're 100% on the right track. I kind of wish that it maybe only came in on the hook itself. Thank you for the follow, appreciate it. And maybe dried up the lead vocal and left your flangers and your chorusing to your background vocals on the verse, right? So as an example, your verse would be dry, super, still auto-tuned, all that stuff, right? Very highly compressed, nice and bright, but kind of punchy and bright and dry on the verses, supported by reverberated chorused backgrounds that are auto-panned and floating around and stuff like that. And then punching in your hook with a stack of vocals, chorusing on the lead vocal, and a little bit more ambiance, right? Just creates like a little bit of contrast and kind of makes that effect matter a little bit more in the mix. Yeah, it's a subtle thing because I like it. I do like the sound. It works well for your vocal and it works well in this specific song and in this genre. But I think in the future, when you find that really, really good effect, see if there's any places that you can take it out, right? Like that's like anytime like I hear like a really good filtered vocal or chorused vocal, or even just like crazy vocal runs, it's like being really tasteful with the way that you do it can make it matter so much more when it happens. So if all of a sudden you go from this like dry, punchy verse that's maybe a little bit more vulnerable, a little bit more intimate, and then you just kind of crush the chorus, it becomes saturated and chorused and maybe more reverb automated up, stuff like that. It just creates a nice contrast and makes it like matter more when you do it. This is not a right or wrong thing. It's a stylistic thing. But that's two things that I can hear would be just, focusing on your panning structure so it feels wider, more vibrant, and then maybe being slightly more intentional with when you introduce some of those effects. Sure. And it's like also like I always I mean, I know you're wanting to be a bit more or Phil, I think yeah, and they
Commercial
just
industry
think
standard.
everything's auto-tune. I've seen people on like in the comment sections of certain vocalists and songs be like, I hate the auto-tune. It's just like the reverb in a room. And like people don't even know what they think they're hearing. So I actually understand that completely, where you kind of have to like mitigate some of that and think about it a little bit. But I think that's why, what's up, Jenna? I think that's why if you set the tone with something a little bit more dry, it kind of lays the foundation. It kind of lays like the foundation of the song where they know you can actually sing, even if there is auto tune on. Like everyone knows T-Pain can sing, right? Like everybody kind of knows that now, especially because he's done some dry stuff. And so I think if you set the foundation of a drier vocal on a verse, it leaves you some leeway, right? It gives you a little bit of grace on your hook to experiment and your bridges to experiment a little bit more. Just because you've laid a foundation where people kind of trust your voice, they see your skill as a writer, they're hearing what you're saying a little bit more than the processing, and you hit them with the hook and then bring out the layers, bring out the chorus, and I think more people will vibe with it. There's small details. These are all like 20-minute little revision things, but I do think it can have an impact on people connecting to the song a little bit more. But honestly, dude, I do like your writing. This is like a good, like classic modern R&B song. I think you've executed really well. Your writing is great. It's very consistent. I appreciate the tiny dinies. Thank you so much. And I appreciate you as well, Jenna.
Yeah, thanks for the gifts, guys.
But yeah, I think you're doing so many things well. These are like little polished things, right? Because you're crushing at your own mixes. You're crushing at your own creativity and building out these kind of, like warm filtered production elements and stuff like that. These are like little things that hopefully can kind of like take it from 10 to 11. You know what I mean? But you're crushing it, dude. You're so talented.
Thanks for the follow on Twitch.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. Let me go run out the last 30 seconds of the song here, but dude, you're
Also,
crushing
hi
it.
Jenna, how are you?
Crushing it, dude. And then opening that panning structure a little bit too.
Pretty good, just tired, but good.
And then last thing I'll mention, Cameo, this is just an idea. Honestly, this outro sounds really good. I like the way that you're floating with your layers and your ad-libs there. But the last thing I would say is one idea to do at the end of a song on your last hook is to have a stack of vocals carry your hook as backgrounds. And it allows you to float away with your lead a little bit more as a like more prominent lead vocal, right? So on this on that lead vocal you have right there, having that as like a really tight stack, even pulled back a little bit to where like even if you had no lead vocal over the top, this is like really popular in like gospel and soul and like classic R&B, but like your stack of vocals even with no ad libs would kind of carry, right? Like you can still hear the hook as background vocals, and that allows you to do like ad libs with a little bit more power and allow you to push them a little bit more forward because they're not competing with another lead vocal trying to still do the hook, right? Some little like little ideas like that is like create a stack that sits in the background that structures the whole thing, and then float away with your ad libs over the top, and then you hear them more, right? When you're doing those beautiful runs, dude, you got a great voice. When you're doing those runs, they sit a little bit more forward in the mix, have a little bit more impact, a little bit more power. But dude, absolutely crushing it, y'all. If you're not already, go stream Cameo 13. The song's called All On Me, and it is out on all platforms. Miles,
Talk
welcome in.
to the sun with my skin.
It's like a trigger
Sorry,
every time
guys. It's just we have to do that every time Miles Kendrick hops
It's a
in.
locked-in response when Miles comes in.
Cameo. So I did check out your Spotify. It looks good. I would just say that there could be some more identifiable branding. Honestly, overall, I do feel like you have a vibe going or starting, which is kind of like that moodier, darker, I'm gonna call it Severance looking colored vibe,
Blue
which
and
is
white,
awesome. I love that. I love that moody vibe. You're the best too, Miles. Thanks for hopping in, dude. Oh, thank you, Jenna. That's sweet. But yeah, so I feel like you do have an aesthetic beginning to take shape, but I always do recommend if you're not using Pinterest, it's a really good tool and I think you'll just have fun with it. Nothing really compares to their algorithms as far as aesthetics and visuals go. So highly recommend it in all fronts on the visual side of things for things like album covers, maybe even, you know, ideas for your merchandise one day or anything like that. It's just really good, but especially for branding. So that could be a little tool you can utilize if you want to. And then in your oh yeah, so you would want to get a banner once you kind of identify what you want that aesthetic to be. I would definitely work on getting a Spotify banner that fits the aesthetic and the vibe that you're going for. And then when it comes to your description, it's really good. And I appreciate that you have around 200 characters here. You do have 1,500 to work with on Spotify. So just keep that in mind. The more you put in and the more you're strategic with, what you say in that bio, the more Spotify's algorithms can use, for SEO and stuff like that. You're going to laugh, but I already am laughing.
And then...
Oh yeah,
No,
I
dude.
literally will tell people to use, some kind of AI for it
yeah.
if you need to. What I will say is you'll want to make sure to just capitalize on it even more. So, I see that you have Chris Brown, Tory Lanez, Party Next Door. That's perfect. You
Awesome.
want that. But just make sure that once you're logged into the Spotify for Artists, that you put the @ symbol in front of each name so that it actually hyperlinks it and makes it clickable on the user side of thing, and also makes it so that the Spotify algorithm can like fully pick up on those names and how to pair you with, those artists so that, you can hopefully tap into their listeners. But yeah, no, I think it's really good. I think it's a great start. I would also add another really good keyword is like location. So wherever you're based out of, you could do that. But there's nothing wrong with using AI for stuff like that. Obviously, you had to feed it all of the information.
Right.
So it was a collaborative opportunity there. And AI can be a really good tool in that way where it already knows how to maximize and make the most of it for a specific platform like that.
Definitely.
So no problem with that. And then I did check out your beacons and it looks really, really good. What I would recommend to clean up your page a bit and make it more straightforward. Basically, when somebody goes to your website or your link tree or anything, you want it to be as like dummy proof as possible. So you want it to be as obvious as possible what you want them to do, if that makes sense. So instead of having All on Me, song 2025, All on Me by Cameo on Apple Music, you ideally would be like stream my latest song or stream my latest song All on Me if you want the title in it. And then And then you just use one of those platforms. There's like several of them now, but use one of those platforms that will basically allow you to put every single platform that you stream to and that you distribute to, I mean. But all of their streaming options basically on one link so that when they click that one button, all of them are listed out and you don't have to be like, but check out my Apple Music, but check out my Spotify, and don't forget Google Music or whatever, you know. You can just make it as easy as possible there. And it also cleans up your page so that it doesn't look too messy or muddy or anything like that. But yeah, honestly, the way it's laid out is really good overall. Since you do want to focus on more of the songwriting side of things, the way that
Gotcha,
I would
Miles.
lay it out in the future, I don't know exactly how Beacons works because I've never personally worked with it. But through Obsidian Key, we do offer website design. It's not me that does it personally. We have somebody on our team that does it. But if you ever are interested in a full website, then we would be happy and honored to work with you. Basically what I want you to look forward to, and maybe you can even, you know, find some way to implement this into your beacons now. I just don't know exactly how it works, so you could look into it. But is some kind of tab or button that would lead them to your demos, because that's going to be the biggest thing for a songwriter, right? Is to really put on display that you're on the writing side of things, and that you honestly never know if somebody would want to purchase your song outright right there, or if, you know, somebody from a label, or if somebody from there was another word I was looking for and then it just left me. Sometimes that randomly happens, especially when I'm tired.
Or anything.
Exactly.
What's
Thank
up, Stakes?
you. Yeah.
Stakes is a great example of this. Stake just got a song that was purchased by
Awesome.
like a
Perfect
pop band
perfect timing, Stakes.
Indonesia, am I making that up? Something like that just like started going crazy. So
But
that's
yeah,
a
so
great example of that.
or sync libraries coming to look, and you know, if your SEO is on point, if you have your demos laid out, it's all very clear and it's easy to read and it looks professional, all that stuff. It sounds professional.
I mean, yeah, it's like
Perfect.
even in your marketing, like as if you're wanting to be more on the songwriter side too. Sounds good, Miles. I just got you into. I appreciate you, man. If you want to be more on the songwriting side, when
I'm excited, Miles.
When you post your content, post it from a writer's perspective too. Like, this is a song I just wrote based on this experience, this thing that I saw, this cultural anomaly, whatever. You know what I mean? Like, you can start to, instead of just like, I'm a dope artist, go stream me, I'm like, go see me as an artist kind of a thing. You can focus on the writing side. It's like, man, I just went through this crazy life thing. It inspired me to write this song. And then people start to see you as a writer, as a poet, as an actual artist in that capacity, as opposed to most people who are just like trying to get their streams up. If you want business as a writer, if you actually want to be able to like co-collaborate with other people, I would encourage you to post from the perspective
especially
of
if that's what you predominantly want to do.
100%. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate you a lot.
What's
Lee,
up, Big
welcome
Love a
in,
Baby?
Lee. And Love a Baby, appreciate you hopping as well. But man, y'all show some
Hi,
love.
Lee. Good to see you. Happy Friday,
show some
guys.
love, show some love. Man, you're the family cameo. Cameo's been here from like the first couple months of doing the live like 2 years ago.
Your name used to be something different, right? Or has it always been Cameo? I can't remember.
It's always been Cameo.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if it was Cam something.
That's someone else, I think.
Well, I remember your old profile picture. It was like colored. It was like pinkish, I think.
Stinky, what's
I don't
up?
know, but
Happy
either way,
birthday, Lava. Happy
Cameo,
birthday.
you really have been here a long time, and we
Yeah.
love you in this community. So you know we got your back no matter what you need. In your journey, we're here for you.
100%, man. You're a beast, man. Appreciate you so much. Thanks for your patience and
Happy
sending that in
birthday,
too.
it's Love a Baby.
All right, let me make sure that I'm updated here real quick. I think I am. So Miles, I got
Happy
you.
birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, it's Love a Baby.
Love, baby.
Happy
Big
birthday
birthday
to you.
There you go. There you go. What a beautiful moment.
Well, you ruined it with that.
That was nice.
Cha cha cha.
That was nice.
Hi, Raya.
All
Raya
right,
just hops in. Cha cha cha.
let's keep it going. We got Joelle and Christy in the building.
Let's go, Lee. I hope it goes well.
Let's go. Exciting. Love to you too, man. All right, let's keep it going. Joe, hop in the chat. Just let us know that you are here. If you would like to submit, go to my link tree, click on Track Talk Submission, read through and follow all the steps, check the line, check the order, all that good stuff. You can
Love you,
always
Lee. Thanks for
find
hopping
that
in.
list. You got a show tonight? Let's go. Love it, baby. I love it.
Let's go. I love that so much. I hope it goes well. Perfect, Joe.
Dun, 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 dun. Sorry, Mother, did you see my message on Discord production help channel? I'm not positive.
I haven't checked the Discord in
I
a
haven't
while.
been
We've
over there
been
for a minute.
really overwhelmed and just trying to keep our heads
Yeah.
above water.
Got 5 million things that we're trying to figure out right now, but I'll see if I can get over there later today. All right, let's get into it, man. Let's get into it. This is Burning Down Small Town by Joe Allen Christie. And then let me know if there's any, Burning Down Small Town USA. Let me know if there's any other details or if this is pretty similar in structure to the last one that you sent in. But let's get it, man. Joe is a beast. Really, really talented songwriter and artist. I'm excited to get into
Yuri,
it, man.
welcome in. All the info is at the link tree in Torvik's profile. You'll see Track Talk submission and all the info's there. Just make sure to read through that and then check the line on the Purple app or on YouTube.
Got you with the lyrics here too. I appreciate that. All right,
welcome
let's
to
get
the
into
Vibe Tribe. If you're new here, guys, we are so happy to have you.
Releasing May 2nd.
Yeah, of course. Thank you.
And got you, Z. I got you as well, man. I appreciate you.
Awesome, Joe. Okay, I'm excited. I'll also check out the changes you made.
She's daddy's girl, homecoming queen, captain of the softball team. Loves her parents and they love her. Still sits between them at church. Money ain't great in a small Texas town, but her daddy's been saving since she's been around. Off to greener pastures, or so they say. Burning down small town USA.
Beautiful
Been
mix.
6 months since she's been gone. Christmas is here and she's coming home. A stranger just walked through that door. She don't eat turkey or pray anymore.
Is this in distribution already?
His hard-earned money wasted away. His daughter hates him for supporting 2A. Taught to be mad at the world and full of hate. Burning down small town USA.
Yeah, Joe Allen
Small
is so
town
talented, guys.
USA is
Cool.
burning down. What the hell's going on in these college towns? The devil's knocking at the door, trying to take out Mount Rushmore. The whole damn country's turning into California. Burning down small town USA. Mom can't sleep, she tosses and turns, sad she's lost her little girl. Dad stays busy trying to forget, but he sees her face in every sunset. They call each Sunday, but her phone just rings. They're praying to hear her voice again. Everything they taught her, she just pushed away. Burning down small town USA. Small town USA is burning down. What the hell's going on in these college towns? The devil's knocking at the door, trying to take out Mount Rushmore. The whole damn country's turning into California. Burning down small town USA.
Such a catchy.
It's already catchy.
Yeah,
It's
such a
what-
catchy
I already know
hook.
it.
She's a little older now. She's got a family of her own. She knows she's put them through hell. Finally picks up the telephone. Small town USA is burning down. What the hell's going on in these college towns? God works in mysterious ways, so keep the faith, he'll save the day. When the whole damn country's turning into California. God bless small town
Let's go, Joe.
That's a country record. That sounds really, really
That's
great.
a country record right there. Y'all,
I
show
love
some love
that.
to Joe. You have such a distinct sound to your vocal, man. It's really, really, really nice and just easy to distinguish, man. I feel like if I could easily pick out your vocal, man. It's really, really nicely done. Mix on the production is phenomenal too. Super open and vibrant, and it's got a lot of movement.
I was gonna say I don't mind that it's in distribution because it sounds great. Good
Sounds,
to
yeah, sounds.
should be.
really, really good. And you're just a great, like I have the lyrics in front here too. You're just a great storyteller as well, man. Like you could feel all of the nuances of everything that you're feeling here too.
Not
He's
yet.
not famous
Not
yet.
yet.
Not famous yet. But yeah, very, very talented, man. Really, really, really well done on the song. And I'll just say off the bat before we dive into it, I kind of have the same note as the last one. So you've already worked on a couple of these records. So I'll just say it for the next few. I still want to hear those harmonies stacked and a little bit
Exactly.
wider and a little bit more open, just because I do feel like it'll offer a little bit more of the glue between your vocal and the production, where your vocal can feel like distinct and alone. Having a little bit more openness to those harmonies and maybe even a little bit more loudness does help like connect the two, right? It gives you some layering there. So that's the same thing as the last song. So I thought before we even get back into it, I'll throw that out there. Something to continue to kind of look for in the future.
We're gonna
But
have to get some of your merch, Joe Allen.
let's go. Yeah, you're super talented. Let's run it back. We'll skip through. Honestly, it sounds beautiful. We'll chop through a couple little moments in here. But the mix on the production is beautiful. The actual structure of your vocal in here is really, really nicely done. Let's get into it. Just wanted to say that off the bat, just because I think that will help your vocal connect to the production just a little bit more. But it is.
I loved the classic pulling out of the instruments towards the end, where the
Yep.
focus was on the vocal. It was just really well done. I liked it.
Love it. Yeah, you're a beast, man. Really, really well done.
And you did that full circle moment that I
She's
love about
daddy's
old
girl,
country.
Yeah.
homecoming queen.
It's like you get the whole story kind of all the way back around.
And then you
that's-
shift the perspective.
Yep.
And I love that so much.
Love that. Very
More
well
hopeful. You ended off on a hopeful tune, which I think we all need these days,
done.
right?
Yeah. It's like if we're gonna burn, if it's all burning down,
If it's burning down,
then
at
I need
least,
a little glimmer of hope.
at least it
just a
ends
little
on
bit.
some hope and faith.
Right.
There we go.
Right. All right, let's get into it.
Queen, captain of the softball team, loves her parents and they love her. Still sits between them at church. Money ain't great in a small Texas town, but her daddy's been saving since she's been around. Off to greener pastures, or so they say.
In the lyric structure too, you like immediately get this kind of like anticipation. Like you're doing a great job of that. Like when you listen to the lyrics of like, you can already hear some of the uncertainty that's kind of happening of like, even like going off to college and like things like that. Like you can already hear some of the angst around that as you lead into your next lines of the song. Like you just did a great job on the storytelling, man. It's really, really nicely done.
Yeah.
Burning down small town US.
So I hear the third right there. Burning down small town USA. There's like a little third harmony in there. That's immediately where I would kind of open that up, like even just like 30-40%.
It's really difficult for me to hear the vocal layers in there.
Yeah.
So
It's like they're
that
there.
is a little bit of a bummer.
Yeah, they're there, but that's the same thing we talked about last time, right? They're there, but they're kind of behind your lead vocal, as if like they're kind of here like this, like maybe slightly out
Not
or
enough
something,
support of the lead
as
vocal.
opposed to like opening them up to the outside a little bit. Yeah, small detail with a huge impact.
Mhm.
Burning down small town USA.
It's there, but it's super subtle.
Then 6 months.
Let me get into the next little like hook structure. Yeah, because the rest of this sounds, it's very, very beautifully done, man. I'm excited for you to get some of these songs out you've been working on. Just great job, man. Execution's
Down
beautiful.
small town USA. Mom can't sleep, she tosses and turns. Sad she's lost her little girl. Dad's
3 verses written 2 years ago and didn't know what to do with the hook. I showed a friend and we finished it in 45 minutes,
Wow,
man. I
that's
love
awesome. Sometimes it really just takes that one person to unlock it for you,
Mhm.
right?
I
It's
love
so
that, man.
cool and so fun to work on teams like that.
Yep, brilliant.
stays busy trying to forget, but he sees her face in every sunset. They call each Sunday, but her phone just rings. They're Everything they taught her, she just pushed away. Burning down.
Yeah, because the burning down small town you. There's like the low harmony right there, right underneath it. That's like the perfect accent before your hook to kind of slowly open up the mix right there. So a couple like small things to pay attention to in like your next batch of records that you work on. But yeah, super talented, man.
Her voice again. Everything they taught her, she just pushed away.
Right here.
Burning down small town USA.
Exactly,
A
yeah.
little bit more loudness there, and then a little bit more open on like a double track of that layer. And then the song just kind of slowly opens up. It kind of slowly gets more vibrant as you go through the chorus. And then, of course, you get into the main
Hi,
stuff, so it
Sugar
opens up.
Mind.
Hey, Sugar Mine, appreciate you hopping in. East of Anthony, welcome in as well.
Small town USA is
And then we get into the last section here. But yeah, I think you have the bullet points of the things that you can focus on the next record. You're doing such an incredible job, man. Really, really well done.
hell.
And it's just like it's like the taking it from 9 to 10 thing, right? It's just
Exactly.
like,
It'll only enhance
yeah.
your music, but this wouldn't keep anyone from listening. You know what I mean?
There's all kinds of like technical glitches today. It's all kind. There's issues
Yeah,
with
TikTok's
TikTok.
not doing well, I don't think. But
TikTok's been kind of having a mind of its own with everything going on.
and then
with it,
Instagram was really giving me trouble. I literally couldn't even get on it on my iPad, so I had to. It made me delete the app and then re-get it and re-log in and get on my phone to accept it and like all this stuff. So
It's
I
annoying.
don't know.
Just
Weird.
start switching apps. hopefully it works out.
Finally picks up the telephone. Small town USA is burning down. What the hell's going on in these college towns? God works in mysterious ways, so keep the faith, he'll save the day. When the whole damn country's turning into California.
Derek, welcome in. Derek, I got some credit for you from yesterday.
God bless small town USA.
Got you.
God bless small town USA.
Y'all, show
Lovely,
some
Joe
love.
Allen.
Joe Allen.
Guys, if you're not following Joe Allen
Super
Christie on every platform, what are you doing?
Super
amazing,
talented. Man.
amazing work. Definitely go follow. Make sure you're following on Spotify. He has a cool website you can check out. Got some good merch. Definitely tap in.
Absolutely.
So Joe, I did check your Spotify and I love that you added some really good names in there. I definitely would have thought Alan Jackson as well. So I was thinking that so much the other day and I'm glad that you added his name in there. For some reason it didn't read and it didn't pick it up and hyperlink it. So it might be whatever you logged on with. If you didn't try the desktop, maybe go that route this time. And just go into Spotify for artists and make sure that whenever you put the @ symbol and you start typing out their name, that it kind of pulls it up almost like you're tagging someone on Instagram or Facebook or any other social platform. It should work that way. If you are having trouble and you're unable to get, do they have to be one word? No, it should pop up or it might need to be one word. I'm not sure. But it should pop up similarly to a social platform, like when you tag somebody. So as soon as you start typing like Waylon Jennings or whatever, it should automatically pop up. So just make sure that it does do that, and then that you click on their name.
Yeah.
That should ensure that it makes it clickable. But if you do have any trouble, maybe try Googling it and see. I do know Spotify for Artists is very glitchy. So I'm sorry if you are having any trouble there, but it will be worth it. At least you got those names added. That is better than nothing, 100%.
Yeah, TikTok's super glitchy, Sugar Mind. I think it was also all the things you're running into with the potential ban, which is not happening anymore, but a lot of stuff starts happening whenever there's
And your
something
website
crazy
looks
happening.
killer, Joe Allen. It's awesome. I love it.
It
You'll
doesn't
stream
need
my
to be one
music,
word. Okay,
Spotify and
gotcha.
Apple Music. It doesn't. Okay, nice.
Okay, good to know.
Perfect.
Yeah, but there's been a bunch of technical issues with the socials over the last couple days, honestly. Web Big, appreciate you hopping in. But y'all, show some love to
Hi,
Joe.
Kaden. Good to see you. How are you?
Retrack, welcome in. Show some love to Joe Allen Christie, dude. You're incredibly talented. I love your writing. I love the way that you place just emotion in your
Absolutely,
vocal
Joe.
structure, man. You're incredibly talented. So I'm excited that you are putting more time and effort and resource into the structure of your music, man. It just makes me happy because people deserve to hear what you're saying, man. So y'all show some love to Joe Allen Christie. They do have music out on platforms, so definitely go stream and follow and all that good stuff. Let's keep it going. Yeah, it's buggy. It's super buggy. Yeah,
Big
no,
love
it's not just y'all.
to Joe Allen. We love him in here.
And hopefully, y'all let me know, is Twitch the same? That is our main platform.
Joe Allen, I know you probably maybe don't have Discord, but I would consider getting one so that you can join our Discord, so that you can tap in with the community more. And anytime you launch a new song like this one, you can drop it in the promotions channel on there. That way we can help get your numbers up right at the beginning.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, let us know if Twitch is doing okay too. If it might just be some other technical issue.
What's up, Retrack?
But Twitch seems to be okay right now. The Twitch and YouTube stream seem to be fine. All right, let's keep it going.
I don't even want to say it out loud.
Yeah.
Thankfully, we're not experiencing technical difficulties today, but we have been lately. And it's just, I don't know. I think it's TikTok servers and stuff.
Yeah, so y'all definitely, if you're on TikTok, of course, feel free to hang out over there if that's your preferred platform. But our main streaming platform is the Purple app, as we call it around here. Try to, anyways, if I forget.
Sometimes I really just
I would encourage you to go over there. It is just better quality audio. It's not compressed like what you get over on TikTok. Thank y'all for the follows, Nick.
Yeah, thank you so much, Nick.
Here. Obviously, following and subbing over there is very, very beneficial to the community. You can always always see the live. You can always see the order, the minimums, all that good stuff. So it's definitely going to be a better experience over time. All right. Yeah, P Cruise is super glitchy on Talk. So definitely, if you haven't already, thank you for the follow.
Derek.
I appreciate it. Definitely hop on over, go to my link tree and click on See the Line, or click on either Twitch or YouTube. You'll get a better experience there for sure. All right. But yeah, it's just TikTok. TikTok's super buggy today. Probably because they thought it was going to be banned, so they turn some servers off, or who even knows. All right, this is.
I don't know. It kind of has been.
Z.
It was the other day too.
TGP. Z, TGP, hop in the chat. I know you're here. I see you.
Let's go, Z.
So Z, I'm excited to get into it. Please give us any details, any and all details to the structure of the song. Talk to me about mix. Talk to me about production and your role in any of those things. Let's get into it, man. We've got Burn My Bridges, a lot of burning songs today. Let's go. Burn My Bridges Down by Z.
Yeah, because we also had Burning the World the other day or something. I think there's a collective theme and feeling to what we're all experiencing here, right?
Yeah, right, exactly. All right, lots of burning, going on. So, all right, Burn My Bridges Down by Z.
Down.
Let's get into it, man. I'm excited. If you want to submit as well, if you are over here, go to my link tree and click on Track Talk Submission. Read through and follow all the steps. And then over on, if you're on the Purple app, just say !submit and it'll pop up right there for you.
Okay, good.
Mixed in by my friend, trying to do it ourselves instead of sending to my engineer. Got you. Perfect. Let's get it.
You know how it goes in here, Miles.
Must all like fire a little bit these days.
I think that I fucked up. I burned all of my bridges down. Anyway, I try to go, I can't make my way out. Yeah, I messed up, and I thought that.
Where'd you get the production? Is it BeatStars?
I ran out of luck. I've been burning my bridges down. I've been burning my bridges down, 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 down. Burning my bridges down, down, down. Still trying to find my way out, but I can't do this alone while I'm out on the road.
This is different, Z.
Still trying to find my way
it.
home. I just gotta show it. I just need to know that as long as you feel it in your soul, that's all you'll ever know.
Yeah.
That's all you'll ever know. As long as can't take back.
Yeah, super different, but wow.
I watched them crash like thunder when the sky went black. Try to play cool, but I lost control. I'm stuck with the weight I can't unload. Every step I take just feels like a shame. A broken man walking through his own flame. Ain't no map for the mess that I made. Just a heart full of hurt and a soul that's strayed. I think that I fucked up, I burned all of my bridges down. Anyway I try to go, I can't make my way out. And I messed up, and I thought that I ran out of love. Been burning my bridges down. I've been burning my bridges down, 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 down. Burning my bridges down, down, down. Trying to find my way out. I think that I fucked up, I burned all of my bridges down.
Yeah, it takes like 30 seconds. It's so much better, friends.
I can't make my way out. Yeah, I messed up,
Let's go, Z.
and I lost control. But I can't do this alone while I'm out on the road and still trying to find my way home. I just gotta know, and I'm just trying to show that as long as you feel it in your soul, that's all you'll ever know. That's all you'll ever know.
Did it? Oh, it's probably your settings, Raya.
As long as you feel it in your soul, that's all you'll ever know.
Let's
It's
go.
your settings, Raya. You can change that.
Let's go, let's go. Y'all show some love. That is Burn My Bridges Down by Z. Let's get into it. ZTGP. I'm excited to dive into this, man. Let me know really quick, Z,
Yeah,
where
that
you're
was
at.
nice. It
with-
also reminded me of is it Jake Johnson or what? No, something Johnson. You know who I'm talking about? Making banana pancakes.
Oh, I can't think of it right now.
What?
I can't think of it right now.
Is it Jack Johnson, guys?
Thank you for the follow-up.
It's- Jack is not
I
sounding
think you
right.
said Jake. Yeah, you said Jack. Or you said Jake. I think it's Jack.
Oh, maybe I
Jack,
said
yeah,
Jake. It's
yeah.
Jack. It's Jack. Okay, perfect.
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
it's giving that, and I like it.
100%. Dude, I like this a lot. Honestly, it works really well with your vocal. There's a couple things I want to dig into. I don't know how deep you are.
I was so
into-
close.
Yeah, very close. I was like, Jake
One
Johnson.
letter off.
Jake Johnson is the actor in New Girl, right? Is that?
Oh
I
yeah,
was,
yeah, yeah.
I was
yeah.
like, wait, something's not clicking for me. Anyways, I really like this style of production for your vocal. I feel like it works really well. There are a couple phrasing things I want to get into where I feel like you've put maybe 1, 2, 3 too many syllables in certain lines. And what it does is it's causing you to rush some of your vocal performance, pulling you out of the pocket a little bit. And it's also making some of your song structure elements feel a little bit more inconsistent and shaky as opposed to really catchy. So my goal, especially with more of like an indie pop record like this or something even a little bit folky, is to make sure that the vocal structure, however poetic, still has enough consistency to like your cadences and your melodies that it's really easy for people to latch onto it. And if every line has like a slightly different rhythm to it or a slightly different syllable count, then it's just going to make it a little bit more difficult for people to learn it, latch onto it, repeat it, and be able to sing it right back to you, right? Your melodies are really good. You do have a good consistent hook, but there's a couple lines that feel a little bit rushed I want to dig into, and then we can kind of go from there. But let's start it from the top, man. I like your vocal a lot, man. You're doing a great job. And honestly, the fact that you're working with your friend to engineer this, save a little bit of money.
Super cool.
You're doing a pretty good job, man. The vocal's a little distinct for me. It's like a little loud compared to some of the other production and stuff like that, but it's a pretty good, like warm balance to your vocal though. I'm not mad at the mix at all. All right, let's get into it.
Really quick, can you pause it?
Yeah.
Really quick, Z, can you remind us where you're at in your journey as far as the branding and marketing side of things goes? Like, what is your goal and what is your rough plan right now? That will help us figure out how we can best help you.
Definitely. And I'm assuming y'all are mixing this off of the 2-track, not multi-track, right? Since I hear this.
I think that I fucked up, I burned all of my bridges down. Anyway I try to been burning my bridges down. I've been burning my bridges down, 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 down.
That little pocket right there, burning my bridges down, down. That little pocket right there is really nice. Like, lock into those melodies. That's really clean.
Down, burning my bridges down, down, down.
There's a couple little pockets in here, small details, with a decent impact. Towards the end of the song, there's a more kind of low key, like low dynamic moment. And then here too, you hear a little bit of like the modulation between two pitches in the auto tune, right? So it's a down, 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 and you'll hear it kind of, you're trying to do the run right there, the dun, 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 dun. You're trying to do that little run right there at the bottom, but you also are running into where like one of those pitches is halfway between the semitone. And so it's also,
Raya's testing it.
yeah,
Also,
it came through.
Z,
Came
that's
through right.
perfect. We'll definitely talk through some things that you're in a good spot, basically. But
Yeah.
we'll talk through some things.
100%. So what I would do, this is first time I mentioned today, but probably not the last, would be to get into Melodyne and manually correct those notes to be exactly
Yeah,
where
for
you
now,
want them to.
Stinky.
That way, wherever you are, at least you know that those manual corrections are exactly where you want them to be. So once you place autotune over the top of like something like Melodyne or even the graph mode, that it's exactly where you want it to be, and you're only adding the effect of autotune and the artifact of autotune, but you're not. It's not kind of randomly selecting notes if you're halfway between them, which happens here a couple little times where you'll hear the autotune do a correction that's like sounds like it's not the intended note. So just make sure that that's manual. I would try as best as you can to make sure it's either performed exactly how you want it to or manually corrected. Both are decent options.
No, I loved it, Raya. It was so funny.
Still trying to find my way out, but I can't do this alone while I'm out on the road and still trying to find my way home. I just gotta show and I just need to know that as long as you feel it in your soul, that's all you'll ever know. That's all you'll ever know. As long as you feel it in your soul, that's all you'll ever know. I've said
your hook
things I
structure's
can't
nice.
take back. I watched them crash like thunder when the sky went black. Try to play it cool, but I lost control. I'm stuck with the weight I can't.
So in this first part of the second verse, there's been at least 4 different rhythm and melody structures that have happened back to back, right? So there's no real repetition of cadence or repetition of melody. And that's what I would encourage you to dig into, because that to me, you could have like the coolest lyrics, and there's nothing wrong with any of the melodies that you have there, right? You could have a cool voice, cool lyrics, a dope production, and a clean mix. And all of those things could be going for you, but if there's not the pattern or kind of the algorithm for people to latch onto and to create that little, earworm that people can't escape when they're, working later on and stuff like
Right.
that, that's going to be a limitation to your exposure of the song. And people they might hear it today and be like, dude, love it. It's like my favorite song I've ever heard, but then they'll forget it.
And
So
I
just,
feel like
yeah.
that could be easily added into this.
Yeah, I think you could take some of the lyric structure that you have here and just kind of dial
Manipulate
it
it
in,
a little bit.
and manipulate it to match the same melodies. So like,
I watched them
so here it's in, I think based on I'm hearing it's G major. Yeah, so. Yeah, that's kind of like the main progression. Okay.
I've said things I can't take back. I watched them crash like thunder when the sky went black.
Like if you repeat that same melody, so if you have
Right.
small changes, and then you can switch to a different melody repetition, right? But having the pop immediately makes that more catchy. Just by having, even if it was the same lyrics or similar, if it's the same melody, you might need to manipulate it to match the similar melody structure as before, just to make sure that it fits, you're not rushing lyrics. But those are some other things that I do feel like you have some cool melodies there, but I do honestly think that it will limit your exposure just because people won't remember it. And it's not because you're not good, it's because it doesn't have that repetition, right? And it's going to be difficult for people to learn it, right? The sooner you can learn a song, the more it's going to be just locked in, and the more likely you're going to be humming it later on and adding it to your playlist and sharing it with people and stuff like that. Because it all just comes from
And repeating it.
memory. Yeah, 100%.
Like putting it on repeat,
100%.
Try to play cool,
Because people want to be able to sing along.
control.
And quickly. You don't want them to have to wait 6 listens to do it because they most likely won't give you that. You need to get it within like a song or 2.
I'm stuck with the weight I can't
Depending on your goals, too. This is all.
Sure.
Every step I take just feels like a shame. A broken man walking through his own flame.
So like right in here, there's a couple lines that walking
Broken
through.
flame. Walking
Yeah,
through.
broken man walking through his own. Dun, dun, dun. That whole movement right there.
Every step I take just feels like a shame. A broken man walking through his
That little pocket right here. So this changes progression here to the C, I think. So the broken man walking through his flame. Dun, dun.
Right.
Like if you just said his instead of his own, right? Broken man walking through his flame, mister. Dun, 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 dun. That like consistent cadence, and even just taking the same concept that you have, but kind of like smoothing out the structure of your whole entire like lyrics that you have there. I feel like it's just gonna make it easier for people to
Hi,
palate,
Kaylin. Good to
easier
see
for
you.
people to
Honestly, Stanky Stick, I think, needed a 5.
Stanky. Yeah, Stanky
Or
was
maybe
asking
a
earlier.
10 even, because I think they can only do 10.
Dun, 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 dun.
That's so sweet, Kaylin. You're always so generous, and we love you so much.
So if there was like an overarching thing that I would focus on, Z, I'm gonna skip towards the last section of the song because I think it kind of affects like the entire kind of movement here. Would be focus on some of your manual pitch control in order to make sure your melodies are consistent as possible before you ever do anything like that. Before you do anything like that, I would really lock in your lyric and melody structures and get those as clean and concise as possible
I was
so
gonna
that
say,
people remember your song.
I really do feel like it's just some minor
Yeah.
adjustments that will tweak it a bit that will have a huge impact.
Absolutely,
Honestly,
'cause your
because
voice
this
is
is
good.
already great. And that's why I was saying earlier, like, it really depends what you want. So take this all with a grain of salt.
Definitely.
If you're wanting the most, not industry standard, but the most like replayability, increasing all of that stuff, then that's when we would recommend this stuff.
Yeah.
But if you're fine with it being more indie and like one-off and alternative and stuff like that, and okay with maybe people not understanding right at the beginning, but still needing to learn and find your niche crowd, then that's also valid,
Sure.
No one can tell you really what you should do with your own art, but we could go through some of those things too in a minute.
Definitely.
but I can't do this.
So right there, but I can't. You hear the little dip as I'm assuming the attendant note, but I can't do this alone. That's like your target melody right there. But you hear the auto tune because you're like 40 cents low, 50 cents low. So you hear the auto tune pull it down a notch before it lifts into it, and that's where you get those dips. That's where Melodyne or manual pitch correction is going to help you get those notes targeted exactly where you want them to be.
But I can't do this
Come on, little
alone.
movie, right?
I'm out on the road and still trying to find my way home. I just gotta know, and I'm just trying to show that as long as you feel it in your soul, that's all you'll ever know.
It's a cool
That's all
song, Z.
you'll ever know.
Genuinely.
As long as you feel it in your soul, that's all you'll ever know.
I really like. I mean, the hook is catchy. You have some
Yeah.
really, really good lyrics. Z, you should be super proud of what you're doing, man.
I love it so much. I think this is the best thing I've ever
Let's go,
heard from you.
Miles.
If I'm remembering correctly, I feel like your music used to be more in the hip hop space, right?
Got you, Kaylin. I appreciate you, man.
So sweet, Kaylin. So Stinky Stick, that's what I was going to tell you when you were asking
Yeah.
about the 10 earlier, is that it's a really generous community, and to stick around to submit what you can, and somebody I bet would boost you or add to it. I just didn't want to interrupt that consultation.
Yeah.
And then Kaylin came in and did it before I even got a chance to say that.
So nice,
because, like I said, we have an awesome community full of really generous people.
It's not too bad. It's just the camera. It's like 20 ounces. It's not too crazy.
That one's small, yeah.
not
We
too
have like
crazy.
huge ones.
I do have a,
We're
I have
like
a gallon.
super,
That's like
yeah, we're super
a
water nerds.
monster. It's a
Um,
monster.
Okay, Z, yeah, I remember that. Well, this is a really positive change. I think
I love it, man.
I think it really, really fits you. There's something about the style. And that's not to say that hip hop doesn't have a place or anything. Wait, hold up. What did Kaylin?
Yeah, so Kaylin, they sent in credit that we're going to disperse over the course of the live. So we're going to start with you. We'll start with you. So if you send in the 10, we're going to add some to that to skip you forward. And then we'll start distributing to other people that are coming in that need help as well over the course of the live.
Congratulations. Stinky
Yeah, so if you
Stick.
send in that 10, then we got you. We'll get you pushed forward.
If Kaylin's still here,
Yeah.
hop in the chat so that people know who.
Appreciate you so much. So much.
It's Kaylin, not Caitlin.
Yeah.
There we go.
Okay, let me double check. It might have been over here.
But yeah,
Let me see.
okay, so that's not to say that hip hop doesn't still have a place, right? I could honestly see you blending the two at some point, and I think that would be really cool. I think whatever you feel like doing in the moment is what you're meant to do, and you should run with whatever you feel creatively. So I love that so much. I love that also you kind of are in this place of just working on your music, making sure it's up to par with the, professionalism and the quality that you want. So kudos there. What I will say is there is a certain process we tend to recommend for when an artist is in this place, or a producer or whatever. Yeah, no
Got you,
worries
got
at
you.
all. So you're in a
Appreciate
good
you,
spot
Kayla.
because it's ideal. Let me know if you've already distributed anything to Spotify or any streaming platforms. Z, I don't remember. And I know that we haven't gotten to go over your stuff since I've been on this side of things. Okay. I think we did find a Spotify.
All that we had. This might not be you though.
Do you have a song called All That We Had?
Mhm. That's the only one that pops up with that name.
Happy Friday, fam. How's everyone doing?
I mean, honestly, man, you do have some of those consistent melodies immediately stuck in my head.
Exactly. So
The ones
that's
that you
good.
have, they're stuck, man. I've one single out, but it was hip hop. Is that the all that I had? All that we had? Is that the one?
Okay, nice. So while you are working on your new music, what I'll say is you can also be just brainstorming and doing a bit of self-discovery on the branding side of things, and start, considering what you would want your aesthetic and your brand to look like on the visual side. So I'm gonna bring up Pinterest again. But if you're not utilizing Pinterest, it's a really helpful tool to help you do a bit of that self-discovery. Their algorithms are really highly catered to visual aesthetics and helping you figure out what that looks like for you. So if you're not already utilizing, hop on over to it, create a music board over on there, and then just post everything that inspires you. At the beginning, you will have to search for a few things, but it can literally be anything. Nothing is off limits. Hashtag anything. Retrack, I beat you to it this time.
Retrack is
But
always on.
yeah, you can literally post anything in that Pinterest board. Nothing is off limits. Just make sure it's visual. Make sure you're also considering what you would want to wear if you were at an event, or what your album covers might look like. It could be nature. It could be Name something.
Cars, architecture, jewelry, art,
There you go.
images.
Literally. Anything.
Anything type beat. It's because you did type beat. It made it harder. Made it harder on yourself.
But yeah, so I always recommend starting over there. And it's honestly a really fun platform once you get to know it, and once you get the hang of it, it can be really, really inspiring. So at the same time that you are working on building up your catalog, I would be working on that Pinterest board. And I don't want it to seem like boring homework. I want it to seem like fun homework. I always say replace your doom scrolling on like TikTok and Instagram and replace that with inspiration scrolling over on Pinterest. I am thinking of rebranding, maybe even new name. It's all up in the air. And that's a good place to be.
I was
honestly.
curious about that because ZTGP, it's just maybe not the most like catchy, concise name, which there's
it
people
can
with lots
definitely
of different
work.
ways. And you only have one song. You only have 5 monthly listeners on this first one little pocket right here. It's not something I would shy away from. You don't need it.
Oh, sorry, retract.
Not
We
necessary,
messed you up.
but I think it could be something to look at to get something like that's maybe a little bit more concise. But I don't think it's necessary. I don't think when people find your music on social media and they come across a song they really love, they're not like, no, because their name is too complex, right? Most people are finding you through links through your social media or sounds on social media. So I wouldn't worry too much about the name, but no, kind of up to you.
Exactly. I really don't think it's a problem if you decide I want to go by something else. That's fine.
Yeah.
Or if not, whatever you want. But a full rebrand, I want to rebrand your idea of rebranding. No, I'm sorry, I'm being stupid. It's Friday. But maybe an alias. Yeah, you could always do that. But I want to really like reframe your idea on what that all looks like. It doesn't have to be overwhelming, and it doesn't have to be like a chore. It can be fun, and I think that's where I really like Pinterest, because it can really inspire you in that way. And then you can just really dream, get into a dream state and just be like, what do I want to my aesthetic to look like? How do I want to present myself as an artist, and how do I want to be perceived by my audience? Ask yourself all those questions, and just in this process, do your best to stay true to your most authentic identity. You know what I mean? But it's a good place to be. So
100%.
the rough process that we recommend is, once you are ready to launch, to have that brand in place. So whoever does work on your branding, I hope it's us. I hope we're lucky enough to get to work on your branding through Obsidian Key. But even if it's not, whoever does end up doing your branding will find it so much easier if you have that Pinterest board in place. And also I don't prefer to work, especially in the creative realm and in the creative space. I don't really like to work on somebody's branding without it, because I don't really know how to trust that they're going to like it a couple months down the line.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And I think that we can't even trust ourselves a couple months down the line if we don't have it to rely on, if that makes sense. So I really like to see consistency in what somebody is posting. I like to see that it is something they're still probably going to like, and that it is following their most authentic version.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, it's 916. The crops are slightly different on the different platforms, but that is pretty uniform for shorts, reels, and TikTok. 916 vertical.
We love you, Kaylin. You're the best. You're awesome. But yeah, so once you get that set, you'll be able to, establish your branding from there. That really is the foundation of everything, because if you have awesome music, yet your branding is not in order, no one's going to follow through. You know what I mean? It's going to be like a missing link. And honestly, in the TikTok space, especially, that is a lot of what's missing for people. A lot of people have the sound and they have the quality, but if it's not matching up in the other realms, which I would say is just as important, on all platforms, there's not a cohesion. There's not, that identifiable brand that is you. Mm-hmm. It's going to be awkward. It's
no one
not
knows
going to
who they're following.
And I think that we all have to look at who we follow. You know what I mean? It's like we're not following, and we're not, using other artists as inspiration that don't have their shit together. You know what I mean? So It really is just as important. So branding is a foundation. From there, you would set up all of your platforms. And I am going to come out with a free checklist for you guys very soon that will have all the things for Spotify, Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok, as long as TikTok sticks with us, right?
Right.
But
75 more days.
it's just a simple checklist that you guys can use to be like, okay, at least I have all my things in order as the bare minimum.
Definitely.
And then you have that identifiable brand across all platforms. And then from there, it will be all about the marketing. But it's like all you'll have to focus on from there once you have all of that stuff set up and the foundation set, like I said, is having fun, basically, you know, making new music, getting creative with your marketing. You can even hire out at that point if you don't want to do your own marketing, or you at least need a significant amount of help with that, but you want to go full force. Like, that's all an opportunity down the line, you know? So I do really want to encourage you that you are in a great spot.
Definitely, man. Y'all show some love to Z. Z, we love you, man. It's so good to just hear new music from you, man. It's been
Absolutely.
a minute. So
I'm really proud. I'm proud
so
of that.
excited
that
you
song.
are continuing to create. You're stretching yourself as a creative too, trying different genres and styles and formats of songwriting. So, dude, just keep chipping away at it, man. You're really, really talented, man. Y'all show some love. All right, let's keep it going. We got Miles in the building. Miles Kendrick is a beast of a writer. Great songwriter. So let's get into it. I'm excited to run this track. Give me all the details, Miles. This is Miles Kendrick. Give me details on production, mix, things like that. Just because that changes for people over time. Time to hydrate. Let's go.
Talk to
Cheers.
the sun with my skin. That's
We love you,
Miles.
Z. We love you, man. Yeah, that's Miles. It's been stuck in our head for like 3 months.
Absolutely, Z. Thank you so much again for sharing your new art with us. I'm honored.
I made the song when I was drunk. There you go. Let's get it. This is Be Yourself by Miles Kendrick. Let's dive in, man.
Let's see if it's drunk magic or drunk. Maybe next time, buddy.
Oh, this is 3 years old. This is an old year. Do you have a plan to release it, redo it, re-record, anything like that? Let me know kind of where you're at with this track. But this is 3 years old.
There's 4 people on TikTok.
I know, it's brutal.
That's who you
Pre-record,
are, yeah.
nice.
That's who you are. That's who you are. Yeah.
Just be yourself, don't ever change.
You know what it is.
Oh, no worries at all, Raya. We don't care.
Miles Kendrick.
Just be yourself, don't ever change.
Yeah.
That's who
Yeah.
you are.
Yeah. Shout out myself. Oh, and everyone else that made it this far in life with better cards than they were dealt. I mean, fuck what people say. Lay your life for yourself. Yeah. All you want is
Not
that
bad.
will. Yeah. You don't really need no help. Yeah. You got it. Long as you stay low key, keep quiet, keep them people out of your business. Social media is a business. Grown folks acting like kids, man. Who cares if you don't have a six pack and your titties always kinda sit back and your pearly whites got a big gap? It's okay, yeah. I put this in no shame. As I'm hetero, style impeccable, not the type of nigga to run game. Let me pick your brain. I'm not the one to consider lame. I like the one with consistent taste. I like the ones that stay home and watch Grey's Anatomy. Can take a compliment, appreciate flattery. But them stretch marks and them calories. You're beautiful and that's naturally. Don't let the world say what it has to be. You can still be sexy casually. Be yourself, fuck the relevance. Don't be like Stacey and forget to.
Just be yourself,
Pitch.
don't ever change.
50 cents.
That's who you are.
It's got like a Miguel vibe there too.
Just be yourself,
It really
don't ever
does.
change.
I was singing that.
Who you are.
Miles and Miguel.
Oh my God, what a time to be alive. Made it past the 27 club, now I'm going on to 29. Yeah, don't wanna go back in time, just wanna relax my mind. Yeah, yeah. Maybe take a trip to Africa, then go to Dubai. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, Miles
Playing
is
with my
great,
kids.
guys.
Still got dirty dishes in the kitchen, and my credit score is still shit, man. But 2020's my year, man, with no fear, man. But I got goals, stop procrastinating. Fucking hoes, make some more music and do some shows. Level up, let's fucking go. Back on my game like I never changed. Kept it 100 in every lane. Still getting blunted occasionally. With that higher learning's my specialty. Man, that's why you can't mess with me. Thinking myself for a better me. Thank you, Dad, for what you said to be. With that tough love and that empathy. What a truth bomb. I look to tell you the truth, Mom. I'm not going back to school, Mom. I'ma make a million and give you some. On my life, and that's straight facts. I gave you the word, I'ma give it back. I just want you to sit back and relax, she said. I think you done enough.
Just be yourself, don't ever change. That's who you
Who's on the hook?
are. Just be yourself, don't ever change. It's who you
Ooh.
to be yourself.
Nice.
I don't need you to be nobody else. I don't need you to be nobody else.
Yo, let's go. I
Super
fucking love
cool,
that.
man. Yo, give it up one time. Give it up one time. That is the legend, the man, the myth, the legend, Miles Kendrick featuring Devon here on this track, man. Really, really, really nicely done, dude. You have such a cool voice. Great structure to the song too. That's a great combo. I don't know if y'all are still in touch or anything, but
honestly.
if y'all do get a chance to re-record, I mean, honestly, there's some pockets in here, and we'll dig into it just a little bit. There's some pockets in here that I think you now 3-4 years later could mature. Like even some of the lyric structure that's like very specific to the time and place in which you wrote the song, you could modernize and mature for like something that's a bit more current, since obviously
I
there's
feel that.
things typical of that time that you were talking about. Even like talking about 2020 and things like that, right? That just need to be kind of brought forward. But I think you could dig into this, polish some of that lyric structure.
2025, not much has changed.
Right, and we're still fucking
Just
here.
changed the year.
We still fucking haven't changed anything. But yeah, I think you could polish some of that lyric structure, but the actual structure of the song, the way the hook is built out, and like the vast majority of your lyric structure is so good, dude. I think your intuition for lyrics and cadence and when to hold a note and then drop the next bar is so good. It's so just polished, man. That I think
Literally.
that anything that you do just kind of sounds
I think
good.
of J. Cole every time, and I think that is like really high praise on my end because I
Yeah.
really like J. Cole, you know, and obviously he's highly respected.
Yeah, it's like J. Cole, Chance the Rapper. It still
Yeah.
has this like jazzy gospel, especially in like the
Mhm.
production here, a little jazzy gospel edge to it. But then you still get this like really consistent flow, dude. You're super talented. Let's run it from the top. But honestly, I just can't wait. Cole is your favorite artist. It makes sense. But
I
you
love that
still
so much. He better be in your
have-
Spotify bio. Wait, you haven't put anything out yet, right?
I don't
If
think
I'm
you have, right?
remembering correctly. Yeah, walk me through really quick where you're at with
Where you're
that. I
at.
forgot. And just let us know how we can best help you on the branding marketing side of things. You know we got you.
Yep, crushing it, dude. Yeah, 100% dig into the song again, man. 20 songs in recorded,
Oh,
ready
I
to
love
just
that so
waterfall,
much. I
ready
love
to
that so
let it go. All
much.
right, let's get it. Be Yourself by Miles Kendrick. Let's get it. Fantastic.
Oh, I love that so much, Miles.
One thing to keep in mind. So on this like this piano part here,
That's
you'll do you hear that little?
It's like a little off.
That little like movement on the piano in there.
Low key kind
It's,
of making me want to go to a jazz club.
Oh, I know, dude. I would love to.
When off key works.
Right. So it's actually the whole production has been detuned. So it's not even that they're like the notes are like wrong or anything like that. The whole entire production itself is detuned by 40 hertz or 40 cents, 50 cents, something like that. So it's actually halfway between. So if I play the notes that are on the piano,
you are, yeah. That's who you
hear
are.
that?
That's who you are. Yeah.
it's like sharp, right? So the whole thing is flat by like 50 cents. So
He's on SoundCloud for now. And I think I remember you having Instagram, right?
what I would
At
do,
least TikTok.
make it a series. Hell yeah. What I would do is if you are going to use this same production, maybe you'll do your own thing. But if you are going to use this same production, I personally would probably pitch everything up like 40 to 50 cents. That way, if any tuning, any quantizing, anything is kind of structured to the beat, that it's connected. Otherwise, your auto tune or anything that happens on any vocal layers, on any cool hooks and stuff like that will be out of tune by like 50 cents, which is going to sound brutal. It's going to sound really, really nasty and dissonant and like not in a good way. It'll be like the whole thing is like not quite connected. So I would definitely make sure that the whole beat, if you use the same one, is pitched up. Start with like 40 to 50 cents. That's half a semitone. So a semitone is like one full note. It's half of a full note. So it's flat a little bit. And I just can promise you, if you start working with an engineer or try to engineering this yourself, you'll just run it. You'll be like, what the hell is going on? Quick note, in auto-tune, if you do use anything like that, in auto-tune and some other programs like that, you can facilitate that. Like I can make the auto-tune do pitch control to 50 cents down. It just takes some digging into the settings if you just like the beat the way it is. But it's easy enough. Just pitch it up 50 cents. And then you're just in the typical like A440 and you're good to go. All right, let's get into it. Small note so you don't run into some nightmares later on.
Yee, Ryan.
You know what it is. Miles Kendrick.
That's what this community is all about. You guys are the best.
Yeah. Yeah.
Another fantastic hook.
Yeah. Shout to myself, and everyone else that made it this far in life with better cards than they were dealt. I mean, fuck what people say. Lay your life for yourself. Yeah. All you want is that wealth. Yeah. You don't really need no help. Yeah. You got it. Long as you stay low key, keep quiet, keep them people out of your business. Social media is a business. Grown folks acting like kids, man. Who cares if you don't have a six?
I think that's a piano sample, if I'm not mistaken. Just the way that I'm hearing it loop. Of course, they could have created the piano sample, right? But the piano sample, it could just be the piano sample. I'm going to listen for when the 808 and stuff comes in. It could just be the sample that alone needs to be pitched.
Back in your titties always kind of sit back, and your pearly whites got a big gap. It's okay, yeah. I put this in no shame. As I'm hetero, style impeccable, another type of nigga to run game. Let me pick your brain. I'm not the one to consider lame. I like the one with
just visit it whenever y'all when you get down to it.
System taste. I like the ones that stay home and watch Grey's Anatomy.
I love that part.
I know, same. That's what I'm saying. Those little intuitions to just throw us off for a second. We kind of sit on the edge of our seat for a minute. The way that you're able to hold attention
Don't dare take those out.
Fantastic. Yeah, that stuff to me
It's
is just great.
Amazing. Smarts in them calories, you're beautiful and that's
Miles
naturally.
so
Don't let the
talented.
world say what it has to be. You can still be sexy casually. Be yourself, fuck the relevance. Don't be like Stacey and forget to.
Just be yourself, don't ever change. That's who you are. Just be yourself, don't ever change.
Another glorious hook, dude.
That's who you are.
Oh yeah. Oh my God, what a time to be alive. Made it past the 27 club, now I'm going on to 29. Yeah, don't wanna go back in time, just wanna relax my mind. Yeah,
Accomplished.
yeah. Maybe take a trip to Africa, then go to Dubai. Yeah. Man, who am I kidding? Still got dirty dishes in the kitchen.
I'm so
and my
pumped,
credit score
Miles.
still shit, man. But 2020's my year, man. But no fear, man. But I got goals. Stop procrastinating. Fucking hoes. Make some more music and do some shows. Level up, let's fucking go. Back on my game like I never changed. Kept it 100 in every lane. Still getting blunted occasionally. With that higher learner's my specialty. Man, that's why you can't mess with me. Thinking myself for a better me.
It would be cool, just an idea, if you dig into the production a little bit more. I think it would be cool occasionally, without being muddy. It would be like, it's like you don't even know it's there unless you're like you, the artist, right? To have a sample of the hook, and then every once in a while there's a chop in the background of the production where like when the beat drops, you randomly get a "Don't be yourself," and then you're just rapping, going crazy, and there's nothing else there, nothing muddy, no crazy chops, and then a "Don't be yourself." It's just like that one little nugget, but it's like format shifted way back in the mix as like a little chop, right? It's like those little nuggets that I just like. That's there's nothing right or wrong about it, but I just like little
You
details.
be getting
Go.
little golden
Back on my
nuggets.
little nuggets in there.
Like I never changed. Kept it 100 in every lane. Still getting
Like at the
blunted
start of the
occasionally.
one-
With that higher learner's my specialty. Man, that's why you can't mess with me. Thinking myself for a better me. Thank you, Dad, for
let
what
it-
you said to be with that tough love and that empathy. What a truth bomb. I work to tell you the truth, Mom. I'm not going back to school, Mom. I'ma make a meal and get you
And
some.
it's just like something, but it's like you don't even know it's there. Thought about adding small, low pitched loop into it. Yeah, like something, right? I just think it's a cool little textural change so that the beat,
Definitely.
808, and piano
Stays
loop
engaging.
feels less loop. So if the piano loop is going 16 bars straight, it's 16 bars of the exact same movement. There's nothing wrong with that. That's pretty typical in hip hop. But that 16 bars isn't really touched. So if every other bar or every 4 bars you have that little loop right in there, or just some additional texture, it at least pulls you out of the sound design for a second. So it doesn't feel too looped, even if it just is, right? Those little small changes in the beat or in like your vocal structure can make a big difference.
All my life and that's straight facts. I
It's
gave
like switching flows for your vocal, but doing it in the production.
you the word, I'ma give it back. I
Just like you do at the end, which is fantastic.
just want you to sit back and relax, she said. I think you done enough.
Just be yourself, don't ever change. That's who you are.
Such a good hook.
Just be yourself, don't ever change.
And I love following that with the piano too. Fantastic.
So nice. I'm low-key obsessed with that outro as well.
It's nice.
To be safe.
Like if you had like that little, if like you also had a pitched vocal there every once in a while to be like the foundation for the ad libs over the top.
It's like raining today in Texas, at least North Texas, so these are vibes.
Just have that like format. You know, this is like way back there.
You're a little too good at that, bro.
Yeah, I got the little altar boy baked in at this point.
I'm dead.
Yeah, this is killer, guys. This is so sick. Such a great song. Like I said, there's particular little lyric structures, I think that you are that you could polish, you could update, you could modernize a little
We're in
bit.
Dallas
Let's go.
for the next 2 weeks.
The next 2 weeks, yeah. But they're so yeah, just like this crazy voice. It's those little textures though that I feel like they just liven up the production. They make it feel a little. They keep it interesting, even though it is like y'all both of y'all's lyric structure and melodies are just, and for you and your cadence changes, the way you're like manipulating flow and stuff like that. Fantastic, dude. It's so good. It's really
I'm
well
obsessed.
done. Like yeah, 100%, 100%. I like it, dude. I think this is it. This is 3 years old, 4 years old. I think it sounds fantastic, man.
I know that you do marketing already, so I know you're good on that front. And then I do remember we talked about Pinterest last time. But let us know if you have any questions. Of course, any way that we could possibly help you get prepared for your journey
Yep.
of launching and releasing and all that stuff, we got you. I'm
100%.
so excited.
Yeah, you're crazy talented, man. It's fun to hear something a little bit older too, like something that you
I mean,
have an opportunity to rework.
Can't
Because
tell.
it's still really really well done, man. I'm excited for you to polish something like that, revisit it. I have a couple old songs, and I'm just revisiting some old beats that I have. Like, oh, that's actually pretty good. I could probably do something with that or sell it to someone. Just trying to get ahead of the playlisting. Yeah, and I would just say too, like with the playlisting stuff too. Just be very 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 strategic. Be very 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 strategic. Don't pay for anything. Just be really strategic
Definitely.
with what you put out there, because you can get blocked on your distribution for paying for playlisting. They will typically rely on a label structure in order to get paid playlists put out there, and in that case you will get some streams from it, but generally speaking you won't get anyone sticking, right? So you'll see I've got 100,000 monthly listeners and I have like 1,200 followers, right? Like people aren't actually sticking for you. So make sure you have as many peripheral things going for you as possible before you get into it. Even when you get into distribution, they'll literally say and check a box
What's
saying,
up, Zach? Good to
"What's
see
up,
you."
Zach?" Saying that you won't pay for playlisting, because it is 99% of the time bots. But even if the bots work and they get you streams, you won't get paid for it, or you'll get paid very,
It
very,
can
very
really,
little.
really mess you up. And a lot of
Yeah.
people aren't aware of that. So we do like to give that heads up.
I would go with Symphonic or DistroKid personally. I've been with DistroKid for like 11 years and I've had zero problems with it. I have no issues with DistroKid. DistroKid just gets expensive because they have all kinds of little fees and stuff that add up, right?
It's not like that expensive, right?
No, but what happens? Yeah, DistroKid's great. I've had no issues with it. But what happens though is that like it's like $40 for the whole year, right?
Yeah.
And
Then they
unlimited
make you
releases.
continue to pay for.
But it's like $1 per song in order to keep it put in new platforms that pop up, like TikTok and Snapchat and things that like other DSPs that come up. And that's not a problem, right? That's super cheap. But I have like 60 songs out. So that's $60 a year. So now I'm at $100 a year, and starts to.
But that's like worth it when you think about it.
Yeah, starts to build it. So I love DistroKid. They're great. But was worried about unlicensed beats. Yeah, I mean, that's the same for anything. If you don't have the license to your beats, you could still get your distribution pulled if someone gets an exclusive. So that's something I would kind of worry about anywhere. Just because what'll happen is you'll have 100,000 stream cap or a 250 stream cap on a license or a lease, and then they will ship that out to 50 different producers. As soon as one person pays them $300 for an exclusive, all of y'all get canceled, all of your distribution gets halted, and you're just kind of
Dude, it's
fucked.
not worth it. Best advice we can give is to really try to make your beats your own. So only get beats that you can license yourself or that you can get the stems for, all that type of stuff. You just really want to make sure that no one else can claim your stuff.
No one wants to hear that, but that's even an issue with unlicensed with license-free samples. Like there's songs that like people got on Splice and they're just like a popular loop and everybody was using it, and all of a sudden Sabrina Carpenter used that loop or their producer did, and all of a sudden everyone's getting flagged, even though technically they have rights to it.
They were first. Yeah.
They anyone could still use it, but they still. It's just an inconvenience you don't want to have to
Honestly,
work with.
that's what I would advise is like just get your producer to create some things that are similar.
Yep.
Just make it your own.
Especially a structure like this, like just getting a basic like 808 with some like boom bap drums or some hip hop drums or a trappy and it's not that hard. It's not that crazy. But I would, that's always my recommendation is find someone you can grow with for even like $50 a beat. and a mechanical split of 50-50, right? Or something like that. Like give them points, make it worth their while, but still pay them, honestly, just because
You need a
most
beat
producers won't do it.
library.
But you need, I do.
You should work on that.
But you need, you need to find someone you can grow with. Otherwise, obviously, if you want to release 30 songs in a catalog and you're spending $1,000 a beat, $500 a beat, $400 a beat, then you're, that's up like crazy. So you gotta, sometimes you have to, I have some I just don't sell. I always create exclusive for a client. I always build custom for a client. I don't have a catalog really, but I do have some. So if you're interested in a certain style or something, I can see what I have. I've got hundreds of beats just kind of sitting on my drive. If there's something you want, then I'd be willing to drop some stuff your way and we can build it out and work on splits and stuff like that. But man, y'all show some love to Miles.
Dude, big love, Miles. You are amazing.
And you're worth it, man. Like, to be honest with you, I would rather you have a catalog of 8 songs that you put out once every 6 weeks and you have a year of music
Exactly.
that are with a producer that you're paying for that is phenomenal quality than have 30 songs you're going to release every 6 days to flood the market.
No.
And you just kind of get lost in the noise.
You deserve to do it big and do it
right,
intentional, Like,
yeah.
I really, really have no doubts that you can go far. I believe in you so much.
Let's go. Yeah, dude, as soon as we get our head on straight, like we're about to go through a crazy move here in the next 2 weeks. As soon as we get things established again, both of us really want to collaborate more. We want to be able to do more and even just work on
our
artists.
own music, collaborate with you guys.
Yeah, so we'd love to, man. But y'all give it up one time for Miles Kendrick, dude. You're a beast. You're so talented. I can't wait to see where you go.
Big love.
Your future is incredibly bright. Let's keep it going.
And Miles, I just want to make sure that you're in the Discord. If you're not, we would absolutely love to have you over there for
100%.
sure.
If
that goes for anyone, yeah. !Discord in the Twitch chat will get you the link.
We got anytime, Miles.
Dude, Miles,
anytime.
that was awesome. Thank you so much for sharing that beautiful art with us.
We got Derek ICM in the building. Derek ICM, hop in the chat. Let me know where you're at. If you would like to submit, hit !submit if you're on the purple app and everything will pop up for you. If you're over on TikTok, just go to my link tree and click on Track Talk Submissions. You'll be ready to go. Derek, it is your turn.
What's up, Bridges? Thanks for dropping that in.
Appreciate you, Bridges. And also just don't forget to, if you go to my link tree or for anything on this platform with the ! Just make sure you follow us on all the platforms. Thankfully or unthankfully, depending on your opinion, TikTok's here for another 75 days. I've kind of been hating the app lately, but thankfully,
Don't say
we
that
have
so
other.
loud.
Sorry, we love you, TikTok. We love you over here.
We already only have 3 people over there right now, bro.
Let's go, Kaden. Let's go. All right. But anyways, just make sure go to my link tree and follow us on
that's
all of the
exciting,
different
Kaden.
platforms. Yeah, right. I can't say that. We love you. All right. So I wrote this song. This is Derek ICM. So I wrote the song 10 years ago, back when I was signed. It's kind of the anniversary of this album when I released it, but I've never had the music on the album reviewed before. I produce everything when it comes to my music, just me, my computer, and my voice. You've reviewed my song Pardon before, which was released in 2024, but I'm curious to see what you think of my older tracks like this one. Was it under a different name, Derek? Pardon sounds familiar, but I'm curious when that was, or if it maybe was under a different name. It might even just be different than what I see on Twitch. But let's open up Spotify here. Let me see. No, just here. Okay, got you. Maybe not with the ICM. All right, let's get into it, man. I'm excited. This is called Love and Hate by Derek. Let's get into it. I'm excited, man. This was from 2015 off an EP, it looks like, or a full album called Elliot Volume 1. I'm excited to get into it, man.
Yeah,
it's
Derek,
time.
let us know if you have any specific questions about your journey and where you're at and where you're headed. You know that we're here to help however we possibly can and to make the most of your consultation today. So thank you so much.
What's up, Mo? Welcome in. CBZ, what's up? All right. And yeah, I follow you on Spotify already. So yeah, I've definitely heard that before. All right. Love and Hate by Derek. Let's get it.
Got you.
What's up, Sonnet? Appreciate you hopping in.
It always seems familiar but never goes away. Even when my mind is gone, I'm still seeing his face. So it seems to be.
Oh yeah, I remember your voice.
The only thing I need, it's a love and hate thing. Cause I want you here with me. Oh, I'm the kind of guy that loses sight when you are gone. How can it be that I get so weak when you're not home? You're in the past, you never lasted, you come back.
got like a 90s R&B edge to it, but it's
Yeah.
got a lot of different inspirations, I would say.
You man, I'm missing sincerity. I got to say, 'cause you're not the only one that I've got to please. Because of you, I don't recognize even me. And everything you have for me through, it's time for me to begin to make my move. Within my eyes have a better view. It's hard on me, I know I found true love. And I can't let me go. And baby, tell me no. It's hard on me, I found true love. And I can't let her go. It's hard on me, I found true love.
Let's go. Y'all show some love to Derek. That song is called Love and Hate. If you did like what you hear, the song is out on all platforms. You can stream it, follow them on there, all of that good stuff. Okay, so right off the bat, for one, you have great vocal range. You can tell, obviously, that you have the range in order to hit a plethora of notes. You have a lot of tools vocally at your disposal. One of the things that I'm hearing right off the bat is kind of, I hear it a little bit in the production and a little bit in the vocal as well, of not kind of knowing, not just the key itself, but the root of the key. So you're doing 2 steps in the production, right? Of like a 2 minor to a 1, and then that goes to another 2-1 and 1/3 in another key. And so sometimes I think the vocal is tuned to maybe the relative key as opposed to the like fundamental key, like the root note. And so what's happening is some of those sound like the bottom of that run every once in a while, and some of the other notes in your scaling is correcting a semitone off of like where it's supposed to be. So it constantly has this little bit of tension to the vocal structure in the song that's a little bit at odds with the chords in the production.
It's
So-
making it sound like almost too much is going on type
Sure.
of thing. But I could also really see the potential with where you're going or we're aiming. And
Yeah.
I really, really like your voice as well. So
Yeah,
there's a lot of potential there.
and you have a good writing style too, and you do have a great voice. I think it's just yeah, it's usually when it's in like, just as an example.
I'm going to use the restroom really quick.
So I think like most of your production structure, just as an example, okay, what I would recommend, Derek, would be to just do manual tuning and then tune chromatically, right? That's the easiest way, especially if you have a wider vibrato or you're doing some accidentals in your vocal's a little more jazzy, whatever it may be, right? Is you have your whole song structure and this different progression, and it can do whatever it wants to, and then manually you place, and this is what even like the best vocals in the world are going to be doing, no matter what the style is, would be the manual correction. So if a note's a little bit off or it's not quite matching the key, then you can manually place it where it needs to be. Of course, I prefer that it's fixed earlier on. I'd prefer that it's like performed as close to it as possible. But if you do need to fix anything in post, using Melodyne or something like that would be the way to just listen for it, and you'll listen and be like, dude, I don't know why it's doing that. Let me place it exactly where it needs to go, as opposed to relying on automatic tuning, right? It's like, it's going to more often than not pull you out of what you're trying to do, especially if you don't know the key exactly based on how you built the production. So I would do manual tuning first, and then if you want a little bit of a tighter tune to your vocal, like if you want your transitions to feel a little bit more consistent, a little bit more tight, that's when I would use something like auto tune to smooth out those transitions. And then you can put it in chromatic mode, which means it has access to every single key in the scale, or every single note in the scale, but it's already placed manually, so it's not going to pull you into some note that you don't want in the scale, right? Because it has access to all of them. That would be my recommendation. Manually place your vocal exactly. It takes more work, takes more time, but it is always going to give you a better result. place the notes exactly where you need them, and then from there, you can always auto-tune accordingly depending on the effect you want on your vocal. And that's I'll chop through a couple things here. That was like the main thing. Now, of course, there's some things, this is 10 years old, which is crazy. There's some things you could easily update and polish about a structure like this, but I would recommend really doubling down on like the root note of the chords, making sure that you're tuning to the key, not a relative key, things like that. Let me chop through a couple things here real quick, but let's get into it. And then also, you do have your click counting probably on the DAW empty at the start of the song, so I would make sure that that's chopped and that you start your like track out and stuff and your printing early, right? Because you have to wait like 3 seconds. I thought it was muted, so I start looking around. If people start doing that, they might just skip the song, right? So you have like 3 or 4 seconds before the beat actually starts and the song comes in. Make sure that's moved all the way to the front. And of course, it's 10 years old, that's gonna happen. Yeah, full like 4.5 seconds before that comes in. Almost like harpsichord kind of a tone.
It always seems familiar but never goes away.
Thank you. I want to hear, because maybe you'll be able to redo something with this.
It always seems.
It was on a CD album, so that's why I spaced out that. Oh, okay, got you. Yeah, you have like the space intro. I'd always recommend doing that at the end versus I know that used to be more prominent, but usually when splicing, because I did this when I was like first engineering, 12 years ago, 13 years ago, like first training in studio, they would put all the splice points at the end so that you always knew a record was completely finished and then started at a point early. Because that used to happen all the time, where you would be even on like iTunes and there'd be like a 4-second gap between songs playing. If you remember, even on like the first iPods and stuff like that, you'd always have like 3 seconds before the next song would play. This obviously isn't as much of a thing nowadays with streaming, but usually you want to push those at a point to the end of the song and then try to splice early at the start.
Use the purple app banner just so we can hopefully get more people over on Twitch. Just because who cares about the algorithm?
Full live here, or which?
Yeah.
Which one?
Maybe full live one.
Okay, cool. It's not gonna.
It's not like
at this point, as long as there's anyone there. So, all right.
Exactly.
Let me see.
Never goes.
Songs you could probably sing here and there. Okay, I see what you're saying.
Oh, okay.
That melody does. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that.
Thanks so much.
CSA King, appreciate it. There's some parts of that do sound a bit familiar, but I don't mind it. Yeah, you can hear sing his face.
What's up? Thank you so much.
You start to see that movement right out of the actual scale of the song. Right there, right over that C. It's like C to D minor.
Seems to be the only thing I need. It's a love.
And I think that is.
Oh, JT,
what's up,
thank
JT,
you so much.
dude?
Also, it's really good to see you.
Wow. How's the new job, man? How's the new
how
job?
are you
I know you're working. Dude,
We've been
you.
missing you and thinking about you constantly, so thank you so much for the love, dude.
I appreciate
Thanks for hopping in.
this, man. Thank you so much for the love, bro. It's good to see you on. Oh yeah, I was gonna say. So on off that melody right there, I think that's part of what makes this feel more chaotic, right? Is you're not just hearing the production and a melody over it. You're hearing the production and a melody that's fighting with processing to pull it somewhere else. So I can never just like settle into the movement of your production and kind of like where I want it to go, or like the movement of the vocal, because it's always like coming up against the wall of the plugin itself, right? So I think that is a little bit of where some of that noise comes into play. But then once again, solidifying your progression and making sure that they feel really clean and like very foundational to the song.
Cause I want you here with me. Oh, I'm the kind of guy that loses sight when you are gone.
Like right there, that sounds fine. Of the hold on. So then it change, yeah, because that's where it changes again.
I'm the kind of guy that loses sight when you are gone. I can't admit that I get so weak when you're not home. You're in the past.
Yeah, so right in there, clean and really tight, and then it kind of pulls away from there, right? Let me skip forward a bit.
Crossing every road and every
Dude, it's super fun. A lot of work because I'm learning and troubleshooting 24-volt circuits on fire alarm control panels. But
Wow.
I'm getting fairly good. Let's go,
Amazing.
dude.
I love
Congrats,
to
man.
hear it. Yeah.
I'm excited. I'm excited for you, man.
Me
I know
too.
sometimes job changes can be like the most stressful thing, but they can also be like a space to breathe for
A
a
nice
second.
shift. Yeah.
Yeah, when you've been doing the same
A
thing
good
for a long
reset.
time. Yeah.
I'm so happy for you, JT.
That's dope, man.
There's nothing we would want more for you.
Yeah, I love it, dude. I love it.
I hope your family's doing well too. Hi, Victoria.
What's up, Victoria?
Twitch is glitchy as fuck. So
I know Twitch is
I mean, not
absolutely,
Twitch, TikTok.
Yeah, TikTok. TikTok is going through one today. Someone forgot to tell TikTok they weren't getting banned, and it's still like really fucking glitchy.
Literally.
Okay, let me get into your last hook here, man. Let me get into the last hook.
I know.
We're so excited, so excited.
Can't wait to squeeze you.
It's like chaos until then, but we are very excited.
and everything you have put me through.
All right, let me get into this last section here. Yeah, so I mean, I think again, this is 10 years old, Derek. So that structurally, I think the biggest thing that you just need to focus on is, for me, it's all about intention, right? So when you're going into these progressions, right, that you have on like your piano, harpsichord, bass, and strings and stuff like that, make sure you know what you're inputting. That sounds very basic, right? That sounds basic, but make sure you're very intentional with what you are putting as far as your chord progression goes, the intention behind your layering, the key that you choose for any tuning, if you're going to be adding any tuning to your vocal structure, and make sure that it all fits, right? And so my assumption is that you kind of had chords that you liked, or maybe even some, maybe if they weren't loops or samples that you brought in, things that you really liked, and you start to build outside of it. And then the vocal structure was in a key that's relative to that. So it does feel like there's some things that are a bit disjointed from your melodies. You can hear the tuning fighting with your vocal in order to make it really clean. So those are the things that I'll focus on more than anything, because it's taking away from the power of your voice. You do actually have a great voice. You have a powerful upper register. Like your mixed voice is pretty fantastic. You have so much clarity to the high register, but it's kind of getting robbed by the tuning, trying to put it in another key and some of those other issues. So
yeah, Kaylin, that's my friend.
That's what I would focus on, man. And then again, you can update with your more modern productions and stuff that you're doing recently. The new work life and stuff going on around the house, I've had like no time to work on my own stuff. I mean, I feel that, dude. I feel that so much. I'm working with a guy and mixing all his music when I can. I love it. As long as you stay with your finger on the pulse, man. That's all.
Yeah, and you know that the community is always waiting here for you.
100%.
Yeah, we'll always be here.
Yep. Yeah, we're not going anywhere. You're one of like 6 clients that I have right now that are in a different boat, but all like, dude, a bunch of shit just went down. We got to take a second,
Yeah, we're right there with you guys.
And we're also in that same boat. Yeah. So it kind of all works out.
I love that we can give each other grace and patience on both sides. You know what I mean?
See, there's an auto-tune to see. Exactly. Like I think there's some other samples that come in that are in F major, which means you also have this A sharp in F major, right? So although your vocal's doing some of these notes, when you push it to the to like the high run that you have, you get this A sharp that sounds really nasty, right? And just because it's tuning to a different key, I would always double and triple check, just because if you're using Splice, if you're using Cymatic samples, Cymatic is pretty good.
You too, JT. Thanks for the love. We really appreciate you.
All love, man.
I'm so happy to hear the new job is going well and that your family's good too.
100%. That's what really matters.
Exactly.
But yeah, so you just get some things that are kind of pulling you out of the key. So just double check, especially if it's something's kind of
honestly,
jazzy.
like your stuff may be worth re-releasing.
Definitely.
You know what I mean?
Definitely.
It's been long enough that it's kind of like you may as well, and we can help you do it the right way.
Yeah. 100%. Let's just hear the last 20 seconds here, because all that affects the whole song, right? The whole structure there. And you've already gotten better at mixing and choosing sound design and stuff like that. But it's cool to hear an older track from you, man. Something that you released 10 years ago, to kind of see your growth as well. I love that.
Cool.
Got that like early 90s drum machine snare and everything. Like there's some things that you're doing really cool in this that I feel like you could update or keep classic and lend yourself to this like early Boyz II Men kind of a style vocal layering, get everything like really built up, of course, as long as everything is pointed in the right direction, man. But y'all show some love. Derek, you're a talented vocalist. got a lot of skills on the writing side. I like the feeling and the emotion and the passion in your music, but there's definitely some like foundational structural things that if they're not in place will remove all of that emotion and passion. You know what I mean? Like sometimes
Yeah.
that's what happens with I know so many artists that are so passionate and they're putting it all on the line, but there's things that are happening in the production or mix that are actually robbing you of being able to feel any of that passion and emotion, man. Absolutely.
Yeah, so
I'm gonna use the
I'm
restroom real quick.
checking out your Spotify and it looks great, honestly. Some things that I would focus on adding to your description are keywords. So some kind of location. Oh, well, you did put Texas. If you want to get even more specific, you could, but otherwise Texas is good. At least you have a location. Another thing is listing out some of the genres that you do tap into. That way the algorithm kind of knows what kind of playlist you would even be good to put on, stuff like that. And then also let's see. Okay, yeah, I don't see any specific, musical inspirations listed, so that would be another good one. TikTok is being wackadoo. I don't know what the heck. No, it's literally so glitchy. We have 3 people over there, so it's just like whatever. um, no, just get off of TikTok. Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm grateful that you're over there, I guess. I'm grateful that you're one of the 3. They're all J-pop and K-pop inspirations and Christian singers. Okay, so that's perfect. I would literally list that out in your description. Just basically the way I would like for you to think about Spotify is almost like any other social platform. They work algorithmically and they work based off of keywords and SEO. So anything you can basically give them to work with in on that front in your description and stuff like that is really really going to be beneficial. I'm worried that it would draw people away from me. Oh no, never be worried about that. Honestly, the reason we always encourage people to be 100% themselves and not worry too much about what the industry would want or anything like that is because it's only going to hinder you from finding your people. You know what I mean? Like there is a listener for everybody. Your ideal listeners are out there, your ideal fans are out there. You just have to find them. And in order to find them, the best way to do that would be to be the most authentic and transparent about who you are, what you do, why you do what you do, all that stuff. So definitely don't let that come into play. Just own who you are and do it boldly because you're awesome and people are going to definitely want to support you for who you are. And that kind of leads me to my next point. I know you said that you have a bit of trouble on the marketing front. You don't really know what direction to go in that way. Let me just encourage you really quick that you are absolutely not alone in that. I think we all feel that to an extent. You know what I mean? And marketing can get overwhelming, but honestly, call it something different if it makes it a little less serious because marketing is more fun than it ever has been. And you have so many opportunities to um, just like have fun. Honestly, that's what I really want to encourage you with is like, it doesn't have to be this like overwhelming serious thing. There's so many ways to do it. And so the one of the best ways I feel like to start or how I like to encourage people is to do a little bit of market research. Um, which is just a fancy way of saying more intentional about what you're consuming or at least paying attention to what you're consuming so that you can make little notes. So start a collection on Instagram, start a collection. I actually forget what TikTok calls theirs, but start saving basically stuff you come across that you're like, oh, you know what? I really vibed with that. Like there was something about that I liked. Just save it to a collection for later whenever you have time to sit down and actually study some of what these people are doing and why it performed well and how you can make it your own. That's one of the biggest pieces of advice I can give you. I've had some online magazine interviews and stuff, but have no idea what to do with it afterward. I mean, that would be great stuff to make content on, like do
Hmm.
a story time on TikTok and share that to Reels and then make sure you share that to YouTube Shorts and stuff like that. Um, Honestly, story times do really well. Basically, what I want you to consider is that most people just want to get to know you. Like,
100%.
they're really going to, at the end of the day, we're all, when we're consuming content, just looking for ways and reasons to connect. You know what I mean? We want to see ourselves in everybody that we're coming across. And so if you can give people opportunities to do that by sharing story times or, just being goofy, being
Mhm.
silly, being whoever you actually are, like that's going to do much better than the stuff that you think people want to
Yeah.
see.
I'll say too, I don't know obviously the magazine or anything like that. I just know, especially on TikTok through social media, I've seen a lot of magazines and radios and DJs and like all kinds of things that like offer exposure and offer things like that. Most of the time, unless it's already like a really, really prolific magazine that has really, really good stats around it itself. But what I will say is those tend to be a great option once you have exposure. They're not always a great option to get exposure. So the thing that I always talk about with so many artists is the reality that no one cares yet, and that's fine, right? Like most of us are really small artists. We don't have a lot of movement yet, and that's fine. That's not a bad thing. Just means we have a lot of room to grow, right? We need to try to get people to see and enjoy what we do, but no one cares yet. So I think a lot of people think that if I just get into this playlist, if I just get this magazine, if I do an interview with this person, I will get people to care about me. But that's usually not the reason why people are going to those platforms. And so I do think exactly what I probably missed some things when I was in the restroom, but what Libby just said too, of just like finding ways for people to learn more about you, right? And find ways, like whether it's a little crazy or controversial or whatever it is. There's plenty of artists
Hmm.
and producers
Your
and,
people are out there,
people
dude.
and actors that are controversial. It's part of what has made them who they are, right? And so even if I mean, obviously, try not to get too crazy. I guess I don't know. You said that you would get canceled, but I guess
mean,
you
yeah.
decide what your limits are, right? You decide what your limits are. But I do think that opening up yourself to the world and who you are and who you want to be and stuff like that will get you into a position where people will care about you, and that's what's going to get things to stick. Just paying for the playlist, just paying for the especially here's the difference too, is like if you're paying for those things, then you're already at a loss, right? So if you're paying for a playlist, you're
You're
not going
already
to get
in
the money
debt,
back.
yeah.
If you're paying for a magazine spot, you're already at a loss, right? If you're paying for exposure, you're paying for ads just on Spotify or something, you're already kind of at a loss, right? And unless you have a foundation to build on that, it's very, very difficult to go from like 0 monthly listeners, 50, 100 monthly listeners to crazy through those avenues. If you already have 50,000 monthly listeners, 50,000 monthly listeners, and you amplify that, you set fire to that a little bit, then you can go crazy with some promotion, right? But foundationally, got to get people to care first.
Absolutely. So I hope that gives you some food for thought and just helps get your gears going, helps get you a bit more excited about it. Just know that the community is here for you
Always.
every step of the way, Derek. I hope that you'll join the Discord if you're not already over there. But yeah, like I definitely see a bright future for you. I see you
100%.
finding your people, and just know that the more odds you get, the better, to be honest.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely make a Discord. It's super easy.
Yeah,
We
it
have a
is.
ton of avenues to connect with other songwriters and producers and stuff like that. And we're only
Now
planning
Keisha
on
Cole's
growing it
Love
more
is in my head though.
and more. Yeah. Yep.
Why you
100%.
go so
100%.
far away?
Stanky, hop in the chat. Stanky,
I
let me
miss
know
that
that you're here.
song.
Let me know that you're here. But you want to make sure what that match catches fire to is what you want out of your musical journey, right? Otherwise, you could be lighting fire to the wrong thing. All right, let's go, Stanky. Give me some details. This is a track that got
Stanky.
Jaconda so invested he sent it to Hospital Records. Okay, got you. We're working as a team now. He's my manager. What does that relationship look like?
Wait, what's up? Hold on, I just missed everything you said. The fuck? The
Sorry,
fuck?
I'm chewing through it too.
Okay. This is a track that got Jaconda so invested. Who the heck is that?
Who's Jaconda?
So invested, he sent it to Hospital Records. We're working as team now. He's my manager. Sorry, I don't know names. I'm really bad with but
I'm intrigued.
what does that mean? Yeah.
Yeah,
Let us
what does
know.
that-
Give
what
us
does
some
that
more
mean for you?
details.
Let me know what that means for you.
He's
All
a
right.
music guru on TikTok. Okay.
Let's get this downloaded.
Let's hear it.
All right, and then let me know where you're at with this track too.
I'm excited about it. He seems cool. That's so awesome, Stinky. If you're excited, I'm excited.
Hell yeah. All right, let's run it. And then remind everybody in the chat too, your role in this track as far as production and mix and artistry and stuff like that. Got you, JT. Let's go.
get a JT track?
Okay, got you.
Oh, okay, yeah. Let's go, JT. I love that. Yay. I'm so excited.
What's up, Snow? How you feeling today?
Hi, Snow. Oh, okay. Yeah, this is so cool, Stinky. This? Is that right?
You're live right now? Hell yeah.
Okay.
Love the texture.
Bro. Just close down like that.
Yeah, it's cool, Derek. Talented producer. I love that kind of D&B feel. It's nice. Banner Johnson, welcome in, man. I don't know Hospital Records. I don't know what that is. Yeah, it's a cool feel.
You left the message in the general part on Discord? Or what'd you say? Sorry. Which one is? Which channel?
Piano's beautiful too. Let's go, man. Let's go. Y'all, Chatty Lights, welcome in. Y'all, show some love. That is Stanky Stick.
That was super nice, Stinky.
I don't know what's a question about labels. Okay,
Oh,
let,
okay.
let me give you my very basic. I mean, the sound design on this is really cool. Something I'm hearing in the strings early on that I think you might want to tighten up a little bit. It might be even your quantization settings. But the full breakdown of the song I think is fantastic. Sounds really good. It's mixed well. Here's my general outlook on labels. If you have no negotiating power, then you should not be a part of a major organization, right? If you don't have followers, if you don't have money, if you don't have a ton of streams, if you don't have monthly listeners, if you don't have any negotiating power, right? Then you are getting the worst possible deal. You're getting the worst possible part of that transaction, right? You're losing. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. You're losing
Yeah,
the
thank you so
majority
much.
of your mechanical and publishing. You're losing access to so many things. You're losing control over so many things because someone has to have the power, right? And if you don't have any negotiating power, whether through the fact that you are bringing exposure to their label and their playlist or anything like that, so basically what they're just going to do is put you in playlists that they pay for. I've seen so many artists do this, right? So essentially what they're going to do is, and I know a couple other producers that have done this, they're just going to basically for a fee, for some sort of a fee or for high percentages of what you're doing, they are going to place you in large EDM playlists that they have contracts with editorials or something like that with Spotify or some other DSPs. Happens all the time, right? So you might get placed in a playlist consistently or every once in a while for a couple months or for a song, and you get a big bump in monthly listeners, but you actually don't see a return on any of it. You're not really getting paid for a lot of it because you have to give up percentages, generally speaking, in order to do that. Or what you are getting as far as streams go, you get a much smaller percentage of it if there's any bots involved, which means they're going to be free or like unregistered accounts. So you don't get the full like 0.043 cents per stream that you would. You might get 0.012, 0.02. So if you get 1 million streams on something, you're really not seeing anything from it. And because all of your audience is isolated to the playlist that you've been basically bought to be put in, paid to be put in, or licensed to be put in, you're not really getting any fans of what you're doing. So every time that I've seen this happen, which is why I just say, just be careful.
Weary.
Read the fine print. Get a contract and put it into ChatGPT and tell you to bullet point everything. I wouldn't look at it that way because you're oftentimes not just going to lose it on a song. You might lose it on anything you do in the future for the next 20 years. So that's what I'm saying. So I know someone who has, and I've seen some people that have millions of
I
streams.
think we need to make videos on this.
I know we do.
Yeah.
We do need to make videos on this. I know someone with.
I know it's confusing, guys.
Millions of streams. They have like 250,000 monthly listeners. You'd think crushing it, right? No followers, like 800 followers on their Spotify, right? Like no one's sticking. They're just going to the playlist that they love. They sell like the American Dream, right? Yeah. So people that like the playlist will go to that playlist and they'll put it on when they work out. But no one's like going to your song and being like, that's my favorite of all of these songs. I'm going to go follow that artist. Very few. So you're not really getting any, you are getting exposure. You might get streams because there's 500,000 followers of the playlist, but no one's sticking. No one's like going.
It's not turning into anything sustainable that you would actually want. I know it's a little disheartening and a little discouraging, and we don't mean to be the bearers of bad news. It's not like it has to be that way. Definitely just make sure that you're getting as much information from them as
100%.
possible. You're looking through all of those contracts, hiring a lawyer, all that kind of stuff. It's really important because that is where the phrase "sell your soul" comes from, because it's very, very, it's honestly only gotten even more common with all of these indie small labels coming out of the woodwork, and being like, hey, we're going to sign you. It sounds really good in theory, but it's very, very loaded. Okay. So definitely be careful. But what I would say, kind of as a blanket statement, but I don't mean it to be one, because of course it is more.
There's nuance.
Yeah, there's nuance to everything, exactly. At the end of the day, you're always going to be in a better position if you do the work. Unfortunately, that's just the way that it is nowadays. It's ideal if you can just get your brand established, you can get your platforms established. Some of these people that come in with labels literally will not even have their Spotify filled out properly. It's like, well, what's your label even doing? Like, honestly, when you think about it, it's kind of frustrating. You know what I mean? The best thing you can do to empower yourself and position yourself in a place that a really good deal could come about is going to be to do everything as professionally as you possibly can. And that gives you more leverage, like Torvik was talking about.
Because if you if you don't have anything going for you yet, as far as your stuff, like if you don't have anything going for you yet, then they have all the power and they have all the leverage, right? And so if you're in that situation, you just can't say anything, right? They're like, okay, well now we need certain things from you. We're not getting paid out until this. Thank you so much for the sub on Twitch. I
Thank you so
appreciate you so
much.
much. Thank you so much, man. I
Where is it?
appreciate it. I think it was JT. Was it JT? I couldn't
I
see it
can't
in the
read
white
that, damn it.
I couldn't see it in the
Damn it.
white background. Delia, don't want to be alone because we started sending it to labels. This is my perspective, and this is thank you so much, JT. I appreciate
yeah, that means
you, man.
a lot.
If you are doing really well for yourself, then the right labels will come to you, right? It's much less about like I need to like send this out to people. Like if you're a benefit to the label because you're making a lot of money, you have a lot of eyes and ears on what you're doing, then someone who can set fire to that and amplify it to a global scale, get you publishing deals, get you on radio, get you in some like major film and stuff like that, will do that, right? At a very, very small scale, there's not a ton of benefit. So it's like, just as an example, if you get placed in a major playlist and you get 100,000 monthly listeners, you don't really own the rights to the music, and a lot of it is passive, so you don't get actual fans or followers from it. As an example,
And it's not like they're going to be taking over your marketing or taking over. Like
right.
I said, they aren't
tell you to
even
keep
really
doing your
giving
thing.
a lot of guidance for artists on how to do like basic things, like getting your Spotify set up properly or your YouTube set up. Like,
then what are you looking for, right? So if you're looking for exposure, then you would probably, like you said, I'm willing to lose some money, or I'm willing to like invest some money into making it right. You'd probably be better off like working with a social media manager or working with a videographer or both, right? Like spend like I'm not saying you should do this, but generally speaking, spend $1,000 on a videographer and a couple months of a social media manager to just help you release batches of content that are really good quality, that show who you are. I bet you'll get more actual translation, maybe not monthly listeners at 200,000 because of the big playlist, but you'd probably get more real fans and probably more money from doing that than you would just selling it out to the first bidder that shows interest. And I don't know anything about Hospital. I don't know anything about Jaconda. I don't know who that is, but I just do know there's a lot of sharks in the water, if you will, that take advantage. I'm not saying they are, but
exactly. We're not saying that they are because
I don't know them at all. I have
exactly.
I have no idea who they are, but I'm just saying, keep your ears open, look over the contracts, copy the contract into ChatGPT and say, bullet point this, is there anything I should look out for? What does my ownership look like? And it'll format the whole thing for you. Like do and genuinely do stuff like that. And I just feel like and if it is a great, fantastic deal, then you're set, right? If it is a great deal and you're going to get some great exposure, then don't shy away from it. That's fine.
And that's at the end of the day, like we said, we don't know who that is. So they could really have well-meaning intentions.
Yep.
They could also be doing this with like everyone that comes through their life.
100%.
You know what I mean?
And I know people like that. So,
So just be very, very cautious and don't sign anything.
Because get that fine print look through with ChatGPT or something, or a music lawyer or something like that. Just because you could be like, oh yeah, like this one song would be really cool, but you actually signed away all of your next releases under that name for the next 10 years, and they owe 89% of your records, right? So like, there's things to
just
look
be
for.
careful.
All right, let me dig into the.
Then that's awesome. I hope he doesn't.
I hope he doesn't. But let me say this. I'm not trying to discourage you at all, but let me say this. No one who's like good at ripping people off seems like they would. So it's like they're good at building relationships, and they're good at marketing to people, and they're good.
I'm very hesitant to say anything too boldly too, just because we really don't know Jaconda. He could be the best. So I don't want to specifically say anything negative about him.
Yeah, I have no idea. I just mean very, very generally. Very, very generally. That it's like most people you wouldn't know. Because it seems good. That's what they're doing. So, all right, let me run through the track real quick. I want to hear some of the strings here really quick.
On that note, this is a really good track, Stanky.
And then really quick, is Caden... I think it went to the other email. Yeah, it did. Would you mind sending it to the updated, so !submit, and then send it to the updated email there so I can get all the files in the same place and I can pull them up on the computer. That'd be great. I did get it, but it's on the old email. So there's some really quick, I think just submit, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
there's some quantizing maybe you could do here. There's some things that feel off time, and it kind of throws me off when the piano comes in because it makes it kind of hard to find the actual like progression when it first starts happening. Check the label deal.
If we did like a longer form consultation at some point, we could do that. But honestly, your best bet is probably gonna be something like Torvik said, ChatGPT,
Yeah.
or you know, there's like what is it?
Rocket Lawyer, I think.
Rocket Lawyer, yeah. There's different online platforms, because we hesitate to obviously give legal advice. We're not
sure.
lawyers. We can give you our rough ideas like we're doing now.
Right. But past that, I don't really
exactly.
feel
We
comfortable
can't
giving
give you like
contractual
actual
ideas. Yeah,
legal contractual advice. Yeah.
for sure. Yeah, I know some other plugins that are like that where the attack changes. I appreciate you, Stinky. I
Yeah.
really appreciate that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you always have to kind
We
of like
appreciate you so much.
play both sides of the fence of like I want to warn people. I want you to have your best foot forward and have as much information as possible while being very careful not to steer you in the wrong direction
Definitely.
or bring up opinions for someone that we have no idea who they are. Right? Like
Right.
I always want that to be clear. I'm just speaking very generally just because I've seen it over and over again. As a plan because it is some weird human touch with the quantization. So when you quantize it, it throws it off, or is it still unquantized and that's just what's on the grid with BBC Orchestra, which I have. Because you get those little like jumps in pattern right there that to me does make it feel a little off. It does make it feel, in my opinion, more plays the notes weird. I would potentially, personal opinion. No, you're totally good. You're totally good, Kanan. Personal opinion, I would maybe switch it out or really dig into the processing and make sure like the tension is higher if it needs to be or something like that. Because I know some plugins that do that. I have another one called Intimate Strings from Spitfire. Does that every once in a while. I would maybe switch it out because it does to me when I hear that change right there, it does make it feel more VST to me. It does, like it's less of like a string player in their pocket with an orchestra. It feels more digital to me, which I don't think is the intention. So I would maybe look at getting that, just keeping your MIDI structure the same and replacing the strings, maybe going through a couple different plugins that have strings and seeing maybe if there's one that fits that you can automate a little bit easier, just because it's the first thing that you hear. The piano sounds beautiful, and then it does feel like a little off. And when it's off like that, it does make it feel more fake. And of course, you don't want that. So quick little note there.
I think JT, yours also went to the old email. So if you wouldn't mind.
Oh yeah, maybe because I don't see it over here too. Yeah,
yeah.
you might need
that
to do
just
too.
proves that it's been a while since we've
I
heard
know.
JT and Caden.
That's very
So
true.
we get to hear the family today, and that's really exciting to me.
I love it.
No worries. We have a new submission form, so I get it if you haven't been in a while.
Love that seventh right there. Beautiful. Yeah, once you get into this, really cool, man. And I would love for you to have some strings on there that you're able to automate your velocity with a little bit more too, or like actually automate the intensity of too, because you have this energy that's building, and then that string just kind of gets lost on the left side, kind of gets left behind a little bit, and it doesn't feel like what you would typically feel again with like real players and stuff like that, of the intensity coming up, and there's like a little bit more spizzicato and stuff like that. So if you can automate like the intensity for it and get an automation lane for either like your velocity curves or the actual intensity of the strikes and stuff like that, which I know you can do with Spitfire, And several of their plugins, things like that would be interesting, just so all the intensity kind of follows each other.
Is there a bit too much compression, or are some of the instruments compressed or something? Because it's just like it's not hitting for
I
some
think
reason,
the
and I want
two
it to like feel like there's more space.
been kind of too full when I blasted. So this is where I think, especially dealing with like orchestral mixes, basically, you have to really fine tune the give and take. Like this, like when I've done orchestral mixes and stuff, the automation lanes are crazy. Like you'll spend hours on big orchestral things just because I'll have 4 tracks of strings and 12 tracks of automation lanes because I'm automating the tension of the bow as we go up. I'm automating the velocity so it gets more intense, and I also
To make it sound like as real and
right.
authentic as possible.
and also giving space to each instrument. So if all of a sudden
Yeah.
a lead cello comes over the top, I might back off the pad underneath it, right, to let that fill the void, and then that leaves the mix, and you go dum dum dum, and you swell that up, right? It's a lot. Yeah, I was gonna say, and I'll be honest. Once you get into your D&B breakdown, it's punchy.
You
it's
know what
crunchy.
I'm thinking about, Stanky, right now is I want some strings in some of my upcoming songs. So I'm like, oh, Torvik has his work cut out
Yeah.
for him.
I love that stuff, but it is but it's also where like so I have my keyboard, most do have faders on it, and you can automate that like in real time. So you can like I'll play like just as an
That's cool.
example, real quick. This will take
We
2
should take videos of that too.
I know. So that's easy content.
He said you can do it for me too.
He's like, hey,
What are the benefits, Stanky?
God.
What do you have to offer?
All right, let me
I'm his wife, so I have a lot to offer here.
she has a bit more than you, maybe. All right, let's see. So if I'm like here, right? These automation curves. So I'm going to go into like a full half section here, right? Okay, so like this is full.
It's not so easy to get in bed with Torvik.
It's not. See all these lanes
Sorry,
right here?
guys.
Let's go. Right? See all these like just like this right here on Spitfire is the dynamics automation, right? So it's like right here. And you can kind of build this out.
He's being all serious, and I'm just being stupid as fuck.
Oh wait, you don't even see this. Oh, what are we doing?
Oh
Pointless.
shit.
Boom. Spitfire. Boom. There it is. Look at her go.
We
right
almost
there.
forgot how good Twitch is.
I know, right? Let me bring this up real quick so you can see a little bit more
We
of
still
it.
got. Oh, never mind. 2 people on TikTok.
Oh, there
Right
you
when I
go.
said that, it went down from 3 to 2.
Way to hang in there, TikTok, right? So I'm using, this is the dynamics range right here. And then you have expression over here. So this changes the technique, right? So if I have this like all the way up, I'm going to turn it up a little bit here. If I have this,
Should we just turn TikTok off? Like,
this changes all of it, right? So if I just go here, and then I can automate that down here, right? So
I know. We're trying. I love that.
all of that, just like openness and movement, right? The arpeggio needs more automation. Yeah, that's what I would focus on. Let me get back. So it's like this.
Yeah, because I really feel that, you know what I mean? Like, strings have so much emotion attached to them, so it'd be sad if you couldn't feel it.
So this is so much softer, right? And then a little bit more tension to it. If that's kind of floating. If that feels like a little bit like there's just more tension to it, there's a little bit more movement to it. I just feel like, and
Someone's
if it builds,
exploring space.
and if it, yeah, like if it builds with it, you're a little higher, right? So you're more. And then if you use your expression here, this is gonna do a little bit more for your actual levels, but you can also adjust, like this down here is your tightness, right? So I can make it super tight, kind of hard hitting, or no, it's a reverb. Where's the tightness? Oh, boom. Here's the tightness, boom. I can tighten it up. There's very little texture and movement to it, or I can drop this. Come on, computer, work. Or here, it's a little bit more loose. It was kind of weird. The expression went up and like stairs 1 millimeter more expression. It was like way louder. Yeah, it could also depend on how you're automating, how you're actually writing your automation. Make sure that you could do like a draw function or something like that to make it maybe a little bit more intricate. There's a lot of steps to it. I would probably just keep your expression, because the expression is just going to change the technique, not necessarily the dynamics. The dynamics is what's going to make it soft versus loud. So I can make a lower expression here, and it's not really doing anything, right? Like when I change this, you don't really hear a huge change because you've just changed the technique. But if I keep the technique all the way up, it's way more prominent. But I can still play softer here and have all that. So if I put a dynamic at the top, this is your dynamic range. So to look at it here, right? So if my dynamic is all the way at the top, even if I'm playing super soft, it's your dynamic range. So if I play super soft, it doesn't go anywhere, right? Now, if I put it at the bottom, I get the full dynamic range. I play super soft, and then I have all that range, right? Right? But if I put it here, it's all loud all the time. And it's just always there. So this is usually where you're going to want to automate here, your dynamics, so that you can start here and then on your hooks go all the way. And then it's like a full hook. Right? It has like the full dynamic. Anyways. That's just fun. Let me get back to the piano. Let's get back to the track.
Gonna write a full movie over here.
Yeah, we're just gonna do a movie. It'll be a great time. Point being, I do think that you might want to change your sound to get it back into a quantization mode that feels more in line with what you're trying to do. And then Frozen 3, let's go. I would love the check from that. And so I think you can get back to a space where it feels like it has a little bit more movement and that the song moves together. As it moves together, you need to give and take. So you might bring up the strings, bring down the pad. You might bring up a lead and turn down a harp over here, so on and so on. But you will need to get into the automation of something like this. That, dude, I love me some Spitfire. It's like my favorite strings. I have some like East-West stuff, I think, and a couple other plugins from like Embertone. But I do think it would just make your track kind of come to life. Let me just get into to me, that's one of the biggest things I heard. Once you get into the D&B, you crush it. I think that's your wheelhouse. That's where you shine. So let me just get into this like last breakdown
Spitfire
here.
has a lot of plugins like within it, right?
Yeah, I mean, you can get labs for free, and they have a whole bunch of stuff.
Like Alicia's keys and...
That's Native Instruments, I think. But they do. So like I have, even like BBC Orchestra that you got for free has a whole bunch of stuff. The instance use, it's called Intimate Strings. It's like $60, something like that. And it has a lot of really great sounds. It's not a huge library. It's one of their smaller ones, but it's like, I think I got it on sale for like $30. So look for a sale. Look for a summer sale. They're always doing something, right? I'll be honest with you. That's cheap for Spitfire. They have libraries that are like $15,000. So
that's insane.
Their cheapest ones, like, I mean, I think
makes sense. But
I think the Hans Zimmer, the full package on there is like $8,000 or $12,000, something insane. I was gonna say that's cheap for Spitfire because these are like literal full sampled libraries at Abbey Road.
Like, think about how much work that is. That makes sense.
It's crazy. Like,
it's honestly hard to comprehend.
When a real string player, because usually what'll happen is you'll get.
Let's go, JT. I love that.
Chump.
I love that mindset. Manifest that shit.
Most cheap libraries will take a couple samples of, let's say, you get 120. I'm not to get too technical. 127 velocity points, right? From 0 to 127 being the loudest. What cheap libraries will do is they'll have a string player play what they think is the quietest at 0 or 1. They'll have them play in the middle at like 70, and then they'll have them play at the top at 127. And then in between, they'll just turn up the same sample. So like 3 samples per note. Then they have to do that for every single note in the scale. What a phenomenal library will do, like Spitfire often does, is they will sample a lot of the velocity curves at every single note on every single instrument, from trombones to multiple pianos to different mic positions to everything. It takes years to sample these libraries, and then they sell them for like $800. I think like Hans Zimmer's library on there, it's like $800 just for strings, maybe another $400 for piano, something like that. They're expensive.
Hence why we don't have that yet.
But you get Hans Zimmer. You know, you get what is played in his stuff, man. Dude, I love it. It's so fun, Stanky. I could go on this all day. So let me hear your last breakdown.
No,
Anyways,
literally, we've spent like 30 minutes just on Stanky, bro.
dude, that's what I'm saying, JT. That's like the difference. Like when I play the piano that I like here,
yes, exactly.
that's why
JT.
I like this piano, right? And we showed it the other day, but like it's why it's because when I play it, it's like I'm playing a quiet piano.
Let's just do this for the rest of the live. Who's down?
That sounds like the low end of a piano. If I play that really quiet, you know, like sounds like the real deal because it is a like 1957 Steinway Grand recorded at Albert Hall or something like that, right? So anyways, that's some of the difference, right? It's just especially you'll hear it up here at the top end. It's a real piano. Okay,
JT.
let's get into
We're
it.
just here to encourage you to blow all your money.
Blow all your money on plugins. I'm literally actively. I mean, obviously
Yeah,
that's also
no.
why I have like this shit, right? Because I'm trying not to blow
Yeah.
money on plugins and stuff like that. Of the boutiques sometimes, right? Automations and they give and take in the draw. I don't think so as much. Kaden, I appreciate you, man.
Literally, Kaden.
Let's go. Right, that's the attitude, dude. We're not going through a recession or anything. All right, let's get into this last breakdown here. Yeah, honestly, I only really heard any like issues for me early on in the song, and then I think most of everything else that you're doing is pretty clean, man. Sounds great. Like this sounds cool. I like it a lot. Cool. I do. I like it. It messes you up a little bit. And I got you, JT and Kaden. I got you.
No, not the drop. Just overall, it felt like it didn't have enough room to breathe. But I think everything that Torvik was explaining makes sense and will help in that regard.
I think, because the automation, it's not like all of the different elements of your automation between like your string velocities, the expression of the Spitfire plugin and stuff like that. If they're like not all like moving together, it can feel restricted. Obviously compression does that sometimes from a technical standpoint, but this doesn't feel like over compressed to me as much as the energy's not quite flowing the way that it needs to, right? So like those early elements that you have, they're not growing with the dynamic range of the song. And so if you are able to automate the expression and your dynamics, then the song can swell a little bit, but you do have to be careful of the mud like you were talking about, of if you're going to do that with like your spizzicatos and pizzicatos, or even with your piano line, you've got to make sure that there's room for that structure in the mix, right? That there's got to be some give and take and some really strategic mixing and balancing to make all of those elements hit and give them clarity in your mix. But Stanky, you're crazy talented, man. And
Absolutely, Stinky. And just know that we are here for you throughout your journey.
100%,
like,
dude.
You know, we have these lives, we have the Discord. If we're not able to answer your question in the Discord because we just are always
All over the place.
overwhelmed and, you know, going crazy, I'm sure that there's someone in there that would be happy to at least encourage you. Just make sure you put it in the proper channels and then ask the community. And there should be somebody who is able to help you out, hopefully.
We got you.
But we are constantly working on growing the Discord as well too, guys, so that there's more options for collaboration and stuff like that. So feel free to invite your creative friends over to that Discord. And we would absolutely love to have them.
Absolutely. No, I don't think I heard anything in the last break, not specifically. Y'all show some love to the family. Stanky Stick, we love you. So excited for your future, man. You got so much going for you. So much going for you. We got JT up next.
Dude, it feels like I didn't even eat a snack. I'm so hungry.
Dude, I'm
I don't
so
know
hungry and my brain is fuzzy right now.
Why. Before you play my song, give me update on your life. Okay, we randomly decided to move back to our hometown, which is about 4 to 5 hours away. Still in Texas, technically, but Texas is so big that it's just like feels like we may as well be moving to another state. So that happened very quickly after we toured some properties in Dallas and realized this is way overpriced,
Yeah.
doesn't make any sense. There's nothing really tying us to Dallas, so we may as well be around family.
Yeah.
And yeah, so we're excited about that, but also it's chaotic as heck because we are obviously needing to work in the midst of that. So we're doing our best. um, and then yeah,
Because that's like in like 2 weeks.
I think you know now, JT, but we do have Obsidian Key, and that's been fun to focus on and, do things more official and right and
Appreciate you.
really set it up as a one-stop shop for creatives to be encouraged and empowered in their journey. So yeah, honestly, thank you for asking. Thank you, Raya. That's so sweet. Thank you,
Appreciate y'all
thank
so
you
much.
so much. Just knowing that you have you guys in our corner is so helpful.
I appreciate you, JT. It's been a whirlwind. I'll be honest, man. It's been like really crazy. It's been really crazy.
Yeah, we're
lately.
getting priced out of Dallas. We're like, dude, there is gonna be a max that we put on what Texas is worth. I don't
Right.
fucking look out my window and see a mountain,
Then
the
I'm not paying
ocean.
that
We
much,
still
man.
don't have seasons, really. The allergies are killer. So yeah, nah.
Not gonna happen. Not gonna happen.
Uh-uh.
All right, let me see what I.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
All right, let me see what I got here.
Texas used to be, I think that
used
a
to be,
lot
yeah.
of the like higher standard of living places like California, New York, all those places like started moving down to Texas during the pandemic especially and realizing like, oh, it's cheap down here, and they jacked those prices up to so much so that it feels like it's not even worth it in certain places anymore, So, kind of crazy.
Jug, I'm looking for you now. It must have been a minute ago, for sure. I'm not seeing anything for you. Yeah, I'm not currently seeing currently seeing one for you. Let me get into JT's Clark here, and I can check for some other stuff.
Do you remember when it was, Jug, or not? Either
had
way,
to
good
have
to
been-
see you. I
Yeah,
hope you're doing well.
Appreciate you hopping in. Oh yeah, it would have had to have been a while ago, probably.
Yeah,
Alright.
it's just different.
This is JT Clark. Let me
And
get
I
it
think
downloaded
the
real
housing
quick.
market is doing something weird, I think because the economy has been in such a rough spot since the pandemic, it's like, I just think it's tough. Everyone's holding on to what they
Yeah.
got, which makes sense,
Yeah.
but it drives up the pricing and renters get way too bold. Like when we were touring, you wouldn't even believe these houses,
How
you guys.
trashed they would be.
They were like horrible. Like they're old. Like we were willing to sacrifice a bit, just horrible for like expensive. And it
Yeah.
was just crazy
Yeah,
to
it's
see that
wild.
in Texas. Yeah.
All right, so I wrote the song back in February. The song is about alcohol addiction. I had a close family member struggling with this, and one of the things their counselor said to do was to write a breakup letter. I got to read it and got very inspired because it hit home for me, but it can also hit home for a lot of
What's
people
up, Nin?
struggling. 100%. What's up, Nin? Appreciate you
I love
hopping in.
that, JT. Makes so much sense.
I love it. Very relatable for so many people.
Yeah.
So I wrote a song from the letter that was written. This is just the demo version. I got my buddy to re-record acoustic bass, drums, so most of it now is live instruments. Let's go. I love that. All right, let me get the download here. This is called Have Fun, the demo by JT Clark. This is the family, y'all. If you're not already supporting JT, please support JT. I know you've got a lot of things changing in your life, but if they're ever live, if they're ever, making music or putting stuff out, please go support it, man. We always want to see the family winning.
Yeah, literally.
Oh no, literally, Nick, it's wild. It's absolutely insane. But that's what happens though, is like people here realize that someone from San Francisco is used to paying 1.2 million for a
Right.
2-1.
The whole standard of living is just different.
And so they'll go from 400, what they should be charged, like they'll go from 320 and they'll charge 475 because they know it's still a third.
But that's what's crazy is they're driving up the standard of living here and maybe even in places like Kansas, and it's like, bro, what?
Yeah, it's wild.
That doesn't make sense. Mm-mm.
Cuff, good to see you, man. I hope you're doing
Hey,
well.
Cuff. Yeah, good to see
All right,
you.
let's get into it. This is half fun.
I know it's really glitchy over on TikTok, so we appreciate you guys hopping in, but I know it's not fun.
Yeah, it's just everywhere. Everything is more expensive, man. It's brutal. All right,
It's pretty lame, yeah.
let's get it. Have fun. JT Clark, let's run it.
Okay.
Sorry.
Black and blue, broken heart, hiding undercover. Gotta break this off with you. I don't want all your shit, you can take it, go ahead and leave. I just hope that you cry and you break when you see these words and read.
Sounds good.
Got you. These are live drums?
Took away my life. Now you're stuck here with Jack. You can say you're sorry, tell me lies, but I'm not gonna fall for it. So hear me when I say, have fun, stuck in that bottle.
Got you.
You made me run away, run away, run away. Now
I was
I'm
gonna say, they just, not in a bad way. They sound fine.
I cut the ties and the lies from the webs that you sewed upon my soul.
Dude, it's giving an early to like mid 2000s vibe, and I love it.
You can't break
Kind of.
Not quite.
Or earlier than that, actually.
and I know
Like 2005-ish.
you'll hate to see me leave. Have fun being alone by yourself. I'm not coming back. You took away my life. Now you're stuck here with Jack. You can say you're sorry, tell me lies, but I'm not gonna fall for it. So hear me when I say, have fun, stuck in that bottle.
Nice. Let's go.
That's awesome. It comes through.
Have fun being alone by yourself. I'm not coming back. You took away my
No, literally, I can picture this in like a 2005, 2006 rom-com. I love it so much.
Say you're sorry, tell me lies. I'm not
Heck yeah, even that part, bro.
Yes.
Perfect.
So hear me when I say, have fun being alone by yourself.
Let's go.
I'm not coming back. You took away my life. Now you're stuck here with Jack. You can say you're sorry, tell me lies.
So good, JT. You're such a talented writer.
So hear
Yep.
me when I say, have fun, stuck in that bottle. I can live with all these scars. I'm not running
Which means I can hear it in a rom-com today, because we're in a
Right.
time when anything goes, you know?
100%. They're like making them like that.
Exactly.
Because of the nostalgia.
Literally.
Love the stack on the vocal there too.
when I say, have fun, stuck in that bottle.
Good hook too, man. Of course, always. Let's go, man. Y'all show some love to the family.
I love
JT
that
Clark,
so
it's so
much.
good. For one, to see your name in the chat after a while
I
too, man. We've been, we were out for like 12 days too. Like things have been all over the place regardless. But it's good to see your name in here, man. Good to hear your voice in these songs again, man. I love what you do.
Amazing.
Let's get into it. Let's break it down a little bit here. Is this going to be your first time doing a multi-track mix on live drums? If it is, like whenever you get live drums on the other version, right? If it is, that's gonna be fun. I kind of have a love, sometimes it's really hard depending on the track and stuff, but it is kind of a, so my question is kind of what to look out for with recording live instruments, especially with drum. Okay, perfect question. I was gonna say, it's a different world, baby, because you phase is going to be the biggest thing that you're going to have to figure out and see how it works in the structure of your mix. I'll be honest too, when it comes with like I'm lucky that I get to mic, play, and track and mix my own drums. It's oftentimes more difficult sometimes, or can be, mixing someone else's, depending on their knowledge and skill level of phase and stuff like that when they're miking and tracking and things like that. I don't know if you be there for tracking? Excuse me. Will you be there for tracking, or are they just tracking and sending you stuff too? I don't know how close y'all are. Let me know.
Do you want
and I
that
can
supplement?
Yeah, that'd be great. Let me know how close you'll be to the record, and we'll get into it.
Sponsored by Air
He's
Power.
in Florida. I know, right? Sponsored.
Y'all know we love our sups. Big on health.
Oh yeah, we're better. Okay. So he's in Florida. Okay. So if he gives you a pretty good recording of the drums, and if they kind of know what they're doing to an extent, then you should be fine, right? The biggest thing that you will probably experience, the biggest thing that you'll got the gear and went to full, so he knows what he's doing. Okay, cool. So the biggest thing that you'll experience is phase issues. Like, it also depends on how many mics he's using. Is he using a snare top and a snare bottom? Is he using kick in and kick out? You're going to get files for all of those, right? You're going to get direct mics. You might get overheads. You might get rooms, right? And how all of those work together is where you'll have some pain points. Even the best, dude, even the Grammy winningest engineers out there, they have to deal with phase. They got to flip this mic. They got to change the distance here. They got all that stuff, right? So even someone who knows what they're doing, you're going to get bleed and you're going to get phase issues, and hopefully not, ideally. But the two things that I would kind of pay attention the most to is phase and bleed, and how you want to approach mixing them. That's different song to song, track to track, drum to drum, right? It depends on a lot of factors, but you can kind of decide how much do you want to gate the snare, or how much do you want to let it bleed into the rest of the mix so it sounds really cohesive, right? It's not too tinny and choppy, right? That's things like that. Because obviously, even with I used an SM57 on the snare, even with the 57 on the snare angled perfectly and stuff, you're going to hear a little bit of the cymbals. You're going to hear the kick drum when it kicks in and stuff like that. So one of the biggest things that I would approach and look for is how you want to mitigate noise reduction and gating and things like that. You might want to do like a little bit of gating on the snare and kick while leaving other things a bit more open. Kind of up to you, right? And then the other thing is phase. Now, obviously, without seeing a session, without knowing everything that's going on, you won't know some of this until you get in it and you get 12 drum tracks and you go, whoa, this sounds weird. Everything sounds funky, or whatever it may be. It could very well be that there are some phase issues. Just like as an example, there might be a kick top mic, or a snare top and a snare bottom. You might need to invert the phase on the... Dude, honestly,
I was already zoning out. I'm like, bro, what the fuck?
I love this world. It's gonna be fun. I grew more.
And sick thing about him is that he actually means fun.
I love it, dude. I love it.
He actually means fun.
I mean fun partially because you will grow more as an engineer miking drums than you will probably do anything else. It's a whole mix for just drums, right? So understanding the phase, understanding the rejection of the mics, understanding their polar patterns, their distance from the source, EQ, compression, and all of that, bussing, rooms, overheads, it's like this little microcosm of engineering in one thing, right? Yeah, I know, exactly, dude. I love it. And if you need help, dude, obviously I'm here. Hopefully once I get my drum set up again in the new spot, and hopefully in a couple of weeks, ideally, we'll just see. We'll see.
I'm like, bro, that just made me tired.
Then I know I do like it though, but just as like a note, like you want to like have you might need to invert the phase. And one thing that you can do to make it really easy on yourself too, is zoom in super, super, super far. And you can see the phase correlation of the different elements, right? Like if your snare sounds chorusy when it's playing with the overheads, just literally like you'll just kind of hear it, right? And if it sounds good, it sounds good. Don't freak out about it. Like if you play the drum tracks and they all sound good, you're good. Like, you know what I mean? Like I think people freak out and they're like, is all of this in phase? It's like, well, kind of who cares if you're getting the sound that you want? That's really all that matters. But if you every time the snare hits and the overheads are on, and the snare hits and it sounds chorusy, it sounds phasey, it sounds weird, try inverting the phase of the snare, all of a sudden it's gonna slice through the mix and punch through. It's weird. It's like magic. It's phase is just a weird thing like that. But little things like that. Those are the two things that I would pay attention to, because you're not going to be a part of the tracking process and placing mics and stuff. Look for bleed and look for phase. Those will be the two things. And honestly, when it comes to drums, you'll hear it. If the kick is like super weak and you're like, what in the world is going on? And then you realize that you've been just mixing in the kick out and not the kick in, you'll just learn so much in the process. Feel free to like just dive into, watch a bunch of YouTube videos on mixing drums with phase issues, like so many things. It all exists out there. Once I get drum set up, I'll make a bunch of content for it too, of course, because I do like this process. As a drummer, I had to kind of do both sides, right? Of learning mic placement and drum placement, drum tuning is a whole other world, right? And then of course, the mixing part of it. So, dude, I want to, I just don't, they are all in my car, just all, yeah. I as soon as we move, I don't know what it's going to look like when we move, but as soon as I have a studio again, I'll set up the drums. I would love to make more drum videos and stuff like that. So I'm excited for you.
Just pray we find a house, guys.
I know, right? I'm excited for you. It's probably going to be a little bit overwhelming, right? So just take your time with it, because it's going to feel like mixing something brand new. It's not just turning up an 808 and sidechaining it to a kick, right? It's not just like balancing vocal layers. It's one instrument with 12 parts that all need to work together to make one sound, right? And so it can be really complex, but I think if you just like take your time with it and just like take it one little instrument at a time, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. Don't even stress about it. You'll grow so much through this process. Let's dive through this real quick. I know that hey, thank you so much for the follow, Voyagers. So I appreciate it. I'm gonna get this something out, but 100%. Take your time. Take your time with it, man. Now, obviously, I think half of the instrumentation that I'm going to hear here, including your vocals, are going to be changed. So I'm not going to.
It will be so worth it. And the good thing is, it's not a trendy vibe, you know, like we were talking about.
Yeah.
It's like, it'll be worth it to get it perfect. And when it does come out, it's still going to be very relevant.
100%. And it's something you'll take with you forever. Like the more that you do this, like the first thing I started mixing was drums. So like that was something I was like lucky to do. I was in a studio where some bands would come in and I'd have to be like, hey, go run and get the C214, go over here, go get the 414, go get here, get the B51. Like I had to be a part of running and doing that whole process. And I was lucky because I got to see that from both ends, like right at the very beginning. So I'm excited for you because this could kind of launch you a little bit. Like it can give you such a deeper understanding of the engineering side that I think will be really beneficial to you. All right, let's get into it. So I won't touch the mix too much just because a lot of this is going to get changed.
Like a blue, broken heart, hiding undercover. Gotta break this off with you. I don't want all your
I'm
shit,
excited
you
too.
can take
Same,
it, go ahead and leave. I just hope that you cry and you break when you see these words and read. Fun being alone by yourself, I'm not coming back. You took away my.
Let me back. I'm kind of curious what it would sound like to do a low chorus first. The song kind of gets in and gets busy really fast, and then kind of stays at that dynamic for a while, and then you do ebb and flow a little bit. But I would be kind of interested what it would be like to kind of build up like a little bit of energy, and then come all the way down to like vocal layers and just the acoustic, or vocal layers and just the piano for a second, just to maybe create a little bit more anticipation before it's already drum on the verse, drum on the next hook, into your bridges and stuff like that. Well, so as a mix goes for a demo, because I just did what I usually do. How is that? It's pretty clean. Yeah, it's pretty clean. I do feel like the drum. Let me back it up a little bit. Let me get into this hook.
Ahead and being alone by yourself, I'm not coming.
Yeah, it's a great mix on a demo. Yeah, like there's nothing that's like, oh, this is way off. This is like super tinny or anything like that. It's it's a good balance for a mix like this, especially with the kind of control that you have.
You took away my life. Now you're
Maybe a little light on the bass. Like you might be able to like shift some energy away from the low end of the acoustic and piano and give it to the bass. It might be a little bit low, but yeah, it's a pretty good balance, man. I'm not mad at it at all.
stuck here with Jack. You can say you're sorry, tell me lies, but I'm not gonna
like the last vocal run it there.
You made me run away, run away, run away. Now I'm standing
Yeah,
on my
definitely.
own.
Yeah, there's more, and again, I don't know all the details, and you might not for a minute, but you'll know, are you going to be doing a direct signal for the bass? Is it going to be a mic'd cab and stuff like that? But that is definitely something you'll want to look out for, that there is space for all of the elements in the mix, right? Because you are now in control of them all, pros and cons, right? When you get an already compressed, already EQ'd acoustic from Splice, you don't usually have to do as much to it outside of maybe carve a little bit of space to make sure everything fits. But when you're in complete control, like complete control over every signal that you get, that's a good thing. But it also means that you do need to be very intentional with like the tracking and EQing process and stuff like that. But live bass, you know, I mean, a lot of the samples that you get from Splice or even like a plugin, they're samples of the live thing. So it shouldn't be like a dramatically different process. It just depends on how dry it is. If you're getting like a dry bass, then you probably need to EQ it and compress it and maybe a couple times, maybe saturate to offer the punch that it actually needs in a mix. It just depends on how far along those signals are when you get them. That will determine a lot for you. But yeah, just look out for how dry things are, right? And how much they've been processed. Sometimes you don't need to do anything to it. Don't feel like you have to process. Tell me to smile.
I was just thinking about what Bridges said. When I'm thinking, I get so serious.
I know, same. I do too. I'm just like, huh, what's going on?
And also, yeah, whatever he's saying, I like tuned out a long time ago.
Yeah, right. Yeah, you'll just have to really get into the processing of that, and you won't know it until you get it. Just be aware of when
I have no reason to know it, because
I'm here.
you know what I mean?
But you
I need some more motivation.
there can sometimes be a feeling like I need to process this in order for it to get mixed, right? And so just pay attention, like you use your ear, train your ear to kind of hear those things and be like, okay, it needs to be tighter, let's compress it. It needs to be a little brighter so I get the string attack, crank 5K a little bit or something like that. But you just gotta use your ears and see what needs processing and what sounds better dry because they already did some stuff to it. Let me get into this second hook into the outro here. You should be good. But yeah, I mean, you got your work cut out for you, but you're gonna be in a good spot, bro.
By yourself, I'm not coming back. You took away my life. Now you're stuck here with Jack. You can say you're sorry, tell me lies. I'm not gonna fall for. I'm not coming back.
It is, Ryan.
You took away my.
Personal
I'm like, that's what I
preference-
confidently know.
Yeah, it is
It's
really good.
really good.
It's really good. Personal preference, I do think the low hook goes too long, but I do like the falsetto that you do. So I'm kind of curious, like I kind of feel like it should come in halfway earlier with the drums and then come in. But I do like the falsetto. So I feel like maybe if you move that early and then introduce the other instrumentation early too, that might be better. It does run on a little bit, in my opinion.
Have fun being alone by yourself.
Yeah.
I'm not coming back. You took away my life. Now you're stuck here with Jack.
And then like your full hook
I mean,
comes
it
in there.
wouldn't hinder replayability. You know, it would only help.
Right.
So
Because then it goes again.
You can say you're sorry, tell me lies. I'm not gonna fall for that
barely
again.
picked up.
So hear me when I say
It just kind of pushes everything late. So I'm kind of curious. I want to hear that falsetto again.
coming back. You took away my life. Now you're stuck here with Jack. You can say you're sorry, tell me.
So that little part here. I wonder if there's a way you could do that earlier so you can come in, right?
Being alone by yourself, I'm not coming back. You took away my
life is like, right? I mean, took away my life. So you still have that falsetto lift that I really like because you do it really well. Yeah, you could start. Yeah, because you could start away early, right? Or do the first half and then build up from there, and it would probably cut 30 seconds off the end of the song too. That that takes it from 4 minutes to 3.5 minutes. So if you do the "Took Away My Life" and do the falsetto there, then you can build up immediately after that to the B section of the hook, and then close the song with your tag. That way your song becomes like 3 minutes, 3:15 versus 4 or longer. I think that would just consolidate it. It would cut the fat a little bit and make it a little bit tighter.
Alive. Now you're stuck here with Jack. You can say you're sorry, tell me lies. I'm not gonna fall alive. Now you're stuck here with Jack.
Because otherwise you have to have like 2 full hooks and they're already like pretty long and they have like a lot of lyric structure and they're good lyric structure, right? But I think it would be better to just have 1 hook with an outro or like a tag instead of 2 full hooks, because then you do like half low, half big to an outro with that same progression. That feels tighter to me. It feels like a little bit more like polished in my opinion.
You can say you're sorry, tell me lies, but I'm not gonna fall for it. So hear me when I say, have fun, stuck in that bottle. And I can live with all
You
these
could just do big hook straight into that. So you have the last half of the hook straight into here. That's way tighter.
running away. Yeah, I can live with all this love that's surrounding me. La da 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 la da da da. Believe me when
I like that
say,
though.
have fun, stuck in that bottle.
Yeah, I still like the outro.
Me too. Me too. I think it's just cutting that half hook. Cutting the half hook and building up and not doing a second full hook
Yeah,
and
that
then
makes
doing
sense.
the tag. To me, that cuts like 45 seconds out of the song and makes it a little bit more polished and interesting in my opinion, so it doesn't feel too repetitive. Background to that is violence was a daily choice, so if you did not just putting them on away, but also putting the bottle away and stuck there with nothing. I like it. I like it, dude. You have it has a lot of the concepts are good, the execution is good, and you have
Amazing.
you have a great voice, and so I'm excited. I mean, I love live instrumentation. I'm excited
Yeah,
to
now
hear
my
this.
gears are already going about the marketing of that song. It's
Yeah.
gonna be just
Tons
so
of
good.
potential, man. I'm
so
super excited for you, man. Y'all show some love to the family, JT Clark. You're amazing, man. You
Big
know we
love,
love you.
JT.
I'm super excited whenever you do have the capacity to kind of finalize the song that we're working on. It's gonna be fun, man. But you're super talented, man. I'm excited for you to build out the rest of the song, man. You're absolute beast. If you are someone who is looking for someone who is you're able to grow with as far as like production and mix and stuff like that, I've seen JT grow leaps and bounds in his
Literally.
ability to songwrite collaboratively,
Amazing.
produce and mix. So if you were looking for someone to work with, that is definitely someone that I would reach out to.
So Bridges, actually on that note, that's literally I did want to respond to your the question you had in here or whatever your comment said exactly, but I didn't want to interrupt JT's consultation. So if you are open to splitting credits and stuff like that, I think that the best way to grow in your songwriting is to collaborate and work with other people. So if you want to hop in the Discord and just meet some people and get in touch with other songwriters, that's what I would encourage. It can be a really, really fun way to grow with people, and that's what this community is all about. Like
100%.
going up together and helping each other out any way we can.
Definitely. Man, y'all show some love to JT. JT, you're amazing. We love you, man. Can't wait to see where that song goes, man. You're really, really, really talented, man. Absolutely.
Yeah, of course, Bridges.
Let's
also
go.
had the idea of maybe taking the second verse on the song you made for me. Oh shit.
Oh shit. Oh
Oh,
shit.
shit.
Keep us updated. Keep us updated.
Yeah,
We'll
that'd be awesome.
we'll be able to track better once we're in the studio and stuff like that. But I'm excited to see how that song pans out, man. It's gonna be fun. We got Nick in the building. These are gonna be our last couple tracks here, y'all, and then we'll hop off for the weekend probably.
Yeah,
so-
let's just change it to 2 because I'm
it'll just
hungry
be
as
close because
fuck.
it'll be the last couple of years. But let's go.
I don't know why my stomach is like eating itself. We're only eating like 2 meals a day,
Barely.
or
2 lean meals a day with snacks.
or just one.
We've only had 1 meal, yeah.
I don't know. So whatever it is, it's not feeling like enough. At this point in my cycle, I'll just say
It's
I
not
need
fucking
food.
happening.
I
All
mean,
right.
I have vocals recorded other than second verse. LOL, so
Okay.
that'd be awesome, JT.
That'd be fun.
Yeah, I'll listen to it and just see. What's
All
up?
right, Nick.
I need to hear it with some fresh ears.
100%. All right, we got Nick Olson in the
Either
building.
way, you know I'd be honored to collaborate one day, JT.
Hell yeah.
This song or another one.
Hey Torvik, this is a mix of our upcoming first single. Looking for any and all feedback on the mix and also song wise, etc., etc. TikTok username is @Nick.
Okay, perfect.
We're starting from scratch, just me on guitar, singing, writing, and my cousin on the drums. Neither of us have any background with social media or marketing ourselves or even releasing music. This will be our first single, so looking for advice. I love it. Let's get into it. I'm excited. Last two tracks here, y'all. Let's run it. This is Free Kings, See You Again. So Free Kings is the name of the band, I'm assuming. And this is See You Again. Let's get into it.
Honestly, if you want, you could, or does it need to be an email? Because you could also just DM me on Instagram
Yeah, perfect.
or Discord.
All right, let's get into it. Hold on, where's the
volume?
Hold up 1 second. Wait a minute. Where's the player? Does it not have a volume control? Because it's super loud compared to the other ones. You'd think. Interesting. Okay, I'll just turn it down from here. Oh yeah, no worries. that lick. Yo, show some love. Let me turn it back up. Show some love. Show some love. I
Bye,
like
TikTok. Join us.
peace in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
That was really lovely, Nick. I liked it a lot.
Boom.
I think there's so much potential for your sound, and I definitely hear your inspirations coming through. So good job there.
100%.
But like Bridges said, it's still all you, which is really cool.
Yep, 100%.
I wanted to pull up the proper handle. I know you said it's just Nick, but that may be kind of hard for me to find. So if there's any other information you can give me, I would really appreciate it.
Definitely. All right, let's run it from the top. I'm gonna have to keep. This will be. Maybe I'm just not seeing it. There's got to be a volume control on this player here, because it is a loud master. Nothing wrong
Is
with
it
that.
Oh,
No,
sorry,
this
guys.
is the tag for fade out. It's just a comment
Oh.
thing right there.
Hmm.
Because it's a nice loud master, but it means I have to turn our mics down to like here to be able to play it, which makes it hard to talk in between. But
I couldn't even hear you in my ears, bro.
yeah. Okay, I'll just try to there's not honestly there's not a ton. I think the balance is cool, tone on the guitar is great, the drums I don't mind.
Low
It
key,
does
we can listen to it through the speaker just for the second.
It's going to start feeding back if it's loud enough
It's
with the mics.
yeah, but it's it doesn't if it's at a decent volume.
Well, then I can't hear the things that I'm trying to break
Okay,
down.
I can do that though.
Okay, so that's kind of what I'm a couple things that I'm listening for. One would actually be vocal layering. There's some things that I feel like would be interesting to hear, but I do like this, like, you know, 90s shoegaze feel. Like it feels like slow and drawn out and overdriven and distorted. So that's definitely something I would want to hear present in the mix itself as well. So let's get into it, man. Let's talk through a couple things. But honestly, y'all are doing a great job. I like the feel. I like the lyrics. It does feel emotional. I do like the feeling of it quite a bit. Free Kings Band on
Oh, perfect. Thank you so
TikTok.
much.
Perfect. All right, let's run it from the top. Also, let me bring it back up. Personal preference. I think I need to keep this open. Hold on. This is going to be weird because TikTok's closed now, so I need to change these settings. Give me 1 sec. Check. This is going to be odd. 1 minute.
We did it the other day, right?
I know, but it's all complex because of these apps I have to have open. Check.
Do you guys have any other platforms, Nick?
Check. There we go. Got you. Okay. So I personally feel like there's some parts of this song that I really like how expanded it is, right? I like that things are kind of drawn out and stuff. And then there's some parts that I feel like could just be way tighter and way more interesting, especially as an early listen from someone who hasn't released music, right? You're just getting into releasing your first single. You want people to have a good first impression and not have to wait too long at all to hear who you are at all. In my opinion, I would just go through the progression twice and then start the bridge. You could honestly probably do that pretty simply by just chopping where the guitar is and moving the whole track up by
I found your
two-
Instagram, by the way.
2 measures, right? Just to get a little bit more a little bit more concise, a little bit more cohesive as far as the length goes. Because I don't mind a 5-minute song, but if it's going to be a 5-minute song, I do feel like you want to make sure that you are maintaining people's attention to some extent. Let me back it up from the top. Let me see
Okay,
where the
sounds
vocals
good.
come in first. And I don't mind it as long as you polish a couple things. So I'll kind of tell you what I would do. Because you kind of have a double intro here, which is fine. The dynamics change, but it's something to look at. A minute three before the vocal comes in. Okay, so just something to keep in mind. It's your first release. And you said you haven't really looked into the releasing too much or don't know much about the release process yet, or even like distributing. Spotify doesn't count, and a couple other DSPs too. They don't count your streams or payout unless someone listens for 30 seconds, at least 30 seconds, right? So you could have 1 million people stream your song for 28 seconds, and you'd see $0 and 0 streams on your song. So you really do want to mitigate people skipping too early while still being authentic and still being creative, right? So my intuition would be to do this here, right? So you start here, try to get it to try to get it to closer to 30 when the vocals come in, 30 to 40. So start here. Do like one progression. Boom, come, boom, right? And then drums come in right there, as opposed to 34 seconds more intro happening. That's not like any like beneficial new information or new sonics to the listener, right? So I would just tighten that up a little bit. I don't mind it being a little bit longer because you do that build up, but I do think you could tighten it up a bit to make sure that people actually stream, and if they do stream, they stay long enough to hear those amazing vocals. Let me skip into the verse. That'd be one thing. It would just be a suggestion. You don't have to. It's not necessary, but I do think it'll increase your replay value. I think it'll increase.
Definitely.
It'll increase the actual streams that you see, because I know there's people that they see 800 streams, but it was actually streamed 3,500 times. But only 800 people stayed longer than 30 seconds, and you're missing out on a lot of retention of your music because of these dead zones in the song itself. So let me get into the vocals real quick, and then that's kind of the main thing I want to talk about.
Packed up all my memories, and I drove through the night, watched my life pass right on by me, with every street sound. Did I do this right?
You got a volume. You got a really cool voice. I really like your voice. Like there's some really great textures here that I appreciate a lot. I don't think it's a bad decision. You have a great voice. There's a moment here and there where I think Melodyne would be a good tool to like take a flat note and just put it in place without any auto tune. But I don't think it's a bad decision. This is actually my suggestion though. I'm gonna get into the hook really quick because my suggestion is more common in like the 80s and 90s, even back into like the 50s and 60s. A chorused lead vocal, a doubled lead vocal that will offer you some help with your vocal power when you don't have any tuning on it. So I want to hear the hook really quick, but that is actually my suggestion. I don't think you need tuning. You have a great voice, and I like that it feels grungy and
Yeah,
natural.
same here.
Yeah, and
I think it was a good stylistic choice.
Yeah, I don't mind that one bit, but I would have a recommendation of one effect that you
Melodyne.
could have on the hook that I think would help with it.
Will I see you again? Will I see you again? Somewhere far from here.
Okay, so you do, excuse me, you do have some doubles on the vocal. I think they're pretty spacey. They are kind of brought back quite a ways into the background there. I think so. What I would typically do would be have a double vocal that kind of sits like this, like they're like right next to each other. And those actually offer you some power, 3 leads and 1 harmony part. Okay, got you. So I'm hearing some of those doubles in the background there. I hear a couple of them, but they're not offering a ton of like weight to the mix. Why is this glitching so much? It might be this. Hold on. Give me a sec. Check. Let's do this here. Give me a sec. I need to move our headphones to a different place because we're not even on
TikTok anymore.
Yeah, it's gonna be it's confusing because TikTok is such a chore.
Can they hear us right now though?
Y'all should be able to hear us.
Oh, okay.
we go.
Kaden, tell your mom we said hi
And we're
too.
back. Okay.
Perfect.
Okay, I'm just gonna have to mess with this volume here. So sorry for reaching out.
Oh, no worries. I don't care.
Okay, so you were talking about the doubled vocals on the hook. Right now, the vocal mix itself is a little flat. Not in pitch, right? But it's a little flat in energy. So it's like really clean, smooth compression, but it doesn't really allow your vocal to like go anywhere, to like jump, right? So it when the guitars and everything comes in, your vocal kind of just gets like softened into the rest of the mix, even with 3 doubles on it and a harmony. I would recommend getting like maybe, I don't know what your chain looks like, right? But maybe a compressor with a little bit more punch. I would typically recommend something fast-ish, but still lets that initial transient come in. I usually use like a 1176 to do something like this, where you let the initial little transient, like waveform of that vocal come in, and then you compress, right? Kind of tightens it up. It keeps it really like sharp and punchy, and then you make up the gain and push it forward in the mix. And then the other thing is not being too, I don't know what the chain looks like, but not being too surgical with your, I'm paying a sound engineer to mix this $500 a song, but I'm allowed to leave him know, so we're gonna. Okay, cool. And again, some of this also, I'll be honest, some of this also has to do with your performance, right? This has to do with what you're using, the energy that you sing with, and stuff like that. But it's a well balanced mix. It's a nice balance on the mix. I don't mind it, but I do kind of wish there was a little bit more punch in your vocal. Some of that again is performance. Some of that is the breath that you have on your vocal and the energy that you have in your performance. But sometimes the 1176 does a good job of just allowing some of that vocal to come in and then just really controlling it and punching it. And the other thing is just like, I just don't want it to sound too surgical. And again, this is all stylistic too. Every engineer has a different perspective on it, but to sound too surgical, where I feel like I'm kind of missing some like maybe like mid power in your vocal too, around like 800 to 1200 hertz. That might also help that lead vocal, at least maybe even not just the layers, but the lead vocal sit forward in the mix a little bit more, having just a small bell curve there, so it doesn't feel too like flat or hollowed out, but maybe even pushes that on top of the drums and guitars that you have. Small notes, some stuff you can kind of play around with. But I think you're doing a great job. I mean, I think the song structure is good. I like the feel of it. I think that a lot of this comes down to, I think, the way you execute even more than it is the engineering side, right? I think making sure that you execute power behind your vocal for the lead. You have like good diaphragmatic support, good like step away from the mic a little bit if you need to really project on that lead vocal on the hook. And then support it with softer vocals if you want to, right? Like if you can maybe soften kind of the backgrounds, they're a little bit more ethereal, a little bit more ambient.
What? How is that coming through?
Huh? Hold on, I'm confused.
What the fuck?
TikTok be on one today.
No, it's shut down. Like, I was literally in there, so.
What the hell?
That's creepy.
What the fuck? That's weird.
We shut down TikTok, so I don't know how that's
TikTok's
happening.
literally not even open. That's very strange. Not sure how
Anyway.
that's happening. The other side, what was I talking about though? Making sure that your lead vocals projected well, so you feel like you have more energy behind it, and then feel free to support it with softer vocals that fill space more than anything, right? So I think more than like a lot of corrections that you need on this song, outside of maybe, like I said, tightening up the intro and outro, making sure that that the song itself feels really tight and cohesive, so it doesn't become like a run-on structure, like it feels a little bit more concise. I think that's one thing you could work on, but I think mainly more than anything, looking into like the future projects that you work on, just focusing on some distinction between like your lead vocal and your other vocals, right? Like a powerful lead, maybe softer backgrounds, energy changes in your vocal, different registers and stuff like that. Because you have a nice voice. You have a really, really nice voice. I don't mind there not being tuning on there. It does have good support from your layers, but I think maybe just from an energetic standpoint, you don't feel that as much. Not maybe as much because of the mix, but maybe just the actual performance of the vocal yourself, which means you have plenty of room to grow, because I think y'all are talented. 100%. And I think oftentimes too, you might not be doing this, but oftentimes people are reading their lyrics too when they're tracking in the studio or tracking at home and stuff like that. So they're holding their phone here and they're da 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 da, or they're just like reading the lyrics as they're singing and stuff like that. And that makes it really challenging to like execute the emotion on it, right? And actually feel the lyrics. In that situation, I would consider comping the vocals if you're not already. Comping the vocals to where You might even record just one line of a song, one sentence of a song at a time, and do a bunch of different takes of it with different emotions, different energies, try some different stuff. And you can take pockets of each of those takes to make the final splice. And that, when I was doing it, we decided to just record everything from living except for live drums. And that, I mean, it makes sense, right? There's nothing wrong with that. But the next time you track, I would encourage you to look into comping, just because I do feel like you'll be able to, if you just have one line that's super emotion and you can memorize that one line and record it 20 different times, take the best, most emotional version of it and then polish it, then you're in a really good spot. That's what most of like the top, pros are going to be doing, right? Some people just record in one take, but we're not all Jay-Z, right? We're not all like, Steven Tyler or something like that. Like most of us need multiple takes to get it right, and comping can be a great way to execute that. So that would be my encouragement to you. It's going to allow you to get the most emotion of it and allow you to put down the phone and record the emotional line with all the emotion that you can muster without having to think about what you're saying as much. That definitely helped. Let me just hear the outro really quick. But Nick, I feel like you're in a great spot, man. You're talented. You're a good writer. I like the feel of the production too. I do love hearing live instrumentation and just a good voice. So I applaud what you're doing, and I applaud you investing in your craft too, man. That's really, really cool. So keep at it. Yeah, you're at a really, really good spot. Keep doing what you're doing. Just start tightening up the emotional execution of your vocal and the structure of the song a little bit, and I think you'll be fantastic. Let me hear the outro here, and this I'll probably have to turn down. It's gonna be interesting. Let's see.
I'm so thrown off.
And then I think you're right. I think you're right. Bring this back up. I think you're right about the edit point at the end there too, just fading out a little bit early. Again, tightening up the structure. I think you're on the right track there too. But y'all give it up, man. Give it up for Nick.
Right, Wyatt? I don't understand at all.
It's super weird. Like TikTok's not even up, and I know how that came through. I think you're 100% on the right track, Nick. You're doing some great stuff.
Yeah, Nick, and now that I have more context that like you guys haven't officially distributed anything yet, and you're still working on figuring out your sound and just like building up a catalog and stuff like that, that's perfect and an ideal place to be. I don't know if you heard us talking about it earlier, but we do talk about it frequently. Just that like if we had a choice, it would be that like every artist and band and producer would be able to do what you guys are doing. So mad props there. You're doing it the right way. Um, the rough process looks like getting some kind of identifiable brand aesthetic. You want to just put some thought into the visual side of what your band looks like on every single platform, and you would want it to be cohesive on every single platform and in your merch and in your album covers and all that type of stuff. So have fun with that over on Pinterest. If you don't have a Pinterest, I recommend starting one. If you're kind of like the head of the band, or the front runner, then I would recommend you start it. You can invite maybe one other band member. Well, you're just 3 people, right? Actually, that's not too
Yeah,
bad.
2 or 3,
If you
something, yeah.
all want to be on the Pinterest board, you can, or you can kind of just head it up, however you want to do it. But definitely want to get a. Okay, nice. Okay, so yeah, both of you can share that Pinterest board and collaborate on it so that you can, make sure that the vibe you end up going for visually feels accurate to what you both want to put forward, and what, how you want to be perceived by your audience, all that type of stuff. But yeah, so from there would be the brand as a foundation. Then you would develop all of your platforms in the most ideal way, which I do have that free checklist coming out soon. So hopefully that will be done.
Yeah.
We've just been like, just
Oh,
so
well.
overwhelmed right now, but hopefully that will come out soon because it is done. I just have to figure out how to set it up on the link tree and all that stuff. And then from there it will just be all about marketing and stuff. What I will do, or what I will give a couple pieces of advice on specifically with bands, is if you are going to be doing live shows and stuff like that, I highly recommend getting a Facebook page for your band, and creating actual events and just inviting. It basically gives the opportunity, which I wish other platforms did this as well as Facebook does. I don't even like speaking highly of Facebook because I can't stand Meta, but it's what we got now, right now, right? But I wish other platforms did this, where like basically it makes it so easy to share basically, and give your friends and family something to support by just like, hey, can you share it with a few of your friends that you think might like this, like
sure.
it just makes it easier to get the traction going. So I highly recommend doing that, hopping over to Facebook. um and then another big thing for bands is going to be YouTube. So those are my top recommendations. Who would I look into in regards to figuring out that stuff with someone? My bandmate has zero interest in those kind of things, and I have little to no knowledge. Well, we do that. If you're ever interested, we offer longer form consultations. We have branding services. I do personal and editorial styling. Basically anything visual is me, and then
Sonics for
anything,
me.
yeah, music related and sound related is him. Then we do have someone on our team who is also in marketing. So we do, like, that's literally what Obsidian Key is for. It's to help artists basically um, fill in the gaps of everything that a manager and label would be helping them with. So it's mostly catered to indie artists, but I'm not saying if you are signed with a label and you still need help that we wouldn't help you. Of course, it's to empower everyone. So yeah, if you want to check that out, you can do exclamation point website here. Um, we would be honored and so happy to help you however we possibly can, and even just steer you in the right direction. But yeah, so yeah. I'd be happy to help however I possibly can. I understand, like, if it's not in your wheelhouse, it can get definitely pretty overwhelming. I have a YouTube with 2K subscribers that I used to use for poker content, but deleted all the vids on it. Should we just rebrand it and post there, or is it better to start from scratch? Just use it.
Just use it, because the hardest part is getting to monetization, and all
Yeah.
you need then is watch hours once you're posting content on there, and you already have the 1,000 subs.
People may be like, what is this? I didn't
You might
even-"
lose some subs. to me, like,
Exactly. So
what
you
the
might
fuck?
lose some, but it's, I mean, hey,
Yeah.
you got it, so you might as well use it.
Yeah.
What's the harm,
And let's be honest, most people are passive subs too. So
Yeah.
like if you haven't posted there in a while, it's not like people are constantly going through their sub list and deleting people.
Yeah.
They're just,
They're not worried about it.
algorithm
It's
shows
easy.
you. So
Yeah. So
it'll be
I
fine.
highly recommend using that. But I will really, really encourage you to prioritize the visual stuff as much as you're prioritizing the sound. And I know that it can get overwhelming. So I understand, like, wanting and needing to hire that out. But I will just say it is absolutely just as important. What the fuck? I don't understand what's happening. It's weirding me out. I'm sorry, Nick. It's like interrupting your consultation, but it's
I'm
just very
so
weird. I don't know how that's
confused.
happening because it's shut down. No, literally, it's like a phantom.
I'm so confused. It's weird.
But yeah, so the visual side of things is literally just as important, and it's not hard, especially once it's just kind of like a one and done thing. Once it's established, it's not like something you have to keep, focusing so much attention on. It's a lot at the beginning, I will admit, but it is absolutely worth the effort and energy and, financial what is it?
Investment.
Investment, thank you. So that is basically, I guess, a quick little rundown of, what I would really, really recommend for you guys. But I am excited because I do hear a lot of potential in y'all's sound. I think it could have a really cool, kind of nostalgic vibe aesthetically as
Definitely.
well.
Definitely.
So
I agree.
I'm really excited. And if it gets to be me that gets to help you guys and even just help you navigate some of that stuff and point you in the right direction, then I would be so honored.
Yeah, and honestly, I feel like you're working with a good engineer too. This is a good balance on what y'all have. So I would continue to look in that direction. Of course, you can always make revisions to what you do on your side as well. But it seems like a well balanced mix and stuff too. Not every, and again, I've seen it kind of across the board. I've heard shitty $1,000 mixes and phenomenal ones. I've heard phenomenal $50 mixes. You know what I mean? Like not everyone is either worth or undercharging what they're paying for. So I think y'all are in a good spot though. It's a good mix. Y'all show some love. Show some love, show some love. That is Nick right here in the chat. I'm excited to kind of hear where y'all go. You got a lot of fun stuff ahead of you. All right, this is Caden. Caden's gonna close this out.
Let's go, Kate. I'm
Let's
so
go.
excited.
High's right. Cheers, mate.
Yay.
All right, y'all. Make sure a quick reminder to make sure that y'all are following
I'll do
here
it,
on
like-
Twitch. And your
I'm
sub
done
if
now.
you can. Also, make sure you're following. Obviously, joining the Discord. Follow us on all the other platforms as well. You know, TikTok's back, but I fucking hate it at this point. So it's driving me nuts, and I'm
confused,
very
like, I-
confused as who Sam Alexander is and how you're in the chat with the literally like the app is closed, like it's completely off the thing.
Like
I'm just
YouTube is still on, but
I'm so confused. Dude. I'm very confused. All right, Caden, I'm freaked out, but you're closing us out here. All right, let's run it. Hop in the chat. Just want to make sure that you're here too.
so
Caden.
but you can see it in the chat right there, Raya, or you can't.
Y'all can see it, right? Or is it just us glitching out?
Okay, okay.
So weird. I don't know. I'm confused. Well, what? And it says mod, right? Isn't that a TikTok mod?
Yeah.
But there's no Sam Alexander that's a mod. What did the other one say?
What the fuck?
That one's not a mod. But Sam Alexander has a mod symbol. I don't
my
know.
gosh, that's so weird and kind of creepy.
God, I just
Okay, Caden,
hate-
kind of a demo mix, and I did use a couple loops, but I'm really excited
Cool.
about the song. Yay,
Hell
I'm
yeah.
so excited.
Let's get
It's
it.
been a while since we've heard a new Caden
A
song,
fresh
so I'm
one.
really excited.
You'll hear another one. Well, it won't be new, but it'll be revised sometime soon. This
Heck
is
yeah.
In a Min by Caden.
I had different visions.
Closing us out.
Random rendition of what others said. You said in a minute that I'ma try to bring your world right back. You said in a minute I'ma bring your world back. She somehow knows what I'm missing. She said just to got the mess. And somehow she's hiding all the stress that I've had. And she kinda acting vicious, but I'm like, yo, where we're at. No, I don't wanna let go. Too close in the memory.
This is cool. I like it.
She'll probably make it loco, but I'll get with the mojo. Two claps and the beat goes.
This is different, Caden.
And now she is calling me, and now I can't fall asleep, but I love it honestly. She gets my life. It's hard to be
Percussion's really cool. I like it.
Is she obsessed with me? I'm always upset with me, but she's my guide. I was waiting alone, repeating all of the words, getting strong. Is everyone that just ghosted me? Now you're trouble saying no. We're all searching for harmony and sleep, no melatonin. I would not get so upset that I just can't control it. That it coping makes me hopeless. I was joking till you stole it. Memories open the wake again. I looked at her, then she just said, you said in a minute I'ma bring you all back. She somehow knows what I'm missing. She said just to got the mess. And somehow she's hiding all the stress that I've had. And she kinda acting vicious, but I'm like, yo, where we're at.
You're so talented, Caden.
I like the tag here too.
Too close in the menu. She'll probably make it loco, but I'll get with the mojo. Two claps and the beat goes. Let's drift away, away, away before I get caught back in the rain. She says we're okay, okay, okay. I know it's strange to not be so afraid. Comfortably, she makes all of me slowly calm down. Hearts plummeting, I'm back on board because she reached out and she said,
interesting production, man. Let's go. Yo, show some love to Caden. That's the family right there. I'm super excited to dig into this, man. A couple quick things that, again, are just food for thought. You can kind of decide where you want the song to go, and that should always, always, always be at the forefront. In my mind, when I first hear this song as a consumer, right? So not even as like a producer who knows how a song should be structured or whatever, you know, like aside from all of that, just as a consumer of the song, in my brain, the song ended at like 240. And that was about as long as my brain really started paying attention to the structure of it. And then you went back into, I think, another bridge there and then a different outro at the end. But my brain, I feel like, had already kind of disconnected from it a little bit, had kind of zoned out a little bit. And so I would, and you have a really great ending point after your post hook right there. I would consider it at least imagining. Hey, Jones, thank you so much for hopping in. I appreciate you being here. I would at least consider looking in the direction of cutting it after that last,
Thank you so
the
much.
last, I think it's the hook and the post hook that you have right there. And then maybe saving that for another song. But it's up to you, right? The song's not crazy long. You know, it's about
Yeah.
340. It's about 340. That's not crazy long, but it could be like 245 and sharp. And a
True,
great
yeah.
2 hooks with a punchy outro, and that's
Can
it.
I hear the part you were talking about?
Yeah.
again?
So it'd be like here. So right after here for the second time.
Too close in the menu.
What's up, Malvin? Thank you for the follow. I appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you so much. We are closed for today, but we'll be back.
So last post hook here.
No worries at all.
That to me is the end. You have a delay right there. You are 245. And then it kind of comes in with your B section here, right? Which is just kind of like another kind of redoing of some of your last dynamics before.
Malvin, we're closed for today. Thank you, though. We'll be back Monday.
Right, so that's kind of the section that I'm looking at. Like literally at 245, you just have like the perfect break point with a great dynamic outro.
Here are the rules just for the future, just so you have them.
CJ, what? Dude, I'm so confused with all this stuff going on today.
It's gotta be it's like from someone else's stream somehow. Let's disconnect it through
Let me see. Like, what the fuck? Hey, thank you for the follow. I
yeah,
appreciate
thank you
you.
so much.
Okay, so that should
That hopefully worked.
I don't know. That was very, very strange.
So freaking weird.
It like went to not my. I was like, dude, but
Sorry, Kaden. Really distracting. So weird.
thank y'all so much for hopping in. Yeah, sorry, I was telling to like randomly. TikTok's like literally not even on or not even live. I was like,
that
what
was
in the
just
world is
weird,
going on?
weird.
Yeah, I wanted a build up at the end because I wasn't really happy with where. Okay, so I do think you could. So I have an idea that might fix that for you. Of course, it is completely up to you how you want your song structure to go. I'll just give you some tips, some ideas, right? So let's get back to the through the intro. We'll talk about a couple things. I from a structural standpoint, I think you'll get way more out of this song if it ends early and doesn't go back in, because I feel like my brain, as soon as that delay hit, my brain said over. And it didn't fully engage back in again, and you just don't want that to happen because then people skip. That's bad for your your
Analytics,
algorithms
yeah.
and stuff like that. So and your retention on the song. You want people finishing the song and wanting to replay to hear those parts again, as opposed to drawing out every creative idea, and then people don't really feel a need to go back to the song because they heard everything already, right? So there's always a balance to that too, and there's a different answer song to song. Start it from the top, get into a couple details. I do like the song. I like the eeriness. I like the piano melody that you
Yeah.
have. There's a lot of really cool vocal processing. You're doing so much that's really cool, Caden. There's one note in there that I don't know if you have Melodyne or if you talked about that before. There's one note in there that I would either probably retrack or manually place in tune. You hear the tension between the two notes because it's one semitone below, I think. You hear this one little kind of lift right there that sounds kind of nasty. Double check that because that note's not in the right key, so double check that it's not in a relative key and make sure that it's tied to it, because that's actually a note that's not in key, and it should be. So if it's not chromatic, then you do want to make sure that those keys are selected properly, because you just hear it on that one note right there. Just that one note.
You said in a minute I'ma bring you up back. She somehow knows what I'm missing. She said just to got the mess. You somehow she's hiding all the stress that I've had. And she kinda acting vicious, but I'm like, you're alright.
Love this little breakdown right here. On the section before this, be careful of noisiness. A lot of the ideas that you have, I actually like all of them, at least what I can perceive. I like a lot of the sound design that you have. They're interesting. It makes the song different. It makes it unique. You're like, dude, there's a lot of twists and turns, but it still feels really good to listen to. But it can get kind of noisy, all the vocal movement. So be very strategic with what you want at the front, what you want in the back. Beyond even just having things left and right, play with depth as well, like with your reverbs and with chorusing and stuff like that. Play with some depth of, like, you could just take one of your vocals and with like a 2-second plate reverb, like completely wet, just like shrink it to the background and still have it nice and wide and open, right? So play with some depth and stuff there too, of what you want like forward and punchy, what you want back in the mix, and then obviously what you want like quiet or loud and left and right and stuff like that. There's some elements that do feel like my brain is kind of looking for all of those different things, and I miss your message a little bit. So keep the vocal, drums, bass, and stuff really punchy, and then maybe take some of your arpeggiators and filter them a little bit, carve some space for them, pull them back maybe slightly, and just decide what do you want people to hear at the forefront, and then what do you want to be supportive, creating movement and rhythm and stuff like that. This pocket I like because it cleans up a lot. This is
so
really
creative.
really cool. This is really cool.
Now I don't wanna let go. Too close in the manual.
Like, this is killer. Love this right here. I wouldn't touch this too much. It's really cool.
She'll probably make it loco, but I'll get with the mode. 2 claps and the beat goes.
Now, here's my suggestion here. This will help with this hook, and it'll also help with your outro, making it more interesting. I think, I don't know if you have this in you. I think you might, but there's 2 different versions of doing this. I would match the melody of that synth. When your vocal leaves the mix, I love the production there. It's really cool, but you do lose some energy for it kind of being the hook of the song. You do lose some steam. I would have a vocal following that melody, the da na na, with like a big delay on it or something.
I could hear that.
If you have it in you, what I think would actually sound really cool would be super affected, like maybe really saturated, bunch of reverb, maybe some chorus and filters and stuff like that, but it would be an octave higher, which is crazy up there. And just kind of a throwaway vocal.
I think you could do it, right, Kaden? You have a really good range.
I think it would.
Or get your mom on it.
I think it would. I know, right? I think you could get there, and
I think so.
Try it a bunch of times until you can, right? Just comp in,
Exactly.
right? I think warm up your vocal. You got the best teacher right there with you, right? So I would really create a great pocket right there, because that to me becomes a great vocal hook without any lyrics. That also gives you the dynamic range to end on a high note at the end of the song and still cut it, right? Because if you do that at the very end, let me hear your last lyric before that comes in, and then you can still tag it and have the high hook. It kind of fixes all of your problems.
She'll probably make it loco, but I'll get with the mode. 2 claps and the beat goes.
2 claps and the beat goes.
Sick. You gotta do it.
And then the verse comes in. So use your tagline as your filler. I don't know what you're saying. 2 claps with the big nose, or right? Some whatever you're saying right there. I doubt that.
Me just singing the most random lyrics, bro.
I have my doubts that those are the lyrics, but whatever you're saying right there. 2 claps and the beat goes. That makes a little bit more sense. 2 claps and 2 claps and the beat goes.
I don't know. 2 claps and the big nose kind of hits, bro.
Kind of hits. It kind of works, man. I had my doubts on those, but 2 claps and the beat goes, and then
no, that's so
super
sick,
cool.
Kaden. You have to
and do the low octave. oh, and I would do gang vocals there too. You could have oh, ah,
Or if Torvik does this mix at some point, then I will literally throw in those vocals.
we'll toss it all in there. But I do think it fixes. Mom agrees. Perfect.
Heck yeah.
It fixes a lot of your problems because it keeps you from losing energy on your hook, right? Which is right now, it's gonna should and in some sense be more of the climax of the song where you're losing some steam. You are taking away your vocal structure. So when the beat's going, you kind of it's vibey. It sounds really cool. Your sound design is really interesting and engaging, but you do kind of just like sit there waiting for the vocal to come back in, as opposed to everybody singing with you in their car. Ah,
Right.
just, you know what I mean?
It becomes an anthem at that point.
It becomes an anthem, and then fixes your dynamic range at your cut point later on, if you want to do that. Regardless, I think it energizes the hook a little bit. But let's skip forward a little bit. We'll get into that next section.
Trouble saying no. We're all searching for humanity and sleep, no melatonin. I would not get so upset that
One thing I would, because I'm mixing a song of yours right now, that I notice happens every once in a while is a lot of movement in your bass lines that aren't always supported by the progression. Now, tonally, I like it, right? So, like I said, your sound design is really cool. But there's times where your bass changes root note a lot and the chords don't always follow it. So the bass will like move up into a major, but the chords are still back on the minor, and then it comes back to the minor again down here or to the root. And then the chords are kind of floating back up in here. And that's part of, I think, what makes it a bit muddy, as opposed to your like, I think it's G minor, right? Like all this like higher arpeggio, and it's kind of all following. And it all kind of like flows and fits and feels a little bit more like tied together. Sometimes you hear in the bass line here, it swipes up. You have some bends in it, right? You have some like crossover there where you're getting some portamento, and that's where I think it's sounding a little bit muddy for me. Because as just a listener, again, like kind of, I'll talk about the engineering and production side, but just as a listener of it,
We're like, bro, can you even be a listener?
I can't. So what I'm
I know,
saying
I'm
is the
just kidding.
production
I
stuff,
know.
but what I'm feeling is the consumer, right? What I'm feeling is when I just listen
We're
to the
like,
song
bro's lying.
as a fan of the music.
He
fan of the
can't
music.
sever his engineer
I
side.
know, right? Is that bass line maybe feeling a little bit more grounded or moving around a lot? But so you have like the root note here on the G, right? Root note on the G, and you go. Or wait, back to the G. Sorry. So. But like the root note, boom, boom, is like always hit with the progression, always hit with the beat. Even if you do the stuff you like to do of like floating away from it a little bit to create some really intricate bass lines and like chord movements and stuff like that, it always resolves back down to a chord that feels kind of grounded, or to a note that feels kind of grounded and familiar. Something to think about,
A
right?
basic listener would never be able to give that fire advice.
Yes, but it's so that is the production explanation of how a consumer will not be able to settle
Sure.
into what they're
Right.
listening
That
to.
makes
It'll
sense.
feel not like anxiety inducing necessarily, but it'll feel like kind of unstable, and it won't feel like it hits, like when all the chords are working
Yeah.
together and the bass note hits, but it's not even in the same chord and stuff like that.
They
So
wouldn't know how to explain it.
Right.
It would just, they would feel it.
that is the like theoretical explanation of kind of, I think, what's happening on some of your bass lines. So something to think about. Something that's why I emailed you Stars are using the word portamento. Thank you. I gotta sneak a couple little words in there every once in a while to make myself
She's
feel
like, give me the phone.
make myself feel smart every
I
once in a
love
while,
that
right?
so much. You guys are great.
I love it. All right, so let me get into the next little section here. But because I'm digging into one of your mixes, I heard that happening a little bit in that mix too, which is why I emailed you and was like, hey, do you mind me splicing some things and moving some things around a little bit? That way all those chords mesh and fit. And I already did. I used Melodyne to just like change one note of your bass line, transformed. I showed Libby the before and after of just like that one little part. I was like, oh,
It's like,
this
I'm
feels so much
even more excited. I was already
Yeah.
so excited, but it's getting so good, and I can't wait for you guys to hear it.
It felt so much more energetic. It's crazy how much more power the bass had, just because it now had the support of all the chords doing the same thing. It was a massive difference. So something to
It's
think
like
about.
your brilliant ideas, Caden, just polished, and it's
Yeah, I'm super
Chef's
excited
kiss.
to get even deeper into that mix too, man. It's gonna be really fun. All right, let me get into like the last section of the song, and then of course completely up to you and your vision for your song. If you want to cut at the edit point, or if you want to continue with like a post hook or like a almost like a Selah at the end that you can kind of just let run a little bit, that's obviously completely up to you. My production brain thinks that you have a great edit point here, especially if you have those high melodies and harmonies supported by the melody of the synth, supported by a low octave. I just think it does give you a stronger ending than you heard, because I'm assuming what you heard was kind of a weak outro to the song and a need to rebuild back up to officially outro because the dynamics weren't there. And if that is the case, we can find a way to make the dynamics high at the end of what you have, and then have no need to reintroduce production at the end, right? If that's something that you're kind of thinking about.
Coping makes me hopeless. I was joking till you slowly always opened the wake again. I looked at her, then she just said, "You said in a minute I'ma bring you all back." She somehow knows what I'm missing. She said, "Just a gun for the mask." And somehow she's hiding all the stress that I've had, and she kinda acting vicious, but
Run with it then. That's, and you know us at this point too. That's always the mindset that I'll have.
Totally.
Do what's authentic, do what feels the most creatively inspiring to you. And then
I'm gonna really pay attention to it here.
anyone can have all of their own opinions on like what they want out of a song, or
Exactly.
like what would make a great pop alternative record.
At
But
the end of the day, you always need to stay true to you.
100%. So to me, it's not right or wrong. It's deciding your intention of the record and what points it in that direction.
Exactly.
I'm liking where we're at. No, I don't wanna let go. Too close in the manual.
I love this breakdown right here. So cool.
She'll probably make me loco, but I'll get with the mojo. Claps and the beat goes.
So up right here, right? Two claps on the beat. Super tight right there. Two claps on the beat goes.
Let's drift away, 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 before I get caught back in the rain. She says we're okay, okay, okay. I know it strings to not be so afraid. Comfortably, she makes all of me slowly calm down. Was plummeting, now I'm back on board because she reached out and she said,
You may have already said this, but you definitely could consider doing 2 versions too.
True.
Like I kind of did that with my first song too, where I was like, there's this extended cut that I hear, and it's just like I kind of still want to put it out because it's still in my brain, and I don't have that satisfaction of like it being
Mhm.
fully completed, if that makes sense. So I could really see it kind of being like a radio edit version,
100%.
which
That
is a
makes
shorter
sense.
version that's more palatable for people, and
Yep.
and then you still get to get your creative juices completely out on this one project, you know what I
Yep.
mean, in the extended version. So that's something you could consider for sure.
100%. That's, yeah, this would be a perfect example of something like that. Of like, here's the most authentic version of the song that's long form. I have all my creative ideas in there, and here's the one that I know will be palatable for radio, for playlisting, for whatever. Like,
Exactly.
it obviously will have more replay value, but you still want to be able to listen to your extended cut, right?
And
Your
you can
producer's
do
cut.
like a YouTube video in the future with the extended, you know what I
Mhm.
mean, to further like amplify that version.
This often happens with music videos, right? Like oftentimes music videos will be on longer cuts of the song. They'll have like an extra space where they talk in the video, and then you go back into a bridge and then a hook. Like you can watch a lot of music videos that are longer cuts of the song, but the playlisted songs like 2 minutes and 20 seconds, right? Or something like that. So this is a good example of having the opportunity to do that. I do like this part of the outro here where it gets really dark and kind of halftime. Right here. This is killer. Love this. Like, this is super vibey. Bass is nasty.
Yeah.
Love this. And to me, it almost feels like a transition, like to another song. Like
Exactly.
I could hear that going
could
straight
picture this on an
into,
album or
like,
an
all of a sudden-
EP at least.
Yeah, 100%. You could have like 4 songs or something that you put in a project that you waterfall release or something like that, and that would be like a good transition. So then all of a sudden the next part of the song just starts on a G minor, and then you immediately
Let's go,
get
Tay
more.
Jones.
Hey,
That's
Tay Jones,
awesome.
thank you for hopping
Thank
in.
you
Thank
so
you for the raid. I
much.
appreciate you.
Yeah.
Y'all welcome in. You
love.
immediately Let's go. I'm working on an album of 7 songs that all flow together. Beautiful. So this is a great example of being able to transition with the production elements that you already have and keep it super cohesive from song to song by starting with the same sound design off the G minor and making your production structure super seamless. But you have so many creative ideas, Caden. I think that like that's the least of your worries is like, will I have like the creativity to execute a long form project? Like you're doing so many things really well. Go in and chop through and see if you want to do a radio edit or if you want to make any edit points or something like that. But I would just hone in some of your progressions we were talking about and hone in that hook, because to me, it has the potential of a phenomenal hook structure, but it lacks energy. So I do think the stacking and the following of the melodies will help you make that a little bit more concise.
That's better than not doing enough. It's better to have so many ideas and not enough. You know what I mean?
I'm the same, because I also like, my problem is I have toys in here. You know what I mean? Like I have the synths, I have all the stuff at my disposal. So
we know.
So I oftentimes want to do absolutely everything. Like I want to do absolutely everything.
Shout out to you, Tay Jones. Thank you so
Tay,
much.
I appreciate you so much. Thanks for
Big
the love.
love.
Thanks for hopping in. I appreciate you, BC. Texas time. Let's go. Shout out to Texas. And thank y'all so much for the follow. Tay Jones, I appreciate the follow as well.
Thank you so much.
But yeah, that would be my suggestion. Sometimes you can pull back some of those things, or like we talked about, take some of your arpeggiators and some of your layers and let off the gas of some of those to let your vocal shine just a little bit more. But Caden, you're a beast. You're amazing. Super, super talented.
Now, on the other side of things, Caden, let me know where you're at with the releasing. I know that you were kind of feeling like you wanted to just like, you were maybe feeling a little impatient and wanting to release, which we can all relate to, right? So are you still at that point where you're like, I really want to release things as I'm done with them, I really want to release as soon as possible type of thing? Or are you willing to be in a place where you can kind of take a step back, really work on building that catalog up professionally, and then really working on getting that branding set up? That way you can really be intentional with your launches, and you know, when you're marketing, it all has something to, people have something to support and follow and, you know, follow through with. Or because my like advice would be different, basically. I think now I want to actually be fully happy with everything before I release now. Okay.
Yeah.
I love that. You
Love
know
that. Yeah,
that's
I'm a
always
fan.
going to make us really, really happy. That's always going to be our number one advice. If and we do understand the other side of things, so I completely get it. We even do it sometimes, you know, like it's
Definitely.
like as creatives, we all get so impatient because it's just exciting. And
Yeah.
but let me just encourage you that if you do put the time and energy into making these really polished and professional, it's going to be that much more worth it. And I think you'll be grateful that you did it that way. So knowing that we have a bit more time to work on your branding gets me really excited as well. Like I said, while you're building up that catalog, as soon as you and your mom can work on that Pinterest, the better. Just because I want you guys to be posting over a span of months.
Yeah.
That way I know that the aesthetic that you're going to be going for and the branding that we develop from that board is consistent. You know what I mean? And it's going to be something that you really, really feel good about and feels like your innermost identity.
Definitely.
If that makes sense. Yeah, exactly, Kaden.
100%
You know,
Kaden,
you're such a like smart, talented, bright, young dude, and it's just really, really cool that you found us and that we now get to be a small part of your journey and partner with you. We don't take it lightly. I really, really appreciate you just working with us. It's so fun.
And Caden, so starting out with Pinterest, you have to do I mean, Libby knows this better than anyone. This is the queen of Pinterest, but you have to do a lot of searching to kind of find your stuff. Like, so for me, like
At the beginning, especially.
it sounds funny, right? But I would just like search up like the cars that I like, right? Like I would love like a 1987 Porsche Turbo S, right? Or something like that with the target top, right? So I started like searching cars that I like. I started searching like, what kind of home
Outfits,
what
like
kind of home would I want to live in? Yeah, like what kind of outfits do I like?
if you're into nature.
Right. Yeah. It's like, okay, do I want to live in the mountains or in the
Any
beach?
art, like just get as basically
And-
type in as detailed of a, you know, prompt as you can, essentially.
And then you start to see the crossover, right? So I started getting pictures of like Porsches in a mountain road surrounded by trees. And then I started getting like 80s. I started saving some 80 cents. I love 80s synths and vintage synths.
Yeah,
so
manifest
I
this.
started. Yes, yes. Exactly.
It's so fitting.
But like I started posting those synths, and then there started to be a crossover
That
of
was
like
the first thing that popped up on my Pinterest, so that
of
was
like
funny.
80s vehicles and 80s synths and 80s visuals, and like I started to get all of these things that all started
Let's go,
to
Ryan.
show this, you know, this aesthetic that I have. But just anything that you like. Is there food that you like? Is there cars that you like?
Yeah,
Is there
exactly.
buildings
So
that you
there
like?
there will be quotes like that and stuff. That was just something that popped up. This was actually from my Obsidian Key Pinterest. So that has all of our clients on it.
Mhm.
So this algorithm is definitely more unique. It's not like my personal algorithm, if that makes sense. So yeah, it'll have like cool, quotes, cool art pieces. Like just once you start pinning a
Yep.
few things on there, it'll start really pushing some cool aesthetics that I think it'll inspire you and it will excite you. It's exactly like a vision board. Yes.
I mean, like literally, like I can just pop straight up onto mine, and you can see these old like vintage consoles and like a vintage vinyl player with an old condo with like 80s couches and an 80s Ferrari. Like it's
That's
just
very fitting for
it's
him.
it's very fitting for me. And
Here's
so
another, like, just some black palm trees, like, just to give you an idea. It's like it's just stuff that you feel like inspires you, and whenever you think about, how your branding may look, your merchandise one day, like what would your shirts look like, all
yeah,
that type of stuff, you just want to start thinking about and having fun with. Really, I want you to have fun with the process, because it can be very, very inspiring.
yeah, for sure.
So I hope that makes sense. And then, of course, if you ever have any questions, don't hesitate to shoot me a DM on Instagram or something.
Definitely.
You're officially a client of ours now, so we will make you a priority 100%.
100%. Absolutely. Y'all show some love to Kaden. That's the
Big
family.
love, Kaden and
Kaden's mom. Kaden's
mom.
mom. I appreciate y'all so much. So glad that y'all are a part of this community. You're so just inspired and creative, and it makes me want to work on stuff, man. I love it.
Yeah,
It's really,
I'm
really
so
exciting.
so excited. And the fact that you officially told us that you are going to wait is like, I can't tell you, I'm over the moon. I'm so excited, Kaden.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah, because then we can really, really put like our full attention and energy
Yeah.
into doing it right and doing it well. And who's to say what's going to happen when we do that? You know what I mean?
100%.
The
I
sky's
agree.
the limit at that point. It's
I
very
agree.
exciting.
Y'all, we love you. Appreciate y'all so much.
Y'all
Y'all are
have a
amazing
great
and beautiful. I
weekend.
hope y'all have a phenomenal weekend, and we will be back live.
Remember
on
that the news is
Monday.
just that. It's just news, and try to stay positive through it. We have a beautiful community through this, and we have so much to be grateful for. So just try to keep perspective, and when you see that, a lot of doom and gloom, just
Definitely.
it's all good, guys.
Thank you so much, Kaden. That
Thank
means
you.
more
Yeah,
than
that actually
you know.
really means a lot.
More
Thank
than
you
you
so
know.
so much.
We love y'all. Y'all have a great rest of your night. Peace.
Bye.